Good morning and welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium for day 3 of Gloucestershire versus Durham. Gloucestershire going to resume this morning on 255 for 9 in pursuit of Durham's 445. And the big question on everyone's lips this morning is, will Durham enforce the follow on? You're listening to me, Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall. Ian, thoughts?
Morning, Dan. First of all, will they be given the chance to? The last pair have got to get 41. If they do that, the question, of course, is null and void anyway. I personally think that Durham would bat again if they had the choice. It will mean more wear on the pitch, and it will give their bowlers most of the day with their feet up, probably. And they would aim to be bowling tonight at some point later on in what is an extended day. We've got an extra 8 overs on today after the rain yesterday. Yeah, 104 overs in the day, so it should be an absolute crack. And what a gorgeous day we've got here as well. The sun's out, the forecast is good. What a day's play we've got in store for you. And it still could go either way in this first 8 overs or so against the old ball. Will Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale try and attack in that period? Will Ajaz Patel open the bowling for Durham? He took 5 wickets yesterday, and at the close last night, for his thoughts on the day's play, Jack Longstaff spoke to Dale Blankenstein.
Swept into the mound stand. That's 6 runs, and that brings up Durham's 4th batting point.
Coghlan waits, and driven down the ground off Singdale. That's a good shot. It's going very straight. It's going all the way for 4 up towards the apartments. So you get full value at that end. Coglan smacks that away through the covers. That's 4 more.
That's wiped away there by Coughlin, who's picked Zaffer up again into the mound stand. And that's 6 more. That's chopped away, square the wicket, and that is 50. Paul Coughlin.
Coughlin again just steers that past the foot, the only slip, and that's going to go away for 4 more. Ajas Patel. And he's gone, caught behind. Durham don't get there. Last batting point. Outside edge, comfortable catch for Bracey. And 445 is the Durham total. Potts around the wicket, and that's pulled by Dent. That might be 4, that'll be 4 more.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Oh, that's got to be close. Dent's in trouble, and he's LBW offering no shot.
Striving for a second wicket. Chopped away, that's a good shot by Harris. That's gone past Baz Deleda. Already proved, and this time it's Charlesworth who's lofted Ajas Patel all the way. And they won't save a single there because Harris has picked the gap on the offside. It's a lovely shot.
Need a bit of company.
Yep, Coughlin going over the wicket. That's a gorgeous shot there from Ben Charlesworth. Off drive. Reverse sweep, that's going to go away for 4, and that's a 100 partnership between these two. And that's Marcus Harris's 50 as well. Oh, and that's caught behind.
Pulled by Hammond. He didn't know where that had gone. And the answer is he's gone for 4, right over the keeper. Coughlin in again, and again steered away by Hammond. Down through that gap, that'll be 4 more.
As that has gone for 4.
Evening of a match. Here's Ben Rain in, and he's bowled.
And Taylor launches that one. That's the way to go, Jack. 6 runs.
Rain short. Charlesworth pulls, and he's going to get 4 for that, and that will be his 50. So Ben Charlesworth, 87 at Derby last week, and now 50 here at Bristol.
Oh, that's a shot. Charlesworth uses his feet, dances down the pitch.
Rain into Taylor. Oh, he's had a slash at that, and that's gone over the slip cordon for 4 more.
And he's bowled him. He's bowled Jack Taylor.
Potts staying around the wicket. Charlesworth pulls, and that will probably be 4. He's got that right in the gap between the man at deep backward square and the man at fine leg.
Patel to Bracey, who plays that one beautifully off the back foot. What a lovely way to get off the mark. That's a lovely shot there. Bracey, he's going to get 4 runs for that. That's a gorgeous shot.
In, edged and caught. Bracey goes. He's caught by David Bedingham at second slip. Deleda, cut by Charlesworth and caught by Bedingham. That was sharp, and he's taken it. Patel in, oh, it's spoon into the air, and it's caught. Matt Taylor's gone.
Oh, that's bowl. That's stumped. That's come back off Robinson's pads. So Patel, and that's gone straight away. First ball, caught second slip. That's Matty Potts there. Patel, and that's gone. Has that gone all the way? That's 6. That's a batting point. Well done, Josh Shaw.
Coughlin to Shaw, and Shaw spooned it over Ajas Patel. It's going to spin away over the rope, and Gloucestershire will get a boundary off the last ball of the day to take them to 255 for 9.
Dale, after a positive start, it was a bit of a difficult end to the day. Can you just sum up what you've seen here today?
Yeah, I think we obviously had our opportunities yesterday to try and keep, them down to sort of manageable score. I'd say, anything around 300 we would have done very well on day one. It is a very good pitch, good outfield from a batting point of view, and I think the 445 just probably a few too many in the first innings, but as sort of understandably with a couple of debutants also in the side and a strong Durham team. So wasn't too disappointed with yesterday. I think realistically to get 10 wickets on there was a good effort. It could have been worse. They could have been 4 or 5 down. I feel they had an opportunity to really nail us into the ground. Today we really needed our top order to stand up and take charge and make the bulk of the runs. And I think we had 2 guys get into 50s. If those had gone on and made some big hundreds there, then I really feel we would have been in the game. But I don't feel we have the team this game with the batting depth that we've had in the previous games that has also helped us get to close to opposition totals and at times give us a lead. So I think realistically a few too many runs to them in the first innings, and I'd say we're not all out yet, but I would have expected us to get somewhere around 300 in this innings at least. But we know that Gloss love getting ourselves in these positions, and then hopefully we can keep showing that character and really fight to make it a tough game for Durham. But as much as I talk about us, I think we have to give them credit. They are a good side playing good cricket, and Patel bowled very well as well on conditions that do suit him. We obviously have Zaf, that is one of our weapons, and it is a strange game. If we do get to bowl again, we have to, we've got to be attacking, and we could put them under pressure and maybe have something to chase.
How much of an impact do you think that rain shower had? Because the pitch seemed to play a little bit differently after that shower. Did that have a massive impact, or was it not too much to do with that?
No, I think it would have been nice to have just kept obviously the momentum going, and then they ended up having 2 shorter sessions, which is a little bit easier from a bowling point of view. But I don't think the dismissals were really down to the rain shower. I think it was just some pretty good bowling, some poor decisions, and obviously the wicket being 2 days old with some rough and obviously assisting the spinner.
Just looking at the positives then, you mentioned a couple of players who got into the 50s. One of those was Ben Charlesworth. He's a player in form, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's nice to have him available. I think he's struggled with injuries over the years. Our real main aim is to get him through a full season. He does offer quite a lot with the ball as well, but that's something we're gradually bringing him into to make sure that his body lasts. But it just shows what a quality player he is. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities, and he's definitely taken those opportunities now. And just the style and the way that he's making those runs does show you that he is a quality cricketer.
Thank you, Dan.
Cheers.
Is he ready? Very well done, and he's done superbly. And it's a big shot straight away from Phillips. There we go, he might have just turned his bat on.
And there's the scene out in the middle here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome to coverage of day 3 here of Gloucestershire against Durham, second division of the Championship. The leaders at the moment, you would say, Dan, justifying their start. I mean, they've only had 3 games at home and they've won those 3 games. They haven't won away yet, but they are in a position here. I think we used the phrase on Monday when Graham Clark got his 100 that his 100 drove that Durham innings, and they have been driving the game for much of the time since.
Yeah, they're a strong unit, aren't they? They really are. They've been very impressive. I don't think they're going to lose many to England call-ups as well. I mean, obviously, you know, Stokes and Wood are their England call-ups, but they've not played yet this season. They might lose Matt Potts, perhaps, but this will probably be their side for the bulk of the summer. And they look a really strong unit, and you can see why they're top of the league. I thought Sussex were very good as well when they came here 3 weeks ago to Bristol. I thought they looked a decent outfit as well. So Gloucestershire have had 2 tough games in Division 2 in the last few weeks. The last 2 home games, probably against the 2 strongest sides in the division.
Yeah, I mean, Durham obviously have been down since that well-publicised ECB bailout payment when they went effectively down in at the end of 2016. They weren't in the bottom of Division 1 that year. In fact, they finished 4th, but they were relegated basically on financial grounds, you might say. And this is the closest they've been to getting back up since then, albeit we had the 2 COVID years where the Championship in its full form wasn't played. Umpires are on their way. Mark Newell and Surendiram
Shamnugan.
Thank you, Dan, for that. I did try his name, try and get his name right on the first 2 days. The simple short-term plot here is that Gloucestershire need 41 to avoid the follow-on, and they've got 8 overs until the second new ball. So you would have thought that might be the best opportunity to attack. Josh Shaw has 17, Ajit Singh Dale has 7. But after his 5 wickets yesterday, and even though he bowled 25 overs on the reel, Ajaz Patel is going to open this morning by the looks of it.
That's the beauty of 4-day cricket, isn't there? There's subplots within the game. There are chapters within the book, Ian, and it's one of the intricacies and one of the wonderful tapestry that makes up 4-day cricket. So Gloucestershire 255 for 9. Josh Shaw's 6 yesterday got them to an extra batting point, although he didn't actually realise. I had a quick chat with him after the game last night. He didn't actually realise that was the batting point. He said, "Oh, I just saw the ball and I hit it." So it's quite
simple thinking.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, here's Patel. He's going to get us underway this morning. He's going to be bowling to Ajit Singh Dale. Here he comes. Flighted, and that's down the leg side, and Robinson takes that one.
Robinson had a mixed day yesterday, I think we could say.
Yeah. That's gone down the leg side. I don't know if that's runs or buys. It's buys, more buys to the total. And I think Robinson is up to 14 now.
He's up to 18.
18, is he?
18 buys and 35 extras in this total.
Yep. So you can tell a mark of a keeper standing up, his work standing up to the stumps. Patel in, Dale plays that one back to him.
Been a couple of occasions this season where Ajit has actually hung around quite happily almost.
That's a strangled appeal there for LBW. Yeah, he's not a Mark Robinson or a
Kevin Jarvis
number 11, is he? He's better than that.
Peter Such.
Yes. Tossed up there by Patel. Ajit equal to it. Plays it into the onside.
Field quite well spread.
Yeah.
Only 3 saving a single.
Oh, and that's off a thick inside edge. He's probably going to get 2 for his troubles, which he does. Takes the score into the 260s. Every run this morning is important to Gloucestershire because, you know, we don't think the follow-on will be enforced. But if it is, you know, Gloucestershire is still in deficit of 230 at the moment. Yeah, oh, sorry, 180 at the moment. 184. There we go. 184. I should look at my screen, shouldn't I? That would help, wouldn't it? So they're still in deficit by 184, and every run that these two eke out is one less for the top order to actually go and get later on to try and wipe out that deficit if Durham do enforce the follow-on.
Yeah, and that's not from any inside track that we may have, by the way. That's just our own thinking, which isn't always right.
No, it's not.
But just the trend of 4-day cricket now tends not to be that you bowl your bowlers in back-to-back sessions. Here's Matthew Potts opening from the Ashley Down Road end, and Shaw pushes that into the onside. He's got 3 slips, and remember this is with an old ball at the moment. Durham have got to bowl another 6 overs after this one before they have a new ball available.
There is a school of thought, because I am Martin Emerson's personal chauffeur while he's in Bristol here. I'm picking him up from the hotel in the morning, and he would enforce the follow-on. He
wouldn't.
He would.
He would.
He would go for the jugular, were his words. With Patel holding up one end, it gives you a chance then to rotate your quicks from the other end. So he would go for the follow-on.
And I suppose, to come back to a phrase that is sometimes used, you do what you think the opposition would least want.
Yeah.
And maybe after yesterday, if they think that the Gloucestershire top order isn't that confident, then you'd say, right, come on then, we back ourselves to bowl you out cheaply.
Yeah, they bring Baz Deleda into short leg, which is an interesting move.
So Patel's going back onto the boundary here at long leg.
That's Graham Clark.
Yeah, to bring the short leg in. And they've also gone from 3 slips down to 2. Potts into Shaw, and he just nudges it past Clark's left hand, but it's fielded by Paul Coughlin.
So it wouldn't surprise me here if Potts is going to target Shaw's ribs. Try and bring that short leg into play.
South of France end of the ground, in the sunshine.
Has Andy Brassington told us?
Yeah, somebody said that to me before play yesterday, and I'd never heard it before. But clearly Andy also knew it as that. It's where the sun generally shines. Potts in again to Shaw. That's short, and it's ducked underneath by the Yorkshireman, taken by Robinson. I think it's definitely the game at Worcester you would think would be over today in the 2nd division.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the south of France, and we'd never heard that. It's definitely less hors d'oeuvre and more hors field.
Potts has got only one man in front of square on the offside. Bowls to Shaw and just nudges it. Again, past Patel to Coughlin, who prevents the single. Quiet start, as we might expect initially. But somebody pulled up alongside my car in the car park this morning and said, Durham take this last wicket and, quote, we have 2 sessions of Bazball and then they decide to bowl again. That was his view. Potts to Shaw. Ooh, he's almost dribbled on. I thought he got that further away than he had, and his boot was just about in the right place. He could have just kicked it away had it got closer, but there's the slow motion replay of the ball just spinning right by the off stump.
He's a good lad, Josh Shaw, isn't he? He's a great guy. He's a real character. Yorkshireman.
Potts again from the far end towards us all in. That's gone off the back of, I think it's gone off Shaw's back. Taken by Robinson, but Potts is lively loosener, that over. And Gloucestershire just added the 6 runs this morning so far, 261 for 9. Remember the target is 296. So they still need 35 to take that follow-on question out of the equation here. And again, it's soaking up time as well, albeit we have an extra 8 overs today, so there is a lot of time left in the game still, Dan, particularly with no weather issues as far as we're aware. The forecast on my car radio this morning said dry and sunny today and tomorrow.
198 overs left in the game. Here's Patel. As Dale pumps him down the ground, he's not going to split the 2 long on and long off. That's a good throw, comes in from Delada and keeps them down to a single. We've got Jack Longstaff with us doing the production, bringing the pictures to your home today. James Healy is away with the family today, so Jack is with us. And we've had some cakes made by a lovely lady called Jacqueline Forsyth. So James Healy's misfortune is Jack Longstaff's gain.
Shaw attacked Patel last night, so they've got a long on back and a long off back.
Yeah, they've got 3 on the leg side. So Shaw just plays that one back. They've got a deep square leg, they've got a deep mid wicket where Michael Jones is, and they've got the man at long on as well, and long off. Lees is down below us at long off. That's an arm ball, quicker arm ball. Shaw chops that away. He's going to get... Oh, he's come back for a second. And he gets home comfortably. So that brings it through to 264. Every run important. 31 away from the follow-on. That's just round the corner. Ajit calls Josh Shaw through for the single. So now it's 31 because they need it less than 150 for the follow-on, don't they? They need 149.
They've got to get to 296.
Yes. Ajit lets that one go through to the gloves of Robinson. Leaves that one alone. Oh, that's well bowled. That's spat a little bit. Spitting Cobra.
A little bit too short at the moment from Patel, and also down the leg side too in his first over, so he's not quite got his rhythm of yesterday yet.
Jack Longstaff spoke to Dale Benkenstein at the end of play. It was played before the game yesterday, and it's quite an interesting interview. He was very sort of complimentary about Durham being a side. He played there, won 3 county championships with Durham, didn't he, back in 2008, 2009 and 2013. But Durham have looked a good side, Ian, don't you think?
Yeah, they have. And they've looked a confident team, that's the thing. Potts to start a new over to Shaw. He's got 2 men in now on the leg side. He's got an orthodox short leg, and the mid wicket is also just out of your shot. He's short and square, so it's just for that little clip, trying to force Shaw to play out through the covers where there is a space left. Just 1 man on the offside in front of square. Potts trying to squeeze him. I think that's just not quite on the right line, and Shaw steps inside that one and gets it down to Aegis Patel in the glasses. Down on the boundary at long leg. Take 1 more.
They have been confident, Ian, Durham, and they've got a new coach there, Ryan Campbell, joined in 2023, and he's had an immediate impact on them, hasn't he? He coached for Hong Kong, coached the Netherlands, represented Australia in 2 one-day internationals back in the day. Scored 1100s for Western Australia in the old one-day cup, the old Pura Cup.
Singdale waits, that's again short from Potts, goes past Singdale's left shoulder, taken by Robinson.
There's a good story with Ryan Campbell as well, because he almost gave up the game, suffered from depression as a player, and you know, he's overcome that. He also had a heart attack last year where he was given just a 7% chance of survival, and survive he has, and he, you know, has kept going and kept you know, he's bounced back, and it's great to see. And I think that he you know, he's doing a fantastic job up in the northeast. And Marcus North, who we had on the stream the other day as well, his compatriot, he's done a cracking job.
So quite a long chat between Scott Baltic, the Durham captain, and Matthew Potts. They put a leg gully in now.
He's quite fine. He's like a leg slip, isn't he?
Yeah, but Bastelader actually has gone about 2 steps to his right, so it is almost more like a leg slip. Potts in that is down the leg side. It's very fine, and it's gone off the pad, I think, of Ajit Singh Dale, and it's gone to the fence down in front of the pavilion for 4 leg byes. Yeah. Robinson couldn't quite reach it, but Potts, both bowlers, the line hasn't been quite right so far this morning.
No, it hasn't, and they seem to be deliberately targeting that with the field. He's got the short leg in, he's got the leg slip, and he's got a little bit of cover with Ajaz Patel down here at long leg, and maybe you should just go back to off stump, you know, with a slip cordon.
Slip cordon only wheelie of 1 at the moment, and Singdale doesn't time that, and he just runs quietly up to Ben Rain at mid-on. And if Durham don't get their lines right, and this wicket takes a while to come their way, that may enforce Borthwick's thinking about batting.
Potentially, yeah.
Potts turns, sprints in. Oh, and that was quick. That's a better line, you see, to a tail ender for me.
That was sharp.
Singdale didn't get tried to wait, whether he tried to cut it away or whether he's in ever the position to cut it away. Only he will know. He didn't get a nick though, and it's gone through to Robinson. End of Potts' over. He overall has now bowled 18 overs for his 2 wickets, and there's the deficit. Gloucestershire need another 26 to avoid the follow-on, which would mean, of course, that Durham would bat in the 3rd innings.
That was sharp. Robinson took that at head height. Patel in, that's down the leg side. That goes through to leg slip.
He's struggling with his line, isn't he?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Shaw defends. We spoke yesterday, one of Potts' big weapons is his bounce, isn't it? He gets steepling bounce, and I really like the look of him as a bowler. I think he's a fantastic bowler. Shaw goes for it. That's in the air. That's gone for 6. That beats Delader down there, who can't quite keep it back inside the boundary. And Shaw gets a maximum over long on.
It's a clean hit, that, just about enough on it. Delader was looking to see if he could gather the ball in, but he was stepping back over the rope.
Shaw just nurdles that one down the leg side, goes for 1 as a flock of birds flew straight across his eye line there. But he adds 1 more onto the total. Matty Potts, as we said the other day, went to St Robert of Newminster Catholic School in Sunderland, same as Paul Coughlin and Jordan Pickford. Patel to Singdale, who plays that one nicely. Every run here getting a warm round of applause from the Bristol faithful.
3 6s in Josh Shaw's 28.
He's a big, strong boy. Defends that one. His grandfather played rugby league professionally for Hull Kingston Rovers, Josh Shaw. massive rugby league fan. And as I said earlier, he's one of the nice guys. Well, they're all a good bunch of guys here, aren't they, at Gloucestershire? But Josh Shaw especially.
Fair, we should say his father played professional cricket too, didn't he?
He did. So Josh is the third generation of his family to play professional sport. I think, who else was there? John Simpson at Middlesex. He's the third as well. Both his grandfathers played rugby league for Great Britain, and his father played lacrosse for Great Britain.
There you go.
Yeah.
18 now. Only to get to the follow-on.
It's educational watching the Gloucestershire stream, isn't it?
Potts looking for this last wicket to Singdale, chops that into the ground, and David Bedingham comes to pick up. A couple of sharp catches for him yesterday, notably the one that got rid of Ben Charlesworth. That was going at a fair rate.
That was a great catch
when he grabbed it. Second slip.
There's been some really good catches in this game. 2 from Miles Hammond, 1 from James Bracey, I thought was really good standing up, and both Bedingham catches went quite quickly.
So a slip and a leg slip for Potts, and that is again down the leg side. The leg slip has just got something on that may have gone off the pad again, and they're going to go through for a leg bye. Now will Potts leave that field there for sure? They're clearly bowling to a plan here, aren't they? These two. But from a Durham perspective, it's not really working at the moment. Gloucestershire creeping towards that follow-on target, and of course, the closer they get to that, possibility of another batting point. Shaw waits for Potts, who clips that off his legs past the right hand of the fielder at short leg. And Ajaz Patel will come round and they'll come back for a second. Shaw up to 30.
Highest score last year was 29, so it's definitely his top score for a couple of years. His highest score in first-class cricket is 42.
Yeah, that was at Worcester. That was in 2019. That was the game that helped clinch the promotion. Not batting at the bottom of the order, though, I say, on that day. Shaw waits, Potts pitches that one up and he can defend out on the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, I think Josh Shaw, you know, he has batted 11 at times, hasn't he? And he's not a number 11. I'd say he's a 9.
Probably, yeah. 9 feels about where you'd put him. He'd be a good 10 or 11.
Very good, yeah.
A competent 10 or 11. Potts. Ooh, that was a more awkward one, and Shaw squeezed that out on the offside. They're going to pinch another single to Alex Lees. A lovely day for watching today. Those at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground definitely in need of a hat, and even those
south of France end.
Yeah, south of France end. Even those in front of the pavilion today have got the sun on their backs at the moment. Singdale waits for Potts, and that's edged through the cordon. There isn't anybody at third slip, though. That'll go down to the boundary for 4 more. Borthwick's got to hold his nerve here, the Durham captain, because this pair came together last night at 227 for 9, so they've added 59 together for the last wicket at the moment, and they're edging Gloucestershire closer towards avoiding the follow-on. And we had mentioned about the fact, would they try and force the issue against the old ball, and they've tried to do that because there's only 2 overs left, and they only now need 10.
Yeah, Durham's last pair put on 71, so it's a strange old game at times, isn't it? Here's Patel bowling to Josh Shaw. Oh, that's spat out of the rough. That's a better line. That's where he needs to be bowling. Here he comes past umpire Mark Newell. Just tickles that one around the corner. They think about a single, but Shaw Doesn't fancy it. Tossed up, Shaw's gone for that again. He's got that into the mound stand. That's 6 more, just 4 now needed to avoid the follow-on. And Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale are a thorn in Durham's side here.
Counter-attacking.
Shaw defends that one off the back foot, pushes it into the covers.
Yeah, it just feels like if it's in his half, Shaw is prepared to attack that shorter boundary in front of the players' dressing rooms.
Shaw defends there again. See, this is the beauty, isn't it? 4-day cricket, these little sort of games within a game, you know, as we called them earlier, subplots, chapters within a book. Shaw defends.
So only 4 needed now to avoid the follow-on, and only 8 needed for a second batting point. And all of this is going to just put the focus on, if Durham do end up batting in the 3rd innings, which Gloucestershire will now hope they would, just put the focus on their batting a little bit, and it'll just squeeze the time.
Yeah.
Again, I must say there's a lot of time left in the game still, particularly with the overs added from yesterday. But the leader's going back into that leg gully position for Singh Dale. Leg slip, really. So they've got 1 slip and a gully and a backward point. So there's a big gap in that cordon, which is where Singh Dale's last edge went. Potts again tries to bowl one that is more on an off stump line. Singh Dale defends. So Josh Shaw has got 37 from 48 balls here, and as you said, Dan, he's now within 1 blow of a career best score. Never made a first class 50. Singh Dale has had a couple of 20s this season already. And he's got another 15 here. He's waiting for Potts, and he's bowled him. Clean bowled, pitched up. So the follow-on is not saved. Durham do have the choice, but that was a spirited little stand. That they started at 255 for 9, and they've added 37 together in barely 20 minutes cricket this morning. Like, attacking against the old ball. Eventually the one that was well pitched up did for Singh Dale, and Josh Shaw's left 37 not out.
Yep.
That was an entertaining little cameo. The heavy roller is coming out, so I wonder what the decision is from Scott Borthwick.
Yeah, spirited effort there. The Durham bowling figures: Ben Rain, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 42. Potts was 19.2 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 43. Paul Coughlin didn't bowl the right lengths, I didn't think, yesterday. Bowled a little bit short. 13 overs, 3 maidens, none for 46. Ajaz Patel, pick of the bowlers, 29 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 113. He took a little bit of tap. Josh Shaw collared him a little bit into the mound stand. And Baz Deleda, he just bowled 3 overs, no maidens. He went for 18 runs, but he picked up the important wicket of Ben Charlesworth for 71.
Cam Hasty is on the PA today, and he may be our source of knowledge in terms of whether the follow-on has been enforced or not. The fact that heavy roller's gone out there, is that an indicator from either side?
I think both sides would take the heavy roller. I'll just go through the Gloucestershire card. Marcus Harris, 52. He was caught by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Ajaz Patel. Chris Dent left one alone. He was LBW by Matthew Potts. Ben Charlesworth batted very well, batted very straight, very patiently. He got 71 off 179 balls before he cut one to David Beddingham. Sharp chance off the bowling of Baz de Leyder. Miles Hammond made a bright and breezy 21 before being bowled by Ben Rain, leaving one alone. Jack Taylor again a bright and breezy 16 before Ajaz Patel got one to go back through his gate. James Bracey cut one a little bit too close to the body perhaps, caught by Beddingham off Potts. Zafar Gahar was stumped. Unfortunately came back off the pads of Ollie Robinson off Ajaz Patel. Matt Taylor caught Borthwick, bowled Patel for a duck. Zaman Akhtar went first ball, caught Potts, bowled Patel at second slip. Before that, lovely partnership there from Josh Shaw, 37 off 48 balls. I thought he was fantastic. Really counter-attacked, and you never know, that might save the game. Ajit Singh Dale was last man out, bowled by Matthew Potts. So Gloucestershire 292 all out. They're just 8 short there of another batting point, which will be possibly a little disappointing, because I think, you know, for Gloucestershire they're going to either lose or draw this game. I can't see them winning it from here, so bonus points are crucial.
Just been next door to chat to the Durham scorer and said, any news on the follow-on? And his line, they said, I've nothing official, he said, but we won't be doing it. Okay. That was his very clear thinking. And the thinking was, as it would have been for you and I this morning, they don't want to be batting last.
Yeah, Matt Taylor's warming up down there as well.
So,
he might be opening the batting, but you don't know. Probably pretty unlikely.
Probably not. There's the full Gloucestershire card. I know Dan's been right through it, but 40 extras in that.
Yeah,
Gloucestershire must be tidy, as they were. To be fair, the first time they fielded, that they were tidy in terms of just giving away cheap runs like that, in terms of buys and no balls.
Yeah, I know it's hard for a young keeper standing up, especially when the ball's ragging like it was from Ajaz Patel, but Ollie Robinson will probably be pretty disappointed by his performance out there.
Play obviously getting underway here again shortly. We'll try and keep you in touch with what's happening elsewhere around the country today. This is one of 3 matches in the second division. There are 4 matches in the first division. The one at Worcester is probably the closest one to a finish. And don't forget, our emails remain open throughout the day as well. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. And this is Tom from the Rainstop Play blog saying, morning chaps, yes, the south of France, and warm enough for the first sandals of the season today.
Oh,
at
Tom.
the start, these two only need another 110 for the Gloucestershire record 10th wicket stand. Always believe, he said.
Oh, look, there's his sandals. Look, I tell you what, Ian Randall has got his disco sandals out, because we've got the Ministry of Sound tickets. They're available online on the Gloucestershire website. It's Friday the 28th of July here, and general admission tickets are available on the Gloucestershire website. And Ian Randall is DJing, and he's got his disco sandals out.
I think probably Adrian Thomas, the sage of Nailsea, is probably in front of me in that particular queue. Just a couple of things we should say. A lady called Jacqueline Forsyth sent us an email on Thursday and said that she would be with some friends in a hospitality box today, and she is. We also know that because she promised that she would bring us cake. Yeah. And one of the gentlemen who looks after the hospitality boxes delivered us a box at about 10 minutes to 11 and said, this is from Jacqueline, for you later. I'm sure we'll enjoy them. We've been told not to open the box yet, and this is Jacqueline's message. These cakes are for you in the hope they will sustain you throughout another day where I fear disappointment may be brought to the faithful. Well, who knows? The cakes are my favourites. My challenge for you is to identify them, and if you like them, I'll bring more for the Leicestershire match in June.
Well, I believe that there's a rum barber there, Ian, so I don't want you drunk this afternoon on the mic.
Well,
I want you behaving yourself, mate.
And as you know, Dan, alcohol and I do not mix very well, so we better be very careful about that. Anyway, Jacqueline, I hope you and your friends have a really good day here at the cricket. I mean, actually, if you set aside a day and you decide to book a hospitality box with some friends, this is the sort of weather-wise day that you want. You don't want a wet day, do you, where there's nothing to watch?
Not a cloud in the sky.
And the game is going to move forward now, because Durham are going to look to press the button on the accelerator.
Yeah.
And the debate is, I suppose, with 94 overs left in the day, is it a runs or is it a time thing over a potential declaration, or will they actually not mind if they're bowled out at some point later on this afternoon?
Yeah, they got a lead of 153. They'll definitely be looking to extend that, you know, up over the 350 mark by the end of play today, won't they? I mean, Gloucestershire will be having to bat to save the game tomorrow, unless, you know, Zafar Gahar gets in amongst them. Say they bowl Durham out for less than 100. You never know. It's game on.
Yes,
it's game on, isn't it?
That would be very interesting then. But that would tell you, wouldn't it, that the pitch was getting even more difficult?
Yeah, but all it takes then is someone just to get in, and you never know. Cricket's a funny thing, isn't it? It produces the unexpected, and you never know. But I mean, my sort of train of thought is that Durham will probably look to score 250 today and set Gloucestershire something in the region of 400 tomorrow.
But they would want to be bowling tonight, I think.
Yeah. I think they'll probably have maybe
15 overs, an hour,
maybe the last 8, I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go even longer than me. We'll see. We'll see. We know that they're,
which leaves them 86 overs then, which they should, they should get 250 in 86 overs.
Well, it depends how they batted aggressively in the first innings. I think they think aggressively as well. Ryan Campbell just strikes you as having that mindset, and I say it's now a question of they are driving the game from this position. 153 ahead, and with batsmen who can score quickly, and obviously because now the first 2 innings of the match have taken place, the umpires change ends, so I will have Mark Newell at my end at the Ashidon Road end, and you will have Surendaran Shanmugam at the pavilion end with you, Dan.
Yeah, Ian, if you were in the sort of the Durham think tank, so if you Ryan Campbell or Scott Borthwick or Marcus North or whoever, would you sort of dangle the carrot a little bit for Gloucestershire, or would you just put the game out of reach and back your bowlers just to bowl them out? You wouldn't sort of set them a teasing target where sometimes, you can win games by being prepared to lose them possibly.
I think they've got enough of a control of the game that the teasing target would only happen if Gloucestershire bowl them out really cheaply. I don't think that will happen from Durham's diktat.
Yeah. Well, here's Matt Taylor going to take us away from the pavilion end, and Lees gets up on his toes and defends that. Ben Charlesworth sprawling away there in the gully.
So we've got 90 minutes to go until lunch. Actually, we've got more than that because lunch today is at 1:10 because of the overs being made up. Lunch is at 1:10 and tea is at 4 o'clock. So if Durham batted until the teasing declaration would be sort of like 3:30.
Taylor over the wicket to Lees, just onto his hip, and he works.
But I don't see why Durham should give Gloucestershire that chance, if you like.
Yeah.
Not with so much time in the game.
Yeah, I think we've got Josh Shaw down at long leg. I wonder if he's going to open up from the newly christened south of France end.
And maybe on the basis that he might feel he's got some adrenaline buzzing through him because of the way he batted.
Yeah.
It's an option.
Yeah.
I suspect it's probably Singdale, but we will see.
Matt Taylor to Michael Jones. Just onto his hip. I believe Michael Jones, he was dismissed in the first innings, leaving one from Ajit Singdale. I believe that he's done that on a few occasions.
That's your information from Mr. Emerson, is it?
Well, it might be. Various other sources.
Brown or red, Dan?
Taylor in. That's a nice shot from Jones. punched off the back foot. That's going to be the first boundary of the second innings for Durham, and that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, long chase in vain for Miles Hammond out towards that Kennington Avenue boundary. Now Josh Shaw, really, in a sense that Gloucestershire know how to attack this south of France end, the Ashley Down Road end in one-day cricket. Shaw picked his boundary to try and hit those sixes in that last wicket stand, didn't he? They all went to the same spot.
Yeah, here's Taylor coming over the wicket. Jones just works that one off his hip and doesn't get him away.
Zuman Akhtar is just in front of the square leg umpire, and Taylor too has got, I wouldn't say he's got two short mid wickets, he hasn't quite got that, but because Akhtar is just a little bit squarer, but he's got fairly orthodox field. Two slips in the gully, no third man, and he's just pushing Zafar Gahar a bit straighter now at a short straight mid wicket.
Taylor past umpire Shanmugam, that goes past the outside edge of Jones's bat. That's well bowled. That completes the first over of this second innings, and Durham are 5 without loss.
And it will be Ajit Singh Dale to open from the south of France end, as we'll have to stop calling it, I think, because people will not be a bit confused about which end of the ground it is. But basically the Durham total, you have to add 153, and there on the bottom of your screen is the key details of the match situation. Durham was scoring at 4 and over in the first innings, so whether that's possible now on a pitch that's into its third day remains to be seen, particularly against Zafar, who I suspect will almost certainly be into the attack as first change. But Singhdale will have initially a chance to bowl Alex Lees here, with Jack Taylor and Chris Dent in the slips and Hammond in the gully. So here is Singhdale then from the Ashley Down Road end, and Lees just pushes that out to Zafar Gahar.
Interesting time of the game here, isn't it?
They don't. Obviously, Northants were in trouble in the first division against Hampshire yesterday. What Durham wouldn't want is to end up 20 for 3 here against the new ball. So they've got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah. Lees is batting over the wicket on off stump. When someone comes around the wicket to him, he goes a little bit further outside.
Singhdale again. And Lees pulls that. That will be 4. First boundary to him.
Yeah, don't bowl there.
Whipped away.
A little bit short, wasn't it?
Yeah, he scored in the first innings heavily off his pads. Almost closing up the offside in a way. By going right across with his guard. Gloucestershire have only got, at the moment, 3 men on the leg side. It's all about Singhdale's line here, and Lees gets that right on the bottom of the bat, squirts it out up to the bucket-hatted Josh Shaw.
Just a reminder, Friday here, the Severn Bridge Derby. Glamorgan are the visitors. T20 tickets available online, and the link where you can get your tickets is available in the description further down your YouTube link, and it should be a cracker. I'm looking forward to that, aren't you, Ian?
Yep, first match of the 14 in the T20, 7 at home, 7 away. Singhdale again to Lees, who defends.
I think it's the first home game. When's Kent? Kent's on Wednesday, isn't it? Away.
Wednesday is away.
That's where it starts.
Yep, it's a trip down to Kent for the boys. Down to Canterbury. Quite like my visits down to Canterbury.
Singdale again to Lees, who nudges a single out on the offside. It's a sharp one. And the throw is well backed up to prevent any more than that. If Canterbury, I mentioned this quietly, if Canterbury was closer, I think I would go there more often for my cricket.
I love Canterbury. It's, you know, the people down there, they know their cricket. They're sort of quite happy to have a chat with you on the grass bank there. You know, they've got a sort of big beer tent marquee, and they just sort of lurk. They just hang around and want to have a beer with you, have a spitfire and talk cricket, and that's my sort of people. But I do like it down there. I really do like it. They've sold a bit of the ground off. There's a big Sainsbury's outside it now.
Singdale now to Michael Jones, who lets that go outside the off stump.
Yeah, there's a big Sainsbury's outside it. They've sold like a lot of the ground off for flats, you know, as so many counties have had to do to make ends meet. But it's a lovely venue. Zach Crawley lives in one of those flats, I believe, overlooking the ground.
So just to be clear about the T20, Gloucestershire have got Grant Rolofson alongside Zafar Gahar as the overseas players in their group. Who have Middlesex got apart from Peter Milan?
Peter Milan only.
Only?
Yeah. I've got an article going in the cricket paper tomorrow about Middlesex's chance at an interview with John Simpson in the week.
We'll just run through who the overseas are for the T20 during this over from Matt Taylor.
Yep, here he comes, past umpire Shanmugam. There's that. It's angled into Lees's hips.
So Surrey have got Sunil Narain, the West Indian, and Sean Abbott from Australia. Somerset, Peter Siddle again, and Matt Henry. Essex, who we only play once, don't play Essex here, only away. Simon Harmer, of course.
Yeah.
Daniel Sams and Doug Bracewell, so they can only play two of those, obviously. Glamorgan have got Colin Ingram and actually Nisa and Labuschagne will be away with the Ashes, won't they?
Taylor to Lees, defends.
So will they go only with Ingram? Have they signed a fourth? Because Labuschagne and Nisa won't be available, I wouldn't think.
I'm sure they will.
Hampshire, Ben McDermott, obviously they are the holders. Ben McDermott, Nathan Ellis and Kyle Abbott. Abbott tends not to play in the T20, to be fair. George Linda and Kane Richardson are at Kent.
Taylor again just strays onto the pads of Lees, who works him down to Josh Shaw, the bucket-hatted Josh Shaw,
and
down at long leg.
Obviously we've seen Nathan McAndrew here already for Sussex, and Shadab Khan will join them for the T20. So those are the overseas for this season, and we've seen how good Hampshire were last year to win the tournament, and they were good here, and Ellis made a real impact, didn't he? Bowling at the death in particular.
Yeah, he's got a funny run up, isn't he? He sort of goes sideways. Oh, that's well bowled. Goes past the outside of Michael Jones's bat. He's got a funny run up, Ellis. He sort of goes sideways at the beginning, doesn't he?
But very, very effective.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Very effective.
Yeah, in the game last year. Gloucestershire ended up about 9 runs short. Hampshire got 178 for 7, thanks to McDermott with 50. And despite 40 from James Bracey, they couldn't quite get over the line. Here's Taylor. That's a pleasant shot. Square drive. And you can find Miles Hammond at cover point. 11 for none. Jones on 4. Lees is on to 7. Matt Taylor's going to come around the wicket, going to change the angle at Michael Jones, who now takes a guard of off stump by the look of it. Crowd's building nicely here in Bristol. Jones just plays that into the offside. They think about a single, but they don't fancy it, and that completes the third over. Yeah, the crowd's building quite nicely. It's free admission after tea. Why don't you come down if you've sort of got something to do this afternoon? If you know, maybe your other half's dragging you around a garden centre perhaps, or something like that. And
yeah,
come down.
That game here last year, Benny Howell scored 34 off 13 balls at the end to get Gloucestershire close, but not close enough. Hampshire won by 9, as you say.
And he's gone there now, hasn't he, Benny Howell? He'll be in their side.
And James Fuller, 4 overs, 2 for 23. That was one of the key spells. Another popular player here in his time.
But Bristol under the lights, there's something special about it, isn't there?
Yeah, Singdale saying around the wicket then to Lees. And that's down the leg side. That will be 4 byes, I think. Nothing Bracey could do about that. That's gone a long way down the leg side. And bowler not helping his skipper there.
No.
I know Lees takes his guard well across his stumps, but that was a wild one from Ajit.
But there's something wonderful. I was going back to Bristol. Under the lights, the sun sets over in the, over in the west, over sort of the downs. You can see it there, and it really is a special place. Bristol's a magnificent city anyway. And this ground is atmospheric.
And as Marcus North said yesterday, the apartments have made a difference. Singdale in, and Lees works that into the leg side. I mean, Dan, if you take those apartments away, and you just put a stand, what I call it, in the scoreboard corner, and the rest is open, it is a completely different vista.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But it almost encloses it, makes it a bit more of
an arena.
An arena, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just ask Jack a question about capacity and things in a minute. Here he is. Oh, that's a sharp one from Singdale. That's a better line. He's got that. Just Lee's pushing at that outside the off stump. So without the temporary stands, we're at 7,000 capacity.
Between 6.5 and 8.
Between 6.5 and 8.
Just depending on sort of seating down the front.
Right. So in terms of permanent seating, about 6.5, and then maybe a bit extra. But for the internationals, without this is without the big Kennington Avenue stand. Yeah.
14, 15.
Yeah. So it's much more than that. So yeah. So down again, Lees defends, and some counties wouldn't be able to get 7,000 or 8,000 in. Essex definitely can't get that many because Chelmsford is very tight, isn't it?
4.5. It's the smallest ground in the country, or smallest headquarters.
Yeah, I mean Worcester would probably not much bigger than that.
No.
To be fair, and obviously they haven't got any lights either.
No, Chelmsford, you're hemmed in there. I mean, you've got the river at one end. You've got a double-decker stand at that river end at Chelmsford. But the Hayes Close end is tiny. I mean, it's smaller than the seating area at the Ashley Down Road.
Singdale with only one slip, and it's after that wild one down the leg side. He's pulled this over back, and a much better line to Lees the last 2 deliveries. As Gloucestershire, well, they go hunting wickets here with a Durham lead of 153 on first innings.
But we'll pan over towards the car park at the end of the game, and that's where the temporary stand goes here at Bristol. At the end of the end of the over, sorry. We'll show you at home so you can visage that.
Singdale around the wicket. Lees again just gets into line but can't play a forcing shot, and just plays it quietly up to Josh Shaw. End of the over.
Yep, there's the car park, the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. As we pan around there, there's That's where Ian Randall picks up his ice cream normally, and a temporary stand goes in there. So it is enclosed here at Bristol. It's atmospheric, and as we said, your T20 tickets, they are available online, and got nothing to do. They're really well priced as well here at Gloucestershire. £21, I think they are, and I think that's fantastic value for what, 3 hours entertainment. I mean, it's better than football, isn't it? Better than football.
You can't get to many. I don't know what level you'd have to go to in terms of going outside the main EFL to get a ticket for £21 for a game.
And you can have a beer in your seat and watch the action as well, which you can't at football. So there you go.
Hasn't taken long for Gloucestershire to decide that Zafar Gahan needs to have a bowl.
No.
Matt Taylor's only bowled 2 overs, and Zafar's into the attack already.
No surprise there. No surprise.
Could have a very long bowl this afternoon.
Yeah, 2 absolute quality left-arm spinners in this game. Ajaz Patel thought bowled beautifully for Durham. Varied his pace, varied his flight. And I thought he was fantastic. And Zafar Gahan was superb, and they've taken 9 wickets between them in the first innings. As Zafar floats that one up to Jones, who defends it. And I'm sure there's plenty more to come, Ian.
And apart from anything else, as this is a wicket-taking threat for sure, particularly with a nice hard ball for Zafar, Durham probably know they can't take liberties with him.
Oh! Is that gone? It's gone straight to Jack Taylor at slip. Has that taken the outside edge? No, it hasn't. Let's have a look at this again. So Zafar floats it up. No, it's got nowhere near it. It's just spun. And that's not even out of the rough. That's out of the good bit. I think I described it yesterday as the posh part. The posh part of the pitch. Jones drives, doesn't go anywhere. I mean, they can't take liberties, but you don't want to be dictated to, do you? And we saw Josh Shaw plonk Ajaz Patel, and I mean, Zafar went for 130 in the first innings. Jones defends. So batsmen will try and go across the line, and Zafar will be relying on that. Batsman trying to hit him across the line into that shorter boundary towards the mound stand, towards the city of Bristol College, on the right hand side of your screen as you're watching there. Short and wide, and Jones crunches that, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. That's a good shot, not a great delivery, and still got to put them away, and Jones does.
There's right left hand combination for Durham at the top of the order. They got another left-hander in Borthwick at 3, right-hander then Beddingham, right-hander Robinson. So a mix for the Gloucestershire attack to deal with.
Yeah. Here's Zafar to Jones. So that's played out to long off. Marcus Harris doing the fielding there.
I'll just say that Dan mentioned about individual T20 tickets. If you think you can come to most of the white ball cricket here in Bristol this summer, you can get a white ball season ticket, a white ball membership for £133. Now that will get you to 7 T20 games, 2 games in the Royal London Cup, which are 50 overs a side obviously, and the 2 games at Cheltenham included as well. So, and that is great value. If 4-day cricket is difficult for you to attend and you watch us on the stream, and obviously we're grateful for your company, then the white ball membership might be something that you can look at. You can go to the club website for that. A young adult will only pay £62 for an equivalent ticket. Singdale to continue.
You also get a freebie there. I'll come on at that, eh?
Pushed at, prodded at. by Michael Jones. Didn't really get into the right place to play that shot. I think went through to James Bracey.
You can also get access to the New Zealand Tourist match here as well as part of your white ball membership. So that should be.
Now, I don't think when that game is actually. Is that after Cheltenham? Is it? It's quite late in the season. It's August bank holiday. Yeah, I did think it was after Cheltenham. Well, after Cheltenham, in fact. 2 slips for Singdale. Past umpire Newell. Oh, Jones just nudges that off his pads. They'll come back for 2. It's ground for Zuman Akhtar to make up. And James Bracey obviously conscious that Zavagar's success, or certainly part of his success in that Durham first innings, came with a relatively new hard ball, didn't it? Particularly bowling from the other end.
Yeah.
But still where bounce might well be a factor for him, rather than having a softer, older ball to bowl with. Jones waits once more, lets that go outside the off stump. Singdale just thinks about asking his skipper for a field change here, so they're going to move Hammond across. Dent will go into the gully and Hammond will go almost to a leg gully position. They're going to put him at square leg, in fact, I think, in the end. Just behind the umpire. Just checking that Zuman Akhtar has got a line of sight from his position down on the boundary. Singdale at the end of his run. Quite a rhythmic approach. And Jones comes half forward and again almost takes one hand off the bat there, and it goes out to Matt Taylor. In the covers, there's nobody behind. Only Matt Taylor and Marcus Harris on the offside in front of square. One or 2 latecomers have been to the supermarket this morning and decided they're going to spend the rest of the day at the cricket.
And why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Ian? Why not?
Singdale in. That's just back of a length once more, and Michael Jones defends. So remember, add 153 to the score on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That is the Durham lead.
Let's go around the country, and at Southampton, the Jizz Bowl, Hampshire, 367, and then bowled Northants out for 56. They're making a slightly better fist of it in the second innings. They've been asked to follow on, and they're 85 for 2.
Singdale again to Jones. Oh, that's really beaten him. That was a sharp one. Didn't really get in the right position to play that shot. I think he half thought of playing a forcing shot. Here it is again in slow motion. There was a bit of a jab, and in the end taken cleanly by James Bracey. 22 without loss, Durham. Didn't enforce the follow-on, although it was a tight call. They could have had the chance to do so. Gloucestershire all out this morning for 292. They needed 296. But I think they were close enough that Durham thought best chance of winning the game was to bat again.
Yeah, at the Oval, Kent are making a meal of it. They lead by just 51 runs. They're 137 for 8, though. And Surrey look like they're going to extend their lead at the top of Division 1 there. Essex 298, Nottinghamshire have responded with 365 for 6 in the game up at Trent Bridge. Zafar is just setting his field there. At Worcestershire need 209 runs. That could be quite interesting. Here's Zafar going over the wicket to Lees, who plays a Curious shot there.
How many wickets gone?
3. So Leicestershire 173. Bowled Worcestershire out for 83. Then Worcestershire bowled Leicester out for 180. As Lees defends that one. Worcestershire are 62 for 3, needing 209 more runs. Game on. Our friends in the northeast tuning in will have one eye on Sussex, Glamorgan, as Lees defends that. Glamorgan bowled out for 123. Sussex responded with an imposing 481. Glamorgan are 140 for 3. Oh, that's well bowled. That takes the inside edge of Lee's bat. And finally, in the game at Lords, Somerset 404. Bowled Middlesex out for 175. Zafar. Oh, and that's taken the edge. That's spat out the rough and goes round the corner. Middlesex 175. Somerset asked them to follow on. Middlesex are 110 for 2. One of your lads from the northeast, Mark Stoneman, he's on 50 odd not out. Zafar to Lees, goes reversing, and that hits the gloves. That's a dangerous shot. That's a good over.
There's a big gap on the offside for Lees. They're trying to squeeze him into playing into his areas that he prefers, but obviously where the fielders are occupying many more of the spaces. That was his counter to that, to try and play the reverse into the gap on the offside, and he I think indicated to the umpire to come off the glove rather than the toe end of the bat, which it might have done given all the pace was off it, but Bracey just signalling to the dressing room for something, not sure what that was. A little bit of jumper actually. It doesn't feel that cold out there today in the sunshine, but it is an easterly breeze, so it's got a little bit of bite to it.
Off the Urals.
Yes.
It's a long way to come though.
Singdale from the Ashley Down Road end to Michael Jones, and these two not setting off in third gear, which is what they seem to do when they set out on the first morning of this match. But they're conscious that the team's in a good position. How many times have you heard a coach say, don't waste it, don't, I mean, you've worked hard for 2 days to get into this position, don't let it slip through your fingers from here. Singdale to Jones, and again that went carried quite low to James Brace. He took it cleanly, but this is a ball that's only 7 overs old.
Yeah, the bounce is just a little bit unpredictable,
Yeah,
isn't
and
it?
if it is losing its bounce, that's even more of a bother against the slower bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot of rough there for the left armers to work with as well. Can't quite see it on your camera there, but there is considerable rough, especially for the left-hander outside his off stump.
Jones waits and defends. Singdale out on the offside. That delivery from around the wicket that went wildly down the leg side has been out of kilter with the rest of his spell, because bowling over the wicket he looks much happier, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does. He's been a revelation this season, I think, Ajit Singdale. I think as we spoke about the other day, he's really come on, hasn't he, as a bowler.
And there is that theory, I'll just come back to it at the end of this over, when I was after this delivery if I can. Jones, again beaten this time by Singdale. Frustrated that one has gone past the right-hander's bat. Yeah, Jones just saying, yeah, that was quite sharp, that. And there is perhaps the school of thought that whether you're bowling to a right-hander or a left-hander, if you can get really close to the stumps, then why sort of close up the angle by going around the wicket? Just bowl over the wicket almost all the time as a routine, and just try and bowl almost wicket to wicket with a slight variation on the line. Don't make a big alteration to it. Jones again beaten by one that was, again, that's quite low too. Bracey isn't able to take that, but there's no loss of a run. And I know even in my sort of humble playing days as a club bowler, I would always rather prefer to bowl over the wicket to right or left-handers.
Yeah.
And that's not got up much above stump height there from Ajit Singh Dale.
What I like about him is he makes things happen. He creates theatre, doesn't he? He actually, you throw in the ball and things start to happen.
Jones just wandering away to gather himself, having been beaten by that last delivery. Perhaps the seed of doubt of uneven bounces there at the moment, and this is a much better over, bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, and he's going to get a good hand, Ajit, for that over. Just how much bounce was there here? A little bit more, but the one of the ball before barely got above stump height.
Yeah.
And that's sowing the seeds of doubt, as we said.
He's all over Jones.
So 22 in 8 overs. It's a first gear start, isn't it? Not a third gear start.
Yeah, but they don't, they've got themselves in a position where they just need to make sure that they don't have any accidents.
Yeah. Crumbles of the order. Collapses, if you like. Calypso.
Zafar in, and Lees uses his feet.
Yes, this is where perhaps on your screen you can see a little bit more of the wear, because the bowlers have been bowling both sides of the wicket at Lees' end of the ground.
Lees again using his feet, and he actually gets that past the diving Zafar and past Chris Dent as well at short mid wicket, and he'll pick up a single.
With Patel bowling 29 overs off the on the run, almost on the walk actually to be more accurate, from this pavilion end, there's not much wear at this pavilion end of the ground. All the wear is where Michael Jones is now setting himself up to face Zafar. You can see the footmarks both from over and around the wicket.
Yeah. Tossed up a little by Zafar there. Jones plays it firmly, but can only find Chris Dent.
Yeah, there is
extra cover.
Again, there is a gap to Dent's left, right out to Hammond on the boundary. There's a single there if Durham can find that space.
I love watching Zafar bowl. Sometimes you think he's got the ball on a string, don't you?
Yes, he's just got to get into his own rhythm here, because he's going to be asked to bowl a lot, I would think, today.
Jones defence. We apologise if there's any shakiness on the camera there. It's on the gantry downstairs, and when people are sort of walking past, or maybe the wind blows a little, you're suddenly getting some interference with your picture. Tossed up by Zafar, and Jones just turns the face of the bat and pushes that into the onside for a single. 24 for none. Lees is on 8, Jones on 12, and we've got about an hour to lunch.
Yeah, I was going to say that a reminder that this morning's session is 2 hours and 10 minutes, and the afternoon session 2 hours and 10 minutes, and the post-tea session the same, to make up for the time which was lost to that sharp shower yesterday. So we could well be playing beyond 6:30 tonight, you would think, but loads of blue sky overhead. you can see from the light and around the ground today, the sun is quite brightly out, so it's going to be, I'm sure, a full day. Dale Pankenstein just wandering around the ground below us. Looks like he's might be on a phone call actually. Here's Singdale into Michael Jones, who'll just nudge a single down to Zuman Akhtar on the boundary down here. That long leg.
You think 6:30? I think we might be a little later. I think it might be 7 o'clock.
Well, at least 6:30, I think.
Ian Randall's not on overtime either. Hashtag pray for Ian.
The motorway was quite quiet this morning, and I think it might be quite quiet at that sort of time tonight as well. You do notice a difference. Not on a weekday. So Lees again taking strike, as you can see, where we can see his leg stump, as you can at home. Singdale into him, and it doesn't take much to just get right across those stumps outside the line of the ball and accumulate into the leg side. How would you compare him? He is a left-hander and this other gentleman is a right-hander. How would you compare him to Dom Sibley in that way? In that sort of accumulatory way on the leg side?
Yeah, I think he's a better bat than Sibley. I think he scores in a number of different areas.
Singdale to Jones.
I mean, Sibley's he's a big scorer, but he's not much fun to watch, is he?
That's very polite.
He's not much fun to watch.
He did get a 100 in a Royal London game at Cheltenham. Was that last summer?
Yeah, it was.
It was last summer. When he just never looked like getting out.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I still have nightmares about it now.
Yeah. Singdale to Jones once more. He's getting pinned on the crease, getting a bit bogged down here. And just by getting him to perhaps he's, I'm sure, not thinking like this, but if he can't get the ball off the square, then you try and force a shot maybe that you shouldn't, and does that bring a mistake?
But no, going back to your point there, I think Lee's scores in other areas. I think he scores, he's very good down the ground. Straight driver, very strong there.
Jones with that high back lift. Brings it down and just pushes that out onto the offside, fielded by Hammond. And he's another Walker and Glover and Strapper. Just like Charlesworth was yesterday, Michael Jones. Actually, we haven't, interesting, in this game, although it's been played much better weather, we haven't seen lots of people running on and off with changes of gloves. Maybe the umpires had a word about that at the start of the game and said, look, we don't want every 5 minutes somebody running on with a bottle of water or a message or something. Here's Singdale to Jones into the ground, but not past Hammond. And they're going to come through for a very quick single. There's a throw from Matt Taylor to the bowler's end which doesn't hit. And Hammond made the stop, but it wasn't a clean one. And Taylor had to help him out. End of Singdale's over, so he's bowled unchanged so far from the Ashley Down Road end. 5 overs he's had. Matt Taylor just had a couple at the pavilion end before Zafar Gahar was introduced, but Gloucestershire still working for this first wicket. 27 without loss at the 153, and Durham's lead up to 180 on this third day.
There's our email address, drop us a line. Yeah, Alex Lees, he was taught magic by his uncle. His uncle was a member of the Magic Circle. And Alex Lees was taught a few tricks. Here's one man looking to pull the rabbit out of the hat. Zafar Gahar from the pavilion end. Bowling to Jones.
There are 3 close catches for Zafar, as you can see on your screen. Other than that, 3 saving a single on the offside and 1 out.
Here he comes. Jones goes down the wicket, gets on the dance floor, as they say, but almost yorks himself in the process and plays it out to Chris Dent at extra cover.
Zumanachta's come right in now on the single.
Oh, that's turned Jones a little. Harris doing the fielding. Well bowled by Zafar.
So where's Zumanachta going to go now? He came in for that last delivery halfway, almost on the single. He's now been pushed back once more for Lees, and Harris is going to drop out to long on as well.
Zafar coming over the wicket to the left-handed Lees. That one spat a little, so Lees adjusts.
Can sometimes bowlers almost try too hard in this situation, searching for wickets rather than just doing the simple, repeatable things?
Yeah, possibly. Oh, that's kept a little low. Lees jams the bat down and he's going to get one. Josh Shaw doing the fielding round the corner. But Lees was like a sort of a child prodigy, wasn't he? He represented Yorkshire from sort of 13, skip at the academy, skip at the second team, made his first class debut aged 17, got 100 against Middlesex, and then when he was just turned 20, he got 275 against Derbyshire. As Zafar comes in, they take a quick single, and they're going to get home.
That's probably more than my career aggregate. At nothing like the same level.
Yeah. At an England Lions tour to Sri Lanka in 2014, and then was part of that sort of 2014 championship triumph for Yorkshire under Jason Gillespie and Andrew Gale skippering it. Had a good side there, Ryan Sidebottom, Jack Brooks. Some good players in that side. A young Joe Root in that side, I think. And then they retained the title in 2015 and came so close to winning it in that wonderful finale in 2016 when Middlesex pipped them on the last day thanks to a Toby Rowland-Jones hat-trick.
Here's Singdale continuing this opening spell to Michael Jones. And just pushed out to Matt Taylor. No run.
And against Durham, he got 188 when he was at Yorkshire and left them having played 89 first-class matches, scoring just shy of 5,000 runs and averaging 34.5.
He's got 1900s in his career, Alex Lees.
Steve Hallam.
On the email?
Yeah, he said, can I pose the question as to why Ian has a jacket fleece on a day like today? Is he Nesh? What does Nesh mean? Oh, cold. Cold.
I'm not cold, no. I mean we do have air conditioning in this box, which is very welcome.
Steve, I want to tell you, mate, right? Listen. Ian wears like a gilet when it's 30 degrees. Shirt and tie combination, gilet and a coat sometimes.
Singdale. Jones, they're asking about an LBW, and there's certainly no single there. Well, there was a yes, no, wait, sorry moment between the two batsmen, and in the end, it will only go down as a dot ball in Adrian Bull's scorebook.
Bit high, going over the top, wasn't it?
Yes. Whoever thought there was a single there needed a second thought.
Durham Dominic, living in Tanzania. We've had emails from all over the place, haven't we? From Baltimore, another one from the States yesterday, one from Tanzania.
Jones waits for Singdale. Oh, again, that's not got up very much outside the off stump. The bounce is starting to become increasingly variable here now. And it is not getting any easier to bat on.
No.
This is a normal pace for Singdale, and that's a good delivery, but Bracey's taken that very low, and it's probably only 2/3 stump height.
Yeah. Dominic is in Tanzania and would like to thank us for an excellent job so far in this match. It's been a pleasure to watch and listen along so far. Well, thank you, Dominic. Your kindness is much appreciated.
Jones with 2 slips, waiting for an edge. They don't get it here, and he can. We thought about again a single up, going to Josh Shaw's right. It would have been a tight call to do that, and in this situation, Durham aren't about taking too many risks just at the moment.
Yeah, Zaffa running across there from mid-wicket put them off. Dominic says, while my friends are taking a dip in the pool, I'm thoroughly enjoying watching Jones and Lees making this sturdy, if unspectacular start. Well, can I just say that if Ian Randall was in that swimming pool, he would still have his coat and his gilet on.
You haven't seen me go to a cold rugby ground in the winter to know how many layers I need. Here is Jones once more, waits for Singdale and just nudges a single to Shaw. That was the safer shot of the last 2 he played, and he took the opportunity to take the single. So Jones has 17, Lees has 10, and after 12 overs with this new ball in the 3rd innings of the match, Gloucestershire still haven't dislodged the 2 openers. 31 without loss, and as you can see, the overall lead 184.
Pete Tuck and Mrs. Tuck is loving the Coventry. Says it's soothing like the shipping forecast. Well, we can do that for you. We can do that for you, Mrs. Tuck. We can. What is it? German bite.
Oh, no, you've got to start at the right place, haven't you, for that?
Fisher Dogger. German
bite, Humber, Thames, Dover, White, Portland, Plymouth, Biscay, Finisterre, Seoul, Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea. I can't go much further than that.
Ian Randall. Ian Randall, you're wasted in cricket commentary, mate. You are absolutely wasted. Here's Zafar Gahar from the pavilion end as Jones gets one past short leg and gets a single.
The shipping forecast is now a regular, right? But they used to do the weather reports from coastal stations as well as the shipping forecast.
Right. Okay.
And there were other locations there as well.
Okay. She has no idea where the positions are, but it has a beautiful atmospheric ring about it. The cake comments made her laugh. You're having a better day weather-wise than we are here in northwest Sutherland. Where's that? Oh, Lees goes dancing down the pitch, can't quite get it. Is that New Zealand, Sutherland? We've just got our research team on it, Pete Tuck. But glad you're enjoying it, and glad Mrs. Tuck's enjoying it. Zaffa over the wicket. Lees defends. But what a lovely email. Thank you for your email, Pete. And glad you're enjoying it. And thank you, Mrs. Tuck. And hope we're soothing you. Oh, that's not a very pretty shot there from Lees. Just bottom hand comes into it. He's going to get 1 for his troubles, but it was...
That was a height.
Was that no ball? I saw the umpire with his arm out there. Maybe he was just signalling 2 balls to go in the over.
That is what is left. 2 balls in the over, and that is a trend you will have noticed if you watch the umpires closely.
Yeah,
we always check after 4.
We always do it. Oh, that's well bowled. Goes past the outside edge. We always do it because you don't do it at 5, because if your colleague starts walking, you make him look a bit of a muppet, don't you? So you do it at 4, you give him the signal of 2, or even at 3 you give him the little halfway. That's in the air. That's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Well timed by Jones.
Mid on and mid off, both up.
Yeah, moves on to 22, 37 for none. Lees is on 11. The other runs came from 4 buys from
Ajit
Singhdale.
Oh, right down the...
Sutherland is at the top of Scotland near John O'Groats, so no wonder you're Durham fans if you're living up there. But no, thank you for your emails. It's great to hear from you all, and keep them coming. We love your emails. We love them coming through. We had some fantastic ones yesterday about...
And I know that you've written an article for the cricket paper, Dan, about the streaming service, and I know it was brought in at a difficult time for everybody, but because counties have made it available as what I would call a free-to-air service, that's why it pulls in the numbers it does from literally all around the world.
Yeah, it does. And there's 2 points there. Firstly, it's hugely important that there is cricket on free-to-air TV. It grabs in the youngsters. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Matt Taylor's replaced Ajit Singhdale from the Ashley Down Road end, and Durham won't squeeze a single off his first delivery to Alex Lees. So Taylor only had 2 overs at the start, but Singhdale having bowled 6, that generally is around about his limit. And now the switch.
Yeah, there's a couple of points there with regards to, cricket should be on free-to-air TV. It's hugely important. It's hugely important that we get kids into the game. I grew up on
Taylor to Lees.
I grew up on the game on the BBC. I mean, my idol was David Gower, and it's hugely important. The other thing is, and there is a new breed of fan, a younger fan who's coming through who are interested in 4-day cricket and who don't want the endless diet of T20 franchise cricket from around the world on their TV, which some of the other channels are showing. Sometimes you don't want fast food, Ian. Sometimes you want haute cuisine.
Dan, I was just waiting for that line. That's a good shot. Cracked away by Lees through the gap in the covers. Matt Taylor just gave him enough room there, and that's gone all the way out towards the boards at the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, and Durham up to 41.
But
and the lead almost up to 200.
I like T20 cricket as well, but sometimes I like to vary my diet. Sometimes I like a Big Mac and fries, and other times I like lobster thermidor.
I've had neither, by the way, just to make that clear. I'm quite plain with my food, as you know.
You are, yeah, you are.
There's not much I don't like, but spicy food is just not my thing.
I'm going to take you for a...
No, you're not, Dan. You're not.
Honestly. I am. I'm going to take you down the Gloucester Road before the end of the season. I'm taking you down the Gloucester Road, and we're going to have a chicken vindaloo.
No,
we are.
Signals. Is there a bat problem here? Yes. Either Lees wants a new bat or some tape for the one he's using. He's already done a bit of damage to that one. Matt Taylor in bright sunshine to Lees, and he's cut that through the same gap through the offside just to prove he's not all about playing off his pads. That's 2 in this over. He's crunched away through the gap through extra cover, and that's 4 more, and Durham up to 45 and the lead to 198. Overs remaining in the day also important here, because Durham have to gauge how long they think it will take to bowl Gloucestershire. How long do they allow themselves to bowl Gloucestershire out in the 4th innings?
A day.
A day plus.
Is this? Yeah, I think they'll probably have a crack at them tonight. I think probably 8 overs tonight, something like that.
Taylor again, he's got 3 men on the leg side, saving 1, but nobody out. And Lees has profited twice in that over with that bat. And looks like he's going to change it, because George Dressell's just trotting out with 3 more, and he'll decide which one he wants to use. How many bats, Dan, do you think a proper batsman, as opposed to a at number 10 or 11. How many bats would they carry in their bag, I wonder?
I think they probably have 3 or 4 in their bag. I think they probably have about 6 or 7 over the season. But I reckon 3 or 4, and they probably have. Some may have a T20 bat for range hitting. Some may have a county championship 4-day bat, and others just like a certain bat. Others like a bat with a sweet spot further down, you know, at the bottom of the bat for slower, lower pitches perhaps, and others like it, you know, the sweet spot slightly higher up. Here's Zafagahar bowling to Michael Jones. Gloucestershire searching for that breakthrough.
Still that sort of in-out field for Zaffa.
Yep, short leg, 2 slips. There's Jones, rocks onto the back foot, cuts him out to MATCHDAY, out on the deep cover boundary.
There's been some genuine spin from Zaffa in this spell, both out of the footmarks and, quote Dan Whiting, off the posh bit of the pitch.
Lee's using his feet.
You'd like to see that, don't you? When Charlesworth used his feet quite a lot yesterday against Patel.
Yeah, what it does, it smothers the spin. There's Zaffa looking. I mean, obviously it brings the danger of being stumped, but you can smother the
it doesn't
the
have
turn,
to be
the grip.
have to be only negative, does it? You can use your feet in a positive in a very positive way.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Lees goes sweeping. Gets his foot outside the off stump though, so he takes the LBW out of the equation. I'm just wondering though whether this might be one of those Bristol pitches that gets better and better as the game goes on. The thought has crossed my mind, Ian. Oh, that's a little bit of bounce there. Charlesworth waiting at short leg.
But you do have a kind of a again it is a cliched quote in a way, but you do have potential scoreboard pressure if you are batting last with 380 against you.
Yeah. Well, the lead's already just shy of 200.
Yeah.
And
Durham will have plenty of runs to attack with potentially.
yeah, then they'll get Ajaz Patel into the attack early on. There'll be men crowding the bat. You know, it's not nice for a batsman. They call it dying in the hole, don't they? Or a batter, they call it dying in the hole. Where, you know, you just you're waiting there to death by spin with men around the bat. Sometimes you can clear them by getting the long handle out and giving it a bit of bosh.
Here is Matt Taylor around the wicket to Michael Jones. Defends out on the offside. And if Durham needed another spinner, I know Scott Borthwick didn't take more than a couple of wickets last year, but you know he does offer a little bit of variety.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken 4 wickets for England.
But with a fairly well-rounded seam attack and Patel, Durham have got a bit of everything. Quietly out in the offside by Jones, again fielded by Miles Hammond.
He played for England in the last test, the final test of that ill-fated tour where England lost 5-0 back in 13-14. And he played at Sydney, which is traditionally a bit of a Bunsen, isn't it, Ian? Bit of a turner.
Taylor past umpire Newell. It'll be a single. Jones has worked that right round to MATCHDAY. Deep backward square.
Australia used to play 3 spinners there at times, didn't they? I think Alan Border even picked up a 7-foot there with his slow left arm stuff. Anyway, Borthwick played there. He bowled 13 overs in one innings, picked up 3 for 33. And he's got the most test wickets of someone who hasn't ever bowled a maiden in cricket.
That's a very niche stat, isn't it?
It is a hugely niche stat. But we like a niche stat, don't we? We like a...
Taylor back over the wicket to the left-handed Alex Lees. Can't turn that as square as he would like, straight to Miles Hammond at mid-wicket. So we've got about 35 minutes to lunch. And Durham creeping their way forward at this point. Lead up to exactly 200, but still 79 overs left in the day. They bat 60 of those. They might be close to doubling that advantage.
Oh,
That just bounced a little bit more than you expected. Alex Lees, he got it away on the leg side, and Miles Hammond has come into field, but not
he's wringing his hand a
completely in
little.
control of that.
He's wringing his hand a little there, Lees. That did pop a little bit.
Taylor walking ruefully back.
He actually played that quite well.
The right-hander on the strike. Taylor switching his line of attack once more, and Lees straight up to mid-off. So no joy for Taylor at either end. He's tried his luck at the Pavilion end initially, and now at the Ashley Down Road end, but still no joy. 48 for no wicket, Durham.
You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and your geography teacher here, Ian Randall.
Yes, Dave in Suffolk says Sutherland is a large county in northwest Scotland with a very small population. It's the last county before Caithness, which is where John O'Groats is. It was called Sutherland because the Vikings called it their southern land, greatly ravaged by the Highland clearings after the Attle of Culloden. There is not much cricket played there. Ah yes, but you can still access cricket from there.
You can. You certainly can. And Zaffiga, oh, that's swept. He's got that square. He's going to get 4 runs. That's well placed there by Alex Lees. And that brings up the 50 for Durham. Both batters on 24. And it's been a watchful start, but they're now starting to make hay. And they're extending their lead.
I feel I should have read that email from Dave from Suffolk in a Scottish accent.
Oh, hi, the new.
Reading it back.
Zafar Gohar. Oh, has he bowled him there? No, Bracey has just taken the bails off.
And actually, talking about, I mean, you just rolled your R's there, and Marchant actually says his own name with a rolled R, does he not? If you are Marchant de Lange.
I'm telling you, Ian, he is more of a Afrikaans man.
Yes.
Hey. That was a dot ball. 52 for none. Durham. I tell you what, if Durham win this game and Sussex or Leicestershire ends up in a draw,
I don't think Leicestershire's game's going to be a draw, do you?
that's a lovely reverse sweep there from Lees. Clever cricket. And that gets past. I think that's is that Miles Hammond out there? I think it gets past Miles Hammond.
No,
Is that Middleton?
No, that is Don Goodman.
Oh, it's Goodman.
It's Goodman down
yeah.
there. So I wonder if... Oh, where is Ajit Singh Dale? He tends to be the one who can go off the field after a spell. But he may be the one who's...
Oh, where's that gone? Oh, he's got an inside edge on it. Lees goes walkabouts, goes down the pitch and just about gets a slither of the bat onto it as the ball goes past Ben Charlesworth at short leg, dicing with danger. Yeah, so if Durham win this game, they're going to be on 105 points. That's gone down the ground. Jones has got hold of that one. Goes all the way for 6. Opening up here now, Michael Jones.
He's taken him a while to get to this point, though. He really has been very patient.
Yeah, but, you know.
And
so, yeah, what I was going to say is if Sussex draw the game, or if Leicestershire draw their game, well, they're not going to, but if Leicestershire lose, Leicestershire are going to end up still on 63 points. If Sussex draw their game, they're going to be on 76 points. If Durham win this game, they're going to be on 105 points. I mean, are they champions elect already?
Well, Sussex are in a good position. The Leicestershire-Worcestershire game is a tight call at the moment. So a lot can happen in this round of games still. And just to give you one little note which has been sent to me by our good friend Ed Seaborn as well. Lees faces a new over of Matt Taylor, squeezes that out on the leg side. He says that he's been advised that Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale's stand for the 10th wicket is jointly the best for Gloucestershire against Durham anywhere. It matches one at Chester Street in 2003 between Jack Russell and Mike Smith.
Worcestershire.
Stand was 65, by the way.
Worcestershire are 97 for 3, by the way, in that game, needing just another 174 runs.
Taylor into Lees. That was well pitched up, and Lees clips it to Shaw at mid-on. Pitches at Worcester though, they tend not to flatten out in that way that you say sometimes. He's right about pitches here. I don't necessarily think that this one is doing that. It is continuing to wear, and the bounce is going to become increasingly a challenge. Taylor over the wicket to Lees. Plays it into that gap where Gloucester have actually put Hammond there for that precise purpose.
The other one that
dry Lees' runs up.
The other one that our friends in the northeast might have half an eye on is the game at Hove. Sussex got 481, having bowled Glamorgan out for 123. Glamorgan are making a better fist of it though in the second dig. They're 191 for 3. Kent look like they're going to lose to Surrey. Middlesex 127 for 4, following on against Somerset.
Lees waits for Taylor once more. That's pushed pleasantly but not fiercely at Zuman Akhtar. A difficult situation for James Bracey, and he's, in a sense, what does he do with his young bowler in this position? To not bowl him doesn't show a great deal of trust, which probably isn't what his bowler would want. But he's got to be careful how he uses him, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'd give him a go. Why not?
Taylor with 5 men saving 1, and Lees almost topples over, having played the shot back down the pitch.
If you're not going to use them in this, now you're not going to use them in any situation at all.
Well, here's, as we discussed in the first innings, for him to be the 4th seamer in a 5-man attack is probably the lowest pressure situation he could have been brought into.
Yeah.
You probably want him against, maybe a new batsman, maybe a couple of new batsmen if that ever was to come to pass. But he's looked lively in the field. He did get
He's
first,
a
but
good fielder.
he did get a first ball duck, and he's not in the team for his batting. We understand that. But it might be that would there be a couple of overs either side of lunch maybe where he might get just the nod, where Durham aren't looking to force it too much.
Finally, Nottinghamshire. Jack Longstaff's county alongside us here. They're doing well, Jack. They're leading by 126 runs, 424 for 8, having bowled Essex out for 298. So they're making a running. They've been quite funky with their declarations. Steve Mullaney. He's been around for years, Steve Mullaney, for Liverpool. Steve Mullaney. He's made a very interesting declaration at Lord's in the game that Nottinghamshire lost the other week. Here's Zafar. Oh, that's well bowled.
Again, not a lot of bounce for Bracey there.
No.
It did turn, but it didn't. I mean, one or two have the past tense of to spit is spat, isn't it? So yes, they have spat.
Oh, that's gone up in the air. Jones has collared that. He's put him there for 1 bounce 4. Jones being positive here.
I wonder if Zafar would think about having a long on back. You might say, well, that just opens up the accumulation of the singles, isn't it? But they're looking for or just push the mid on a little bit deeper, rather than have somebody absolutely on the rope. Harris is just saying it long off. Actually, does he want him to be switched?
Yeah. Well, Alan Jones, the old Glamorgan opening bat,
and now Zafar is dropping Matt Taylor a little bit deeper, not absolutely on the rope. He's probably 10 yards in.
Oh, that's well bowled by Zafar. Alan Jones, the old Glamorgan bat, who was, what did he score? 35,000 runs for Glamorgan. I mean, what a player. He had this theory of going down to the pitch to the spinners, and all you have to do is get it over the top of mid-off and mid-on. That's gone. F for 6 into the mound stand. Jones now taking the game to Zafar Gahar. This is a really good battle here. Zafar's beaten him twice outside the off stump, and Jones has also put him for a 4 and a 6 in this over. But Alan Jones had this theory that you had to just even get it over the top of mid-off and mid-on. You didn't have to go for 6. You just had to clear them. Then they put the men back, and then it's 1, 1, 1. And, you know, once you start pushing the spinners around for 1, they're in trouble a little bit, aren't they? As a batter. That's your theory.
And the questions are now being asked of James Bracey, what does he do? And the answer is he's taken Charlesworth out, and he's gone out to the boundary at mid-wicket.
Zafar bowling to Jones, who...
So the mid-wicket field now has the leg side field has 3 men out, and there's a single anywhere Jones wants it on the leg side.
Jones still plays that ball on its merit though, and pushes it into the offside to Akhtar.
A reminder, lunch is at 10 past 1 today. We're making up the time for the rain yesterday, so 10 past 1 for lunch, 2 hours 10-minute session, and then tea will be taken at a fixed time rather than on the normal overs situation where you take tea 32 hours left in the day. Tea will be taken at a fixed time of 4 o'clock.
Can I just say the lunches have been absolutely fantastic. Last 2 days, Geraint and the team downstairs have been absolutely wonderful. We had jerk chicken on Thursday. We had a bit of kung po chicken yesterday, and they've been absolutely wonderful. And credit to the team downstairs.
I should also say that our good friend Jacqueline Forsyth has been absolutely fair in that she's also brought a box of cakes for Ed Seaborn and Martin Emerson in the BBC box.
Wowzers.
So you can't say that she's not being even-handed.
No.
Her promise from Thursday was, I say, absolutely fair to everybody in the media team. As Matt Taylor starts a new over, which one that's gone flicked off the pad of Lee's. It goes for a leg bite down to fine leg. Dom Goodman still on the field, so Ajit Singh Dale, I think, is the player not out there at the moment. Jack Taylor having a chat with James Bracey. Shaw asking at mid-on whether he needs to be moved. The answer is no. Taylor staying around the wicket, and Jones can't get through the offside field.
I thought we might have seen Josh Shaw into the attack by now.
Yeah,
Saw he bowled pretty well in the first innings.
Yeah, suddenly that run rate, which was creeping along, is now up nearly at 4 and over again. It's almost unnoticed. It's gone from sort of like 2.8 up to nearly 4, and that just shows just sensible cricket from these two openers. Taylor around the wicket, forced again off the back foot, but not through the offside field by Michael Jones. Jack Taylor doing some limbering up. Is there an argument for a couple of overs of Jack Taylor before lunch?
Why not? Why not? Well, I mean, a couple of overs, just try and make something happen. I think just rotate your bowlers and try and make something happen, because Durham are extending their lead here, and I think they're not a million miles away from being out of sight. I'd give them an hour after lunch, and I don't think Durham can lose this game.
Taylor again to Jones, almost plays on. He left one in the first innings that Ajit Singh now got through the gap. He went to play that. There was a gap between bat and pad. I think he may have actually got an inside edge, played it into his pad, and he's not very happy with the shot he played. But having crept along initially, as you can now see, 40 off 64.
Yeah, he's had an interesting career from Ormskirk Cricket Club, Michael Jones. They're very strong in the Liverpool competition. Strong league, that.
Waits again for Matt Taylor. And again, that kept a little bit low. He drops the bat on it and just looks a bit ruefully off the pitch. Is he not a Scotland white ball international?
He is, yeah. He played 12 one-day internationals for Scotland. High score of 87. He started, though, in Liverpool and came through sort of the Lancashire youth groups and the Lancashire Academy, and then went to Durham, and he started playing club cricket up there for Tynemouth CC, who are one of the strong clubs, I think, in the league up there.
Jones on 40, and he'll add at least one to that. That's down to Zuman Akhtar away at long leg.
Marcus North spoke, didn't he, about the good leagues up in Durham. I mean, you've got the Northern League, and you've also got the North Yorkshire South Durham League, which has always had really good professionals. I remember, people like Mushtaq Mohammed went and played there towards the end of his career, didn't he, after he left Northamptonshire. And it's always had some very, very good cricketers, and Tynemouth are a very good cricket club out there.
So Zafar, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 42, and we are going to see Jack Taylor from this pavilion end.
Ooh, interesting. There's our email address, commentators@glossccc.co.uk.
And I wonder if that might mean that Zafar might switch and go to because that was the end where he caused the bother with the nearly new ball.
Yeah, maybe. I just think rotate.
At the end of the first day.
Switch, rotate, change your bowlings around, shuffle your pack, make something happen. Because at the moment, Durham are cruising.
Taylor was pretty effective in white ball cricket with the ball last season, but only bowled the 1 over in the first innings.
Yeah. Here he comes. A little bit short. Jones can only thump that one back to him. Jones has got hold of that. That's gone over Ben Charlesworth's head. That's a big 6. That's gone over the back of the stand and into the city of Bristol College. Good job they don't film Casualty there anymore. It would have bopped one of the cameramen on the head.
Yes, umpire Shanmugam. First thing umpire Shanmugam did was look where the ball had gone. and then look at his watch to see how long it was going to take to retrieve it.
Well, that's where the players and match officials park their automobiles, so he's probably a bit worried about his motor in.
Yeah, Don Goodman's actually gone and got the ball, so fair play to him. And as we know, at the end of each session, the umpires tot up the delays and making adjustments for the over rate at Gloucestershire +3, so they're in fine fettle.
Taylor in, and that's cut away. They need to find Actor on the deep cover boundary, and they get a single.
That's Jones's third 6 in this innings.
Yeah, he's on to 48. Got 50 last week, Jones against Yorkshire. Got 87 in the opening game of the season against Sussex, which Durham lost by a couple of wickets. It was a little bit of controversy there in that game. Taylor into Lees.
That was down at Hove, wasn't it?
Down at Hove, George Garton got a hit on the head. He went off as a concussion sub, and Finn Hudson-Prentice came back on, and concussion subs can now bat or bowl or whatever as Taylor comes in, and Lees plays him pleasantly out to Marcus Harris at long on. And Finn Hudson-Prentice came on, took 4 wickets, and Sussex won the game by 2 wickets. And I mean, there's a lot of talk, isn't there, about concussion subs especially in rugby and football, etc. And I think it's hugely important that head injuries are looked after in the right way, and not like the old days where you're just told to play on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and actually, having seen Hudson-Prentice bowl at Worcester the other day, he's tidy enough, but he wouldn't have Garton's pace.
No. It's just played down the ground for one. But maybe certain types of wickets you'd want him perhaps. And he's going to be on our podcast this week. Finn Hudson-Prentice.
So Sussex, Derbyshire, Sussex. I think that's right, isn't he? He was at Sussex initially, left to Derby. 3 years at Derby, has now gone back.
That's right. Yeah, he came sort of via the MCCYCs, didn't he? He was released and bounced back. The MCCYCs were like a shop window, weren't they? And they played in the second 11 competition, and it was for people who are either close to making a living out of the game or people who were released from the game. And there's been some very good cricketers there in the last sort of 10 years. Finn Hudson-Prentice being one, George Dockrell at Somerset being another, Ben Curran being another.
Was he not released by Northants at the end of last
season?
Yeah,
he's gone out of the game.
One of the Curran brothers.
Yeah.
Whose dad was Kevin.
Yeah. Played here. Yeah.
Ex-Gloucestershire all-rounder. He could play. Here's Matt Taylor in again, and Jones needs one for his 50. Won't get it there.
Yeah. Sadly, no longer with us, is he, Kevin Curran?
And you have him at 6 in your team. Oh goodness me,
Northants had like these players in the 80s, didn't they, who always absolutely thumped it into the advertising boards. That they all hit it really hard. Lamb, Larkins, Curran,
and he was not slow with the ball either. Matt Taylor to Jones, bounces that out to
Capel.
Van Meekeren, who's now on the field. So let's see, was Don Goodman gone off? I can't believe there are 2 subs out there. Goodman I can't see anymore. So
Goodman's gone off.
So it must just be the one sub.
Paul Van Meekeren, be a teammate of Baz de Leyder soon.
Taylor to Jones, and there is his 50, clipped away through the leg side. He'll get a couple. They might get 3, but he'll just stick to 2. And Michael Jones has given Lee some good support here. 51 not out with 4 4s and 3 6s. And there is the Durham card, which, having crawled along at the outset, has now picked up the pace with particularly those 3 blows by Jones towards this pavilion end boundary. Still on strike, and he's going to get another 1 there, and down to Suman Akhtar. 10 minutes to the interval. There'll be some quite deep thinking, I would think, from the Gloucestershire coaching panel and James Bracey over lunch, how they can go about preventing Durham from running away with this game tactically. The lead is 240. It doesn't look to be that easy to keep them in, even within range of something vaguely manageable. As a result of this start, we've now got a very defensive field. Just the 1 slip, and Lees can't beat the man at mid-on, who is Josh Shaw. 2 men on the left. We've got 5 men saving a single. Could be there is one to Shaw with it if it's placed right, but if he's walking in, as fielders always should, then maybe even you might even make that 6 saving one. There is a man out at deep square, and Lees defends. Now, is he walking off thinking it's lunch? Because it's not. Sorry, Alex, you've got to wait another 10 minutes. I think he turned briskly towards the pavilion then. I think somebody must have said to him, no, you've got to wait. 87 without loss. He has 30, and Jones has 52. That's the overall match position, bottom of your screen. 240 is the Durham lead. 22 overs into their second innings.
Maybe he's hungry.
Well, maybe he is.
I'm a bit peckish. I'm Hank Marvin, mate. Anyway, Paul van Meekeren, he'll be teammates with Bas de Leyder. They're in opposition on this game. They'll be playing for the Netherlands in, I think, end of June, early July, in World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe. And Brandon Glover, who's also at Durham, he'll be part of that side. He's Jack Taylor. Just tickled around the corner there by Jones.
There hasn't been a chance in this innings, has there, Dan?
No,
really?
no,
and in fact, I'm even struggling to think of a big LBW shout.
No LBWs. A few have gone past the outside edge, but Durham are, they're in cruise mode here, aren't they? Ajit Singh Dale's just hobbling a little bit around that boundary. I hope he's all right. Taylor. Oh, that's kicked out of the rough. That's well bowled. Jack Taylor will be skipper in the white ball competition. Thought he captained very well last year in Lees just tickles that around the corner. I thought he captained very well, especially in the Royal London Cup last year, the 50 over competition. He's the white ball skipper here at Gloucestershire. Graham Van Buren, the red ball skipper, sadly missing this game with a hamstring issue.
It's a twinge, not a tear, isn't it, I think?
Twinge. Tossed up. Oh, and Shanmugam's wide. Given a wide there.
It was down the leg side. It was quite a way down the leg side, to be fair.
This is four-day cricket. I thought that was a little bit harsh, perhaps. Taylor. Oh, batsmen almost collide mid-pitch, but they get through for a comfortable single. 90 for none. James Healy is watching. Hello, Jimmer. Right with Babber. Taylor. Bowls that. Hope all the Healy family are well. I know they're big fans of the stream. They're watching. On a weekend away. Lees pulls that. He might get 2 here. He's got it just to the left of Harris, who, despite a good throw, Jones gets back for the second.
End of the over. I'll give you some details of matters elsewhere at the Oval. Surrey have beaten Kent by 10 wickets. They've got the 58 they needed to win. Pretty briskly there. Kent all out in their second innings for 141. So Surrey 362 and 58 without loss. Beat Kent 278 and 141 all out. At Southampton, Hampshire 367, Northants 56 and 138 for 5, so they still trail by 173. And I think Singdale gone off again. No, they've gone.
He was hobbling a
No,
little.
Van Meekeren has just gone off. So
You were right in.
Zafra is changing ends. So Northants 172 behind with 5 wickets in hand on day 3. Middlesex at lunch 140 for 6 against Somerset. They still trail by 89 overall with only 4 wickets left. And Notts all out 442. They've gone to lunch there. They lead Essex by 144. I'll give you the other 2 scores in the second division in a moment. In fact, during this over from Zafar, if possible. It is lunch at Hove, just while he's setting his field. Glamorgan 223 for 3 in their second innings, still trail Sussex by 135, so still quite a bit to do there. And the Worcestershire-Leicestershire game looks set to end today. Just nudged onto the onside with no run, Zafar having changed ends. Worcestershire 122 for 3, still need 149 to beat Leicestershire. Here, as you can see, Durham's lead is a boundary shy of 250. Zafar from the Ashley Down Road end, and Michael Jones will pick off 1 more of those up to Josh Shaw at long on. Jones 55, Lees 33. By my watch it says it's 7 minutes past 1, so Gloucestershire are not hurrying through these overs up to lunch. I think there'll be maybe 1 more. Another field change. Charlesworth is coming in at short leg for Alex Lees. So just to slip on a short leg, otherwise it's a pretty defensive field. Bracey wants to get another instruction to Miles Hammond just to go 3 yards to his right, just a bit squarer. Zafar over the wicket and Lees sweeps, but there is a man at deep backward square who is Matt Taylor, and they'll just pick up 1. I haven't seen many 2s run on that side of the ground. It tends to be 1 or 4 because the outfield is so quick. There's a fielder there, fine, it's a single. If it's beating the fielder, it's almost every time going to the rope. Zafar round the wicket. Jones waits and he'll just dab that behind square on the leg side. Was that off the bat or just the pad? No, he got some bat on that. No, he didn't. I thought he was waiting for Mark Newell's signal. Acknowledged by the scorers in the box to our right hand side.
I think this is the quickest outfield in the country. And it seems it's only a month ago where we lost all 4 days of the Yorkshire game. They pulled the drain out, do you remember? And the water just sat there.
Yeah.
And how it's drained, how it's dried out here is amazing, and a credit to the ground staff.
Lees waits for Zafar, who pulls that down, and Lees whips that away, but again he didn't quite time that, so it's gone within range of Matt Taylor, and it will be just another single. And once again the field splits and goes its various ways. Charlesworth coming back down again to short fine leg, probably on the single. There's a man out at deep square and just 2 on the offside, saving 1, and that goes from outside the off stump. Let go by Michael Jones, and there is the Durham lead, 250.
Yep.
And if they were pacing to get there by lunch, they've done that very well.
Are the umpires going to get into position before the 1 cut-off? Yes, they are. We're going to have one more before lunch.
Yeah, I think the Gloucestershire will have bowled, so 25 in the morning session. There will be 69 overs to go in the day after the lunch break.
Jack Taylor, bit of leg spin. Defended by Lees down the pitch.
Hasn't got to wait much longer for that lunch he wanted at 1 o'clock.
Oh yeah. Alex, your dinner's getting cold, mate. There we go, it's well bowled.
But I come back to the point I made earlier. It has been refreshing that there have not been lots of stoppages.
No.
And whether that was a conscious word from the umpires before the game saying, look, we don't want interruptions, we want the over rate bowled at the correct pace so that we have play finishing at the correct time.
That's good. That's really good, you know, because Taylor just bowls that one a little full and Jones plays him down to Matt Taylor at Longham. It's good because we see it in Test match cricket now where they don't bowl their overs in the day and it's the fans who are being shortchanged. There's constant towels coming on and off, gloves being changed, drinks coming out, people taking pills, whatever. And it's just constant stoppages and it is the fans who are being shortchanged, especially Ashes tickets this summer are like 160 quid. Taylor to Lees, who defends that. So, you know, I mean, I can see, I mean, county cricket offers far better value. Short, pulled away. I mean, for what, 18 quid? There's the 100 up for Durham. Comes up in the 25th over. And Jones has got 56 of them. Lees has got 37. Last ball before lunch. Jones just plays that just behind square. So 101 for none. Durham at lunch, and they keep their foot on the pedal, don't they? And they keep making the running in this game, and Durham are in the ascendancy. So we started off with Gloucestershire 255 for 9. Josh Shaw made some lusty blows into the mound stand. He ended up on 37 not out. Ajit Singh Dale lost his leg stump to Matthew Potts, which is the only wicket that's fallen in the morning session. But Alex Lees and Michael Jones with 37 and 57 have seen Durham to 101 for none, and they remain in the ascendancy. Ian and I are going to grab a spot of lunch. We advise that you do as well, and we'll be back here at just around 10 to 2.
Terrific catch.
There we go, he might have just turned his baton.
Umpires back on their way here at the Seat Unique Stadium for this afternoon's session, slightly later than scheduled, only because we're making up time for the other delays yesterday, and therefore we'll have a 2 hour 10-minute afternoon session up until 4 o'clock. Still 69 overs left in the day, plenty of time for Durham to build on this already big lead, 254. A bit of a debate over a spot of lunch as to whether it was time or overs that they would be looking for. The way they've very, very carefully built this second innings first wicket stand, and the consensus seemed to be that the declaration may come as early if they continue to score briskly as maybe even half an hour after tea. They may feel they've got more than enough runs at that point, so to go with the coach's positive attitude, let's get bowling, because there appears to be no gain in going from say 420 upwards. There would be no point. That would be just wasting time, Dan, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. And if they score, I mean, generally there's been a 130 odd scored per session here, hasn't there, in this game? And if they do that, they're going to be 380 in the lead. Obviously, maybe another hour on after tea takes them to 450 if they put their foot on the accelerator.
Well, they
on 450, you're not going to get 450 in the second innings.
No, I don't see that. And say they may feel they can bail out earlier than that.
We're going to have Akhtar into the attack for the first time in this innings.
Yeah, he's going to open the bowling after lunch from the Ashley Down road end. We did wonder whether either side of lunch might be the time to get him in. And here he is, steered out for a sharpish single by Michael Jones. Not the most gainly bit of fielding by Miles Hammond. He got to the ball quickly, tried to throw the ball in, and in doing so and releasing it, tumbled over. But no damage done. I wonder what the chat was amongst the Gloucestershire captain and coaching team at lunch. I think all they can probably really do here is try and check the runs. That's low, and
look how far he's batting outside his off stump though.
Yeah, this
is why he does it.
We're going to get a leg by, but look how. Yes, that.
Oh, I think that's hit him on off stump there.
It's on the front pad.
Certainly
not going over, that's for sure. And ball tracking might well suggest that was probably hitting what, leg and middle?
Yeah, I think I'd like to possibly have a look at this at the end of the over, see if we can slow it down as well.
So Zuman Akhtar outside the off stump this time. It stopped by Bracey, but not taken cleanly.
The key to that LBW is, has the point of impact been on off stump or been outside off stump? Because I think it was going on to hit the stumps, but it's where the point of impact is. And obviously, if it hits him outside off stump, you're playing a shot, which Lees was, you can't be given out LBW.
Jones already through to his half century, wants another dabbed single here. So is Durham's approach a bit going back to what they were doing at the start of the first innings, just rotating?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be looking to get on with it this afternoon. I think they'll be looking to crack on and to see if they can, you know, they want to give themselves as much time in this game to bowl Gloucestershire out as possible, don't they?
Akhtar around the wicket, and Lees is batting outside his crease there too, Dan, which
that can come into it, yeah.
That can factor in about the LBW, but there certainly wasn't a lot of bounce from that delivery from the debutante. And now, once again, the field spreads. Akhtar to Jones, no single there. Drop straight to Miles. Miles Hammond, end of the over, end of Zaman Akhtar's first over in this second innings. Just the 1 wicket for him, first time round.
Let's have a look at that LBW shout again. And as I said, the point of impact is crucial here. Where it hits Lees, does it hit him on off stump or outside off stump? Because even though he's batting outside his stumps, I don't think it's going to go over because it kept low enough. And I mean, you can see his leg stump there, can't you? So, yeah, interesting one. I think he must have just got outside the line, but not a line.
Tight call.
Yeah, it was a very tight call. I don't think it's going to be, you know, critical to the outcome of the game, possibly. But you know, Zafar Gahar's going to come back to his favoured pavilion end.
So long on back for Lees and orthodox mid-off.
Here is Zafar. Oh, and he's just got an under edge on that. And ball trickles for 1 run. Akhtar can't stop the single. It's a strange field here to the left-hander. Let's see what happens to the right-handed Jones. He's going to stay over the wicket, trying to throw the ball into the rough. See if he can find...
I should say Dom Goodman is still on the field as a sub-fielder, by the way. He's away at deep mid-wicket at the moment. We still think it's Ajit Singh Dale who's off the field.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Here's Zafar. And that's gone up in the air. Where's that gone? Josh Shaw in pursuit. He can't get hold of it, and it goes away to the rope at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. And that's 4 runs, but Jones wasn't in control of that by any shape or form. We apologise if there's a bit of shakiness on the camera. That's down the leg side. Umpire's been very harsh on wides. Umpire Shamnugan stretches his arms there.
As long as he's consistent, people know where they stand.
Yeah, I agree. Shy at the stumps. Oh, that's direct hit there. Jones would have been in trouble.
It's Hammond again, I think. He's going to move now out to deep mid-wicket. But if Singh Dale is off the field, that again robs Gloucestershire of another bowler, doesn't it?
It
Which
certainly
is
does.
far from ideal.
Zafar in as Lees just opens the face and runs him down backward of square on the offside this time.
Now we're fortunate in that we have one of the main cricket websites that we follow the score, the actual ball-by-ball score on, as well as the scoreboard on the ground. But there's a gentleman downstairs with an old-fashioned score sheet.
Oh, that's spat out the rough.
Just to prove that not everything is electronic.
No. Great to see it as well. Great to see it. Big hello to Adrian Charville at home, not well. He normally is here every day of the season. He's watching us at home. And Zafar, that goes down the leg side, and Jones picks that one up again for yet another 6. That's his 4th one of the innings. Yep, big hello to Adrian. Hope you're well, and hope life is okay over in sunny Chepstow. And you get yourself better, mate.
I don't think Ben Charlesworth wanted to be right in there under the lid with that shot from Jones. It was a short enough delivery that he really could pull it with some venom. And cleared that shorter boundary in front of the scoreboard. 119 without loss, 272 the lead, as you can see. And here's Zuman Akhtar coming in, and he's bowled Lees off a bottom edge. So a breakthrough for the youngster, and the opening stand broken. And Lees can't believe he's got out to that. He's got to 40. He got like 41 in the first innings. And Zuman Akhtar coming round the wicket has just caught him a little in the wrong place to play that, and he trudges off on a day when he probably feels there was a much bigger score for him available. But the opening stand broken at 119.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed there. He feel that he could have cashed in, perhaps.
Yeah, that's the phrase, isn't it? When you get to that sort of time of an innings and your partner's well set at the other end, then it's just a question of playing sensibly, and that means that the Durham captain Scott Borthwick is walking out now at number 3, and he can police this, can't he, now from here?
Yeah, he can, but you know, Lee's an experienced campaigner. He's got a lot of captaincy experience under his belt. He knew what to do. Jones has been around a long time as well. He's still only 25, but he's been around a while, hasn't he, Michael Jones? So they'll know what to do.
Here's another look at the breakthrough. Zuman Akhtar's getting a congratulatory tap of the hands. He's round his legs. There may have been a bottom edge there, but it was a faint one.
We said it was strange, didn't we?
By stepping across, he's got bowled leg stump. So Akhtar with an early wicket in this second innings, and we have mentioned that he's come through the South Asian Cricket Academy, and I'll touch on that again in a minute. Here he is to Borthwick, who immediately is off the mark with 1. They won't run a second to Miles Hammond, even though he's retreating towards the boundary at square leg, because Kent also signed a young man who'd come through that system to play in this round of games, and I think I saw a tweet yesterday saying he said he took 3 wickets.
There's some good cricketers. Yeah, it's a great concept. It's great to see these guys getting a chance as well.
Zuman Akhtar to Michael Jones. That was a bit sharper. And Jones getting pushed and prodded at that. Just have a look at the Kent card a minute. Obviously they were beaten by Surrey. He did bowl in the second innings, but in the first innings he took 4 for 65 in 20 overs. Zuman Akhtar outside the off-stump, let go by Michael Jones. Arafat Bhuyan. Bhuyan. And I say he also came through the South Asian Cricket Academy, given his debut in what was in the end a losing cause by Kent at the Oval. But clearly it's a source which is developing talent. Actor again, and that's better carry this time through to James Bracey. And it is a day where we have seen the bounce vary a bit, but that was a little bit wider and a decent carry. I think Dan is going to tuck into that, that cake given to us by Jacqueline Forsyth. That's why he's not with us just at the moment. Am I throwing you under a bus there, Dan?
Professionalism makes me... you've had a slight at my professionalism now, I'm sure.
Well, no, you're not with us at the moment. I mean, you weren't trying to eat on air, which is the worst thing of all.
No.
At least you were actually going off air to eat, which is commendable.
Very nice. There's quite a lot of rum in there.
Is there?
Yeah.
I better stay off it then.
If I start slurring my words to you viewers at home this afternoon, then I apologise profusely.
Yeah, don't forget, add 153 to the score you see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. There's the and bottom right, of course, is the lead, 273 overall. But Zaman Akhtar getting the first breakthrough after lunch.
Here's Zafar Gahar. He's going to have a bowl at the Durham skipper.
Marcus Harris just helping a bit, I think, here with the thinking on the field. He's talking to Zafar. And Zaman Akhtar's going down in the end to deep fine leg.
Zafar over the wicket. Borthwick turns the wrist. Hear the wind there and the outside effects, Mike, and Marcus Harris has just lost his cap. Picking up a little bit, perhaps. That's... Where's that gone? Oh, it's just gone out, dribbled out to square leg. I was looking for that in the car park. I thought he'd really nailed that.
I think Hammond had lost the track of it.
That hit Charlesworth, I think, at short leg, perhaps.
Yeah, Shaw certainly hadn't, because he was the fielder. But in the end, Borthwick has made a single. Michael Jones' highest score so far this season is 87. This is his fourth 50 though, so he's been regularly chipping in.
Yeah, we're going to have Gloucestershire's performance director, Steve Snell. He's going to be coming on air later on. Over the wicket to Jones. Jones can just kick that away because the ball is pitched outside leg stump.
Any reason why those at home can't email a question?
Yeah, if you want to.
So if you want to email a question, we can ask to Steve Snell. Please do. Well, Jones has gone for another big hoik there.
That's only found Matt Taylor at deep mid wicket. We're playing on probably the furthest right that we will play on all season on the square from our position here in the pavilion. There's the commentary email. Drop us a line. If you want to ask Ian Randall a question, feel free.
Probably more pertinent to ask Steve Snell a question.
Probably, but you know. Zafar. Around the wicket to Borthwick, who defends that. 122 for one. Borthwick with a couple to his name. Jones 71. Alex Lee's the man out, bowled by Akhtar for 40. Oh, that's got to be close. That's out. Borthwick not offering a shot. Hits him on the back leg The only doubt there was it going over the top? And umpire Shemnugan raises his digit. And that is the end of Scott Borthwick for just a couple.
And that's fine from a Gloucestershire point of view, because if there is starting to be some unpredictable bounce out there, then yes, Durham have got a big lead, but how much can they actually keep it to something manageable, to the point where...
Well, as you always say, Ian, the best break
is to take a wicket.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
David Beddingham coming out at number 4.
We've got Ollie Price is on his way up as well. So shall I do 15 with him and you do 15?
Yeah.
You can go and have one of those rum barbers here. Go and have one of those rum barbers.
Here is the dismissal of Scott Borthwick. How far back in his crease was he for this LBW?
Ooh.
That's a tight call.
He's not playing a shot there. That's gone against him. That always, plants the seed of doubt. Chris Dent as well got a similar one.
It would have been very close. Again, it's on the back leg. That's the thing. And the same as with Dent. So because he's effectively been pinned. So another look at this and see. Is it going over? Probably not. But it's just. I would say it's hitting the top 3 inches of off stump. Well, that's good enough, of course, isn't it?
That's good enough. Yeah.
So it's a fine judgment from the umpire. Here's Zaman Akhtar in and pushed at by Jones, but no edge.
I tell you what, his first 2 spells
yesterday,
or on the first day,
were a bit nervy.
I didn't think he was that much cop. He then came back. I thought he bowled pretty well, and here I think he looks a county bowler.
Akhtar again, and it reminds me a little bit of Jared Warner. Not dissimilar in terms of approach to the wicket. Gets quite close to the stumps.
Yeah, he bustles in, doesn't he? Bustles into the wicket.
From the Ashley Down Road end. Michael Jones has 71. That's forced, and that will be 4. That's where the difficulty is. With just that little bit of looseness occasionally, and top batsmen will always put that kind of ball away, and that's what Zaman Akhtar will look at. There's been a little bit of running repair to Dan's chair here. I'm not quite sure what the problem might be, but always have an alum key handy. That's always my motto. Oh, that's not bounced as much at all and taken by a tumbling James Bracey.
The problem is my eating habits, Ian, and I've broken the chair.
Have you broken the chair while eating?
Through being a fat slob.
Oh. That was Dan Whiting's self-description. Nothing to do with me. Jones' last boundary, taking him to 75. And that will be advanced by a further single down to Matt Taylor. So since lunch, Durham have lost both Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick. Lees bowled leg stump behind his pads by Zaman Akhtar for 40, and Scott Borthwick LBW to Zafar in his last over for 2. Wickets falling at 119 and 122. Pushed out by Beddingham. First delivery from him from Akhtar. He'll have a look, I'm sure. And will support Jones in this third wicket partnership. Durham trying, you would think, to get to 400. So Ollie Price is here. Am I going to vacate, Dan? Or
Yeah, I'll do 15 with Ollie,
okay.
and then you
so
come and take over.
I'll leave you temporarily, and Ollie Price, I don't think he's finished his exams yet. We'll find out about that.
We'll find out. You're going to have a run barber, Ian, and I'll welcome Ollie into the fold. As Zafar attempts to go over the wicket to Michael Jones. That's outside his leg stump, and umpire Shamnugan being quite harsh on anything down there. Ollie, welcome. First time on the stream.
Thank you very much for having me. Lovely to be here.
Yeah, and just finished the exams?
I've got one left. I finished one yesterday, so unfortunately couldn't be out there to help the lads this week, but yeah, nearly done.
Oh. Jones, that's hit Charlesworth in the midriff somewhere. That's hurt. And always hit him on the wrist. I think there'll be a delay to play here whilst the medical team come on. Have you ever fielded in a short leg?
I have.
Do you enjoy it?
No, I can't say I do enjoy it. I did it last year quite a lot to Zaf, and to be honest, doing it to Zaf is probably the best person to do it to, because he hardly ever drags one down. But no, no one likes being in there, that's for sure. Much rather be at slip.
You're one of the younger members of the side. Is it the job of the youngest in the side to go in there? Is it one of those
there's
things?
definitely a little bit of hierarchy to it. I think it's one of those positions that you're never going to give to a fast bowler, and as you rise, people get a bit older. They have a bit of authority to say no, basically. So yeah, it's often given to the sort of young batters, really. So I hope that's why I'd much rather be bowling and standing at slip, to be honest, than in there. So it's been Ben recently, which is been tough for him, but does a very good job in there as well, actually. Yeah.
Well, it looks like he's going off the pitch here, so we do hope he's all right, because I thought he batted very well. And Gloucestershire will need every batsman they've got here. So you've done your language student, is that right?
Yeah,
So
I
you're
study
doing
French and Spanish.
Okay, formidable. And you've got one more exam to go?
One more, yeah. But I've got a few. It's in 10 days or so, so I feel like I've got a bit of time off, really.
And for those listening in from the northeast, Ollie is at the University of Durham.
I am.
Yeah.
Doesn't compromise my allegiance today, but I do study up there.
Yeah. It's a lovely part of the world, lovely city, isn't it, Durham?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful city. I've loved it up there. Nothing on Bristol, though, of course.
No, not, of course. No, it's a very nice walk. I've walked sort of along the River Wear, and you've got the cathedral up above you, and it's a really nice city.
It's pretty picturesque, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's a fantastic place to sort of go for a weekend away, and you've got the nightlife of Newcastle on your doorstep.
Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about that. Dan. But
or even a trip to Hartlepool or Darlington if you want. You know.
Yeah, this world's your oyster up there, really.
Well, exactly. Yeah, no, it's a nice part of the world. So Charlesworth has gone off the pitch. Miles Hammond is going to go in to short leg. You missed the game at Derby last week due to doing your finals. Mm-hmm. And when's your last exam?
It's not next week. It's the week Tuesday, but it won't be making me miss any more cricket, because that one's a couple of hours in the morning. I think we got T20 in the evening, so hopefully I can be heading the books in the morning and then straight over to, I don't know where we are.
For a net.
Yeah. That's the plan.
Zafar going around the wicket. And I mean, the impact you guys have had on the side. I mean, your brother Tom sadly missing this game with a stiff back. I'll come on to it after this ball from Zafar. I mean, the Gloucestershire fans have taken you both to heart as brothers here, haven't they? It's,
yeah, no, it's been awesome to play such a warm crowd, and I know we both loved it. Tom would have loved to be out there this week. I think he was doing a fitness test on the morning of day one, hoping to be out there. But yeah, no, it's been awesome to play quite a few games like back in the last year and the start of this year. So just hoping to keep contributing to some wins. That's the aim.
Yeah, one to Beddingham there. Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting situation because I've just written a piece for the cricket paper which is about you guys, and I think if there are three brothers, because obviously here we've got the Price brothers with Tom and Ollie, we've got the Taylor brothers who are both taking place in this game, and Zafar comes in over the wicket and Jones just tickles him round the corner for a single. And then we've got the Charlesworths as well, who Ben is playing in this game, and Luke Charlesworth was part of a rather interesting 10th wicket stand which won the game in the second 11.
How good was that?
And Surrey as well. I mean, no one likes to see Surrey lose to 101 10th wickets.
No, it was beautiful. And the thing is, to be honest, both Jazz and Luke are definitely not number 10s and 11s. So when I remember I was following the scorecard, and you've got a lot of faith when those two come in. Obviously, 9 down, you're always nervous, but yeah, it was pretty awesome, that special win.
100 there for Jared Warner as well, wasn't it? Was it 100? Did he get 100?
Best to my knowledge, I think
No, it's 90.
Yeah, not out.
Yeah.
90 not out. You'd always take that. It's great for them.
Good with red inker. Good red inker. Yeah, so that was fantastic. But we are, you know, what's amazing about the three brothers here, because if all three brothers do play, it will be only the second time in history. The first time in the UK. First one happened for Zimbabwe back in 1996, where you had the Flower brothers, you had the Rennies and the Strang brothers as well. His actor.
That.
I googled it. Google is my friend. There's a misfield there. They're going to run one on the misfield. And Makerin on as 12th man, just getting one to bobble on the ends of the wickets there. Yeah, Google's my friend, Ollie. I don't think I know this sort of stuff off the top of my head, do you?
No, well, it'd be great fun if three sets of brothers were out there. We had obviously had Hankins as well before, so there was a moment where it looked like we could maybe field 4 sets of brothers, even maybe just in the second team, which would have been pretty bizarre. But yeah, no, it's very cool.
Actor in. Just gone for one there. Yeah, no, and what's amazing is that all three of you are from 20 miles away in Oxfordshire. You're from Great and Little Chew Cricket Club. That's where you grew up, wasn't it?
Yes, we sort of moved to play club cricket there when me and Tom were maybe 13, 14.
Okay.
It's the same club that Jack and Matt played at. The ground is called the Taylor Oval, in worshipping that cricketing family, which is an absolutely gorgeous place to play. But yeah, all and then actually before that played club cricket at Abingdon Vale with Luke and Ben. So brothers everywhere.
There's a guy who used to make bats over at Abingdon Vale. There's a guy called Marcus Charman. Was he over there or?
I can't say that name.
Yeah.
Can't say it rings a bell.
Here's Akhtar in. That's well bowled. That beats Beddingham outside the off stump. Van Makeren and Goodman are both on as 12th and 13th players. Jost has been in touch. Do you speak Slovenian, Ollie?
No, I can't say it's in my repertoire.
He's said hello from Mežica cricket ground under Pecha Mountain, and he really wishes Gloss finally gets some wins before the break. Here's Akhtar. Jost speaks a little bit of Croatian, a little bit of Serbian, although he is Slovenian, so Dobar dan, Jost. Kako ste? Hope you're well. Keep your emails coming in. In fact, if you want to put one in French or Spanish to help Ollie through his finals, feel free.
Put me right under pressure on air. God.
Akhtar in, and that's...
He's bowling well here.
I thought he's bowled very well. I thought his first couple of spells were, you know, you can see he probably had a little bit of nerves, you know, but then I thought his last spell in the first innings, I thought he bowled pretty well. and I think he's bowled pretty well here.
Yeah.
Lee's bats a long way outside off stump. He bats a good 6 inches outside his off stump, and you can see his leg stump, and it's no surprise that he was bowled around his legs.
A great bit of execution out from Zoom. I think he's created chances right through. I think you're probably spot on with those first few spells he bowled. I thought he bowled a load of good balls, and then just obviously maybe a few nerves and a few, some good batting as well.
Yeah.
But he's created chances throughout, hasn't he? So awesome that he could get these as well.
And Durham University, I mean, it's produced a number of first-class cricketers over the years. How good is the cricket there?
Yeah, it's fantastic up there. The head coach is Melvin Betts, who's a former player himself.
Yeah.
He's a great coach and a great guy. And
he was at Durham, and I think he had a little spell at Middlesex, didn't he?
He did. And the setup's incredible up there. There's a squad of really, so many very, very talented cricketers, and we train pretty hard all winter, to be honest. Like, having done a lot of winter training down here, and now my first shot there. The standard is great up there. It really does give you the best chance to come into the summer really, well prepared and ready to go.
Ben Charlesworth's back on the pitch, and he's gone straight back into short leg.
Yeah,
no fear there.
No rest. But there probably is some fear, I'll be honest. But there's no rest.
No run there for Beddingham. And you play at the racecourse ground, which is where Durham started off as a county. I'll come on to that after this ball by Zafar. Pleasantly driven there by Beddingham, which is where Durham started off when they became a first-class county back in 1992, when they had the likes of David Graveney, who had such a wonderful career here at Gloucestershire, and Sir Ian Botham. As Zafar comes in, Beddingham whacks that down the ground, and it's going to go 1, 2, 3 bounces over the rope for 4 runs. 139 for 2. Beddingham's on to 8. Jones is on 79. And it's a lovely venue to play your cricket in, isn't it? You're under you've got the cathedral poking out from behind the trees there. And
it's gorgeous.
The River Wear running alongside the ground.
Yeah, it's a lovely place to play, especially in the summer when the bank gets full of people. And it's as grounds go, it's pretty awesome. And
that area's near sort of Durham Sands, I believe, isn't it, down there? I think just
a bit further down the river.
Yeah. That's defended, which we found out that the longest throw of a cricket ball was there on the 18th of April 1882. Now you've got a decent arm, Ollie, right? But 128.6 metres or 422 feet.
Pretty good effort that. I'm not sure I'd fancy my chances there.
That's just the thing. We've worked out it's probably like throwing it from one side of the car park into the college the other side.
Do you reckon? I was looking at it from this position, trying to work out how far. I don't know. I definitely do not have that in the locker. So I think that record's safe with me.
That's just the thing. But you field regularly in the slips. You're at second slip generally, aren't you?
It's so far this season. No, I really enjoy building in the slips. It's been second so far this year, which has been good fun.
And what sort of practice drills do you do, like specific slip fielding practice drills?
Well, you might have seen sort of in the morning of every day and of the training days, we'll mimic the slip, mimic the cordon with a coach, edging them. I think the hardest thing I think most people would say about slip catching is sort of you don't get any visuals like you do out in different places. So actually part of the test is sort of reacting and not panicking really when the ball suddenly you after it could be 60, 70 overs without one, you suddenly hear that noise and the ball's coming away. It's almost a case of coming back to sort of what do you practice, sort of just you almost have to practice sort of your routine of staying calm, doing the same things every ball to try and make sure that you're just ready for whenever, because it's a long time to concentrate. 96 overs or whatever we do in a day. So.
And we'll come on to it after this ball from Akhtar to Jones, who just turns that into the onside to Chris Dent for no run. Do you watch the bowler or do you watch the edge of the bat?
So I think that would be different for everyone. For me, I watch from from second slip and any wider, so second, third, fourth gully, I just watch the edge of the bat, just because it's quite a sort of quite difficult to watch the ball, then sort of watch the batter and then pick it up off that. But if I was at first slip, I would just, you have quite a nice view of the whole picture, so I would just watch the ball the whole way down, because you sort of feel like it's coming straight to you, whereas from second and wider the angle is a little bit too big to just, for me at least, to watch the ball.
Yeah, and your brother Tom's had a fantastic start to the season. I mean, the game up at Worcester, got a hat-trick and 100. I mean, did you used to regularly get him out in the back garden at home?
Yeah, I think people clearly haven't watched, I haven't found that footage, because no, we used to play a lot. We got a younger brother as well, Will. We three of us used to play all the time, so yeah, I won't disclose those secrets, but yeah, he's had a great start to the season. That 100 was pretty special, really. Turned the game, not an easy pitch, and he made it look like he was batting on a completely different surface. Yeah. Which was awesome. He works very hard on his batting along with his bowling, so it was just awesome to see him get a reward, and the hat-trick was just ridiculous by that point.
That was the icing on the cake, wasn't it?
As days go, wasn't a bad one.
Here's Actor to Beddingham, who pushes that one pleasantly through the covers. Hammond in pursuit. Nice timing.
I vividly remember just before the hat-trick ball, or like, obviously I'd have loved it if he'd nicked it to me, but also part of me was thinking, please don't edge it to me, because the headline of younger brother ruins what would have been great day. Yeah.
If you'd nosed up his hat-trick.
Yeah, younger brother nicks off for 10 and drops the hat-trick ball. Nice one. Oh, catch that.
That's in the air, but that's going to get... He hasn't timed that at all. Josh Shaw in pursuit in that bucket hat. Are you sort of thinking of going for the bucket hat like Josh Shaw, or are you a cap man?
I'm currently a cap man. The bucket hats, they're pretty retro. I mean, I don't know where Shawsy got that one from, because I certainly don't own a gloss bucket hat, but I'd love to have the option to wear one, that's for sure. But I think I'd probably stick with our caps. So here's the day you want to wear your caps on a day like today, because then it gets sort of nice and worn and weathered. And look at Denty's there. That's the man who's played a few hours of first-class cricket for Gloss. So but yeah, no, Shawsy suits. Who else is wearing? Matt Taylor was wearing one as well.
Matt Taylor's got one, Jack Taylor's got one, but there's more of a sort of a brim. Shaw
is a proper bucket hat,
it's a bucket hat, it's like Rennie out the drummer from the Stone Roses. He said he's going to donate it to the museum here when he finishes playing. So
no, he suits it well, Shawsy.
Zafar in, going over the wicket to Jones, who just turns that one round the corner but can't get a single. 144 for 2. Beddingham's on to 12. Jones is 20 short of 100. Here's Zafar over the wicket. That's being smashed up into the air. He hasn't got all of it, but it's still enough to go for 6. And that takes the lead over 300 now for Durham. It's going to be a tough ask to save this one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they've obviously got into a great position in this game. I think they probably a great toss to win and have a bat, and they obviously made the most of that with a good score. And then a great end to the day for them yesterday was probably what's opened it up. But we always fight well in these situations, and
it's gone very fine, that one. That's going to go away for 4 runs. This outfield's like lightning. It really is.
Yeah, funny we're saying that, just 2 weeks after or not even 2 weeks after the end of the torrential rain that we've seen. It wasn't like this a month ago, so...
No, definitely
maybe we could do with some of that rain.
Yeah. You're not on 12th man duties today, are you?
No, I'm not.
No.
I haven't been required, so no, just a bit of training. I think Dom and looks like Meeks was out there, but there's a few...
That's gone in the air. No, it's gone for 4. It's split the man between deep square and deep backward square. And Michael Jones is on 94 now, racing away.
Just upping the tempo here, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, looks like he means business. Zafar's going to go back over the wicket. There's just a field change going on. As score is now on to 158. Jones 7 4s and 5 6s in this innings. They seem to be targeting that shorter area of the ground, even though it's against the spin. Zafar. Jones plays that out to cover. Would you target Zafar? Would you sort of target them? I mean, if you were out there batting, say, against Ajaz Patel, it's a dangerous game to play, though, isn't it, going against the spin? Here's Zafar.
Yeah, I think, especially when Zaf was, he was over the wicket there, wasn't he, into the rough. So no, definitely, it's I would say it's a dangerous option, but it's a potentially a difficult one. I think he played it very well. Because I think at this point they can probably afford to take a few more risks as well, trying to put our bowlers under some pressure. So no, good batting there, I think, really.
Ollie, good to see you.
Lovely to see you.
I feel I need a box to stand alongside. I'm going to ask you something that I should know, but I don't. The ground at Durham, the two ends are the Lumley end and the Finkel end. So Lumley is the Lumley Castle, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
That was said hesitantly. So when I say to you, why is the Finkel end so named? Do you know?
No, it's eluding me, that.
Come on, Dan. We need Dan to help us out, because I couldn't recollect it. So if you know, I'm sure people do on email, drop us a note. commentators@glossccc.co.uk. In fact, Ollie might look at it on his phone if he's smart enough. I'm sure he is. Here, Durham in the box seat. 312 in front. There are 59 overs to go on the day. That's down the leg side, taken by James Bracey. What was were you involved in any way in the chat at lunchtime, or did you were you aware of what the tone of the chat was in terms of what the plan was?
I wasn't really in the change room at lunch. I was having a bat actually, so I wasn't in there. I can imagine it would have been. I mean, I think, you know, they've played very good cricket up to this point, and I think we, you know, have competed really well with, you know, they've won a few crucial sessions. So I think the chat would have been pretty simple at this point. We would just be trying to, you know, obviously you want to keep taking wickets because that's what's ultimately going to slow them down, but just contain, try and make them work as hard as they can to get that lead up beyond wherever they want it, and then obviously we've got a big job to do at the bat.
Yeah, and I think, pardon me, the expectation probably is too that Gloucestershire will be batting at some point later on today. You would think.
For sure. I mean, what's the lead at currently? It's
313.
It's a good shot.
Now 317. Bellingham smashed that away through extra cover.
Yeah, I think they'll certainly bat again today. I think whether they'll bat all of this session, they can. You know, the ball's in their court really. It wouldn't surprise me if they came out just after they declared a round T today. Could be just after if they want to. You know, I think you'd be thinking probably somewhere up and just beyond 400s, probably enough on a surface which definitely is taking some wear at this point. But also it's still a decent surface to bat on, and the outfield's quick. So I'd be surprised if they declared much before then. But
Akhtar in and Bellingham again defends. Yeah, there clearly is. I mean, if you were bowling on this, you'd be fancying you'd turn a few and cause a few issues.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like especially down that far end, there's some real dry patches. So no, it would be definitely good fun to bowl. I'm sure Ajaz Patel's looking forward to his second go. And
it's no surprise that the spinners have been bowling from the pavilion end into those footmarks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's.
And Bellingham's always cracked another one. It's just wide enough that he can get it that front foot across. Here's a second look at that last Bellingham boundary. He's got quite a square on stance, but it's just that little bit of width that Zaman has offered him, and I'm sure is that what you've noticed a little bit as well, if you've played second team cricket and then stepped up into first team cricket, that any element of loose probably isn't the right word to use there, but anything that's just not absolutely on the money, batsmen can pick off that margin of error.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think obviously someone like Beddingham's he's a fantastic player. He scored a lot of runs, and you know, especially he's a quick scorer, so it doesn't really give you any margin. I think in general that's probably what people would say coming up from the second team to the first. But then I think as well this is a difficult time to bowl because they're under very little pressure here. They've got 8 wickets, behind them, and they can afford to try and they're definitely going to try and push the scoring rate upwards on a pretty sort of fairly flat pitch to bowl seam on. So no, I think you definitely do get punished at this level, but at the same time, I think these are the moments where you can probably feel like you're bowling quite well. And,
I just throw your brain forward a bit, if I may, because the T20 starts a week today. There is Zafar again outside the off stump. You didn't play in the T20 last year. Do you want to? Is it the plan that you get involved in that, or is the plan still to keep you looking at the longer form one-day matches and also the championship?
I think so. No, I played. I didn't play any of the Blast last year. Just the one game against the touring Sri Lankan side. No, absolutely. The plan's to try and play. I'd love to play. I think it's a really, it's obviously a very popular format. It's a great format where you can really try and test yourself. So no, I'd absolutely love to get involved in that. I think it's not. I'm certainly not just setting my sights on 4-day cricket, even though that's sort of the area I've played more of. But no, I think who knows what that side's going to look like in a week's time. But I'm definitely trying to push my case to play with be picked with for bat or ball really. But we've had for a long time a very strong T20 side, and I'm sure we will again this year. So I'll just be trying my best to get picked where possible.
Michael Ventress has been trying to touch on the email. The Finkel End at Durham is named after Finkel Abbey. So we are told, we are informed as ever on this. There's always somebody out there who knows the answer to the question that we might pose. That's where your audience is invaluable, and your thoughts welcome on the email. You've had various birds flapping around outside our commentary position, and there was another one that just landed just on the area above our lofty vantage point. Dan's written me a note. Tottenham 1, Brentford 3. Is that game in progress still, or is that a result? It's a result.
There's a few. Unfortunately, there's a few Spurs fans in our dressing room, so
chopped away.
Chops another 4.
And this is off Josh Shaw into the attack for the first time in this second innings. Jack Taylor's definitely a Spurs fan.
I think the Taylors are Taylor's a Spurs fan, so they've had a tough last month of it. Well, I'm sure they're used to it by now, to be honest. But it's not been.
Dare we ask who your team is?
I'm a Liverpool fan. I'm surprised you can't tell from the accent, really. But I'm a big Liverpool fan, which people often criticise because it's not where I grew up. But my dad's always been a big Liverpool fan, so yeah, same as both me and Tom. So hoping the results go away and we can sneak into the top 4, but it looks like it might be just out of reach.
Yeah, we'll largely keep the footy chat to one side then. 174 for 2, which you can see. 327 the lead. The magic number is probably 400, might be 420. Beddingham cuts again. He's fierce. He gets into position. There's not necessarily a lot of foot movement there, but he just gets the weight in the right place, and that's cracked off the back foot away once more for 4.
He's an amazingly clean striker of the ball. He scores quickly, so a pretty difficult guy to bowl to in this situation.
Did he play? There was a Royal London game at Scarborough, which That might be 20. No, then I think of the year here. Might have been 2019, was it? When Jack Taylor, a big chase, 370 or something.
I think that'd have been 2021. I think the summer after COVID. It was this that year after COVID where we were still a little bit, you know, there were COVID restrictions around and stuff. I remember that. Yeah, I think I can't remember.
And that was actually a glut of runs that day.
Yeah, look, I was 12 man. I remember they batted first, and it just looked like one of the nicest pitches to battle. And I think Graham Clark and I think Lee's got 100s, both got 100s. But then Jack Taylor just got him at the end, got us over the line, didn't he? So that was that was an awesome win.
And that's where Jack's strength is, isn't it? It's sort of counter-attacking in the middle order. Shaw. Oh, that's spooned up, and that's a wicket for Josh Shaw. Chris Dent with the catch. Bedingham got to 29 very quickly. Better than a runner ball, but it's a very straightforward catch. Josh Shaw into the attack for the first time, and Bedingham perishes in pursuit, you would say, of quick runs. 178 for 3, and a third wicket goes down since we resumed at 10 minutes to 2. So Durham won't mind this, I don't think. So if they can keep scoring quickly, the game will move on, or may move on here without a declaration. Gloucestershire might end up bowling Durham out.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. How many overs is 56 overs left in the day. I reckon, well, depending on how well they bat, but I think our plan is obviously to try and take wickets and slow them down as much as possible. But I would probably be expecting some sort of declaration in an hour or two.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson coming out at number 5. He didn't have a great first innings, or Gloucestershire first innings with the gloves. Got a few byes, and that was just a rerun of Bedingham's dismissal. And confirmation that the opening stand here between Alex Lees and Michael Jones, the biggest in matches between Durham and Gloucestershire. The previous one, Jonathan Lewis and Michael Goff, just again 2003 at Chesley Street. And bear in mind that Gloucestershire and Durham have not met that often as first-class counties in the Championship, largely because of the spells in opposite divisions for a long period of time. And Durham still have never won a championship game here as we speak, but they'll be wanting to change that over the next day or so. So Robinson in, that's clipped up to mid-off, and there's no run. So Joshua into the attack, and with a wicket virtually straight away. So you said you're not involved in 12th duties today, so does that mean that at some point today you will have a net, if you haven't already?
I have already, actually. I've just got I'm going to gym and then head off. I think I probably might watch a few more overs, but yeah, no 12th for me today, luckily enough.
And what is the prediction? What is your own prediction of the grade of your degree, do you think? Bearing in mind how you think the last 3 years have gone.
Oh, it's a tough one. I don't know. I think I'm hoping for a 2-1. I think a first would be a real bonus, but yeah, 2-1 would be
fair enough.
Nice to get out of there with a good mark of some degree, whether that's a 2-1 or a first. But yeah, it's a long time. Oh, chance.
Tight for a run out, but Jones takes 2 out to the 99. Deep point boundary onto 99.
In they come.
Well, Graham Clark with a century in the first innings, and 8 4s and 5 6s in this innings for 70 runs out of 99 in boundaries.
He's played beautifully, hasn't he? Quite aggressively, but
yeah, very aggressively in fact. Big
It's a nerve-wracking time,
defensive push.
Everyone in, you're thinking, where's this run coming from?
Only made 2 first-class hundreds in his career, Michael Jones, before. So it's a bit like Graham Clark's long wait for a first-class 100, which very nearly perished on 99. There was a big call against him for an edge, but he got there. And now Jones with the field in, understandably. Zavika hard to bowl to him. That's pushed away and he'll get the 100. It's found the gap between point and square leg, and it's gone all the way to the bounce fence for 4. And Michael Jones becomes the second Durham batsman in this match to achieve a notable personal milestone. Real celebration for him, and 127 balls. And he started quite slowly, so the acceleration really has come once he's got to 50.
Yeah, he's played beautifully, really. He played Zaf quite aggressively. I think Aj bowled a fantastic spell at him actually now with the new ball, and just shows you get through those difficult moments, and an outfit like this on a good pitch, there are runs to be scored. So no, he's played really well.
Zafra again into Jones, who defends. And we'll lose Ollie at the end of this over, so thanks for coming up, thanks for your time.
No, not at all. Thanks for having me. Always good fun. Nice to see you guys.
And we'll leave our lofty perch. And Jones has cracked that on the bounce out to Ben Charlesworth. But Zafra's now taken 1 for 92 in 16 overs. Ollie, thank you. Hope the exam goes well in 10 days or so. And we'll no doubt see you back out in the middle again
Thank you very
very
much.
soon.
Thank you.
Ollie Price there, and what a wonderful guest he was as well. Great guy. Both brothers really popular here, and they're both really nice lads. They're great cricketers, Tom and Ollie, and they're both really good guys as well.
And they are bright thinkers as well.
I think Tom I think he might have got a first actually in politics, PPE.
Was that politics, philosophy and economics?
That's the one. And if Ollie gets a first as well, you know.
As opposed to the protective equipment that we used under COVID. That was PPE, wasn't it?
It was PPE. It was PPE. Yes. Maybe Tom's got a degree in protective equipment, in masks. Don't do his thesis on masks.
Josh Short from the south of France end, or the Ashley Down Road end as you wish, into Robinson. There's a tight call here for a sharp single, and Miles Hammond is annoyed he hasn't hit the stumps at the bowler's end there, because I think Robinson might have been running on towards the pavilion if he'd had a direct hit. But Durham are kind of sacrificing wickets here a bit in pursuit of the runs they need, aren't they, Dan?
Yeah, they certainly are.
That's how it looks anyway.
Yeah, they lead now by 337 runs.
You can see what the run rate is, well up above 4.5. Almost chopped on by Jones there, played it into the ground. It bounced past the stumps. Thanks for your further contributions on email today. Mark Kidger asks about a possible declaration. Durham are very impressive, he says. There is a reason why they have double the batting points of anyone else and 3 wins from 5 matches. Cracked away again by Jones, but straight to Dom Goodman, who's out on the
Square leg on the square point boundary for a single. Initially, says Mark, I had thought we would look at a 400 lead after tee, but they're scoring so quickly that it could be a 450 lead. Durham are back, he says, big time after years in the doldrums.
Yeah, and I don't think any cricket fan will, have an issue with that, because, Durham were very unlucky, weren't they?
Sure. I was going to say Fields off his own bowling. It's just gone past his boot there. It's gun barrel straight from Robinson, and it's gone all the way up to the boundary at the Ashley Down round end for 4. That was hit pretty hard.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And Josh Shaw couldn't get down quick enough on his follow through.
I think every sort of neutral cricket fan has sympathy with Durham, don't they? Because of what happened to them when the club was decimated due to that points deduction, relegation, and big fine, etc. So it's good to see Durham bouncing back.
He's got a man at short mid off, Josh Shaw, trying to stop that drive from Robinson. That was his first boundary.
So tea will be what time today?
4 o'clock fixed.
4 o'clock fixed, so just over an hour to tea. And I reckon Durham will probably be leading by 400 then. I think they might push it just to maybe 450, just to make it completely safe.
Short to Robinson. That's clipped on the leg side, and Zafagahar I think was going to go towards that, but it's beaten him and gone way away to the boundary at a wide long on for 4. I think the bowling figures may not make happy reading at the moment. Matt Taylor 7 overs for 20 and Ajit Singh Dale 6 overs for 11. Neither of those two have bowled since lunch. Zafagahar 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 92. Zaman Akhtar's spell was 6 overs, which I think was the longest he's bowled in the match. 1 for 27, and Josh Shaw's couple of overs have cost 18, but he has got a wicket. Zafar going at nearly 6 and over is not him, is it? As a rule.
No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not. They've targeted him. So here he's going to have a bowl at the Centurion Jones, who is circumspect there and just defends. The Pakistani spinner into the offside. Nice shot there. Dent parries it. Wrong foot's Charlesworth, and they come through for a single.
Michael Jones did make 100. In fact, they made 200s last year, so not a long gap between today's century and his previous 3 figures.
That's deft from Robinson there. Just paddles sweep around the corner and gets 4 runs. Uses the pace of the ball and just deflects it. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. And good innovation there from the young keeper. Zafar just tosses that one up as he pushes it into the offside. Miles Hammond doing the fielding, can't pick it cleanly. 200 up for Durham in the 41st over, so they're rattling along at 5 and over here. 353 the lead. Short and wide and cut out to Josh Shaw, out on the deep cover boundary.
Elsewhere, Surrey have beaten Kent in the first division by 10 wickets. In the second division, Glamorgan making a good fist of that recovery against Sussex. They're 314 for 3 in the second innings. They're only 44 behind.
Zaffa in, that's gone up in the air, and it goes over the boundary, although was caught by Paul van Meekeren. Just a shame he wasn't actually on the pitch at the time or playing his 13th man. It was a good catch there.
And in that
Van
Morgan
Meekeren.
total, Kieran Carlson's got 103 not out, and Marnus Labuschagne 90 not out. 313 for 3 they are, so say 44 the difference. And at Worcestershire need 94 more to win. They're 4 wickets down, 177 for 4 against Leicestershire. They need 94 more, and Adam Hose is just out for 84, but Gareth Roderick, former of course of Gloucestershire, still there, 51 not out, made in just over 4 hours. So that's a painstaking innings, but he's doing a great job for his team.
Been a good day for you, Durham fans. Not only have you look like you're going to win this one, but potentially the side second and third in Sussex and Leicestershire might not win their games.
Long way to go in that game at Hove yet.
Yeah. Long way to go in this game at Bristol, Ian. You never know.
Yeah, Leicestershire starting to run out of buffer when they're 94 and they need 6 wickets. It becomes a challenge of how much do you just try and contain rather than really attacking.
Yeah. Before this over, there was 150 overs left in this game. It's still lots of time, isn't there, Ian?
There is. And Michael Jones is enjoying himself out there at the moment. Tries to force that again off the back foot, only to Hammond. Jack Taylor, the solitary slip. And still, Ajit Singhdale not on the field at the moment. This is a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, I see both Taylor.
Matt Taylor's limbering up down to our right. So
Yeah, they've both shunned the sun hat, Ian. They've gone cap.
Sun's just gone in for a moment. Shaw to Jones, clip that away again. That's behind square, but Zafar Gahar won't reach that. That's going to go all the way to the Kennington Avenue boundary for 4 more. And Gloucestershire have been, in a sense, hunting wickets, but it's just tot up the Durham boundaries in this second innings. 23 of them. 23 boundaries and 6 sixes in 40. This is the 42nd over. That's it just show that the margin for error for the bowlers, particularly the quicker bowlers, is really small. And that's why Durham will think they might need all these runs. But whether, I think Gloucestershire's objective will be to bat and bat and bat, and if they should get to a position where they can chase late tomorrow, that would be a slim chance, but they did it against Leicestershire back in 2021.
Oh.
Lovely shot once more from Jones. That's away through a wide mid-off, and if Josh Shaw at the moment, if he pitches up, then these two are capitalising. Again, it's just that little bit of width, and Jones onto it really quickly. It's first class. You said about only 2 previous hundreds, but his average was 36, which suggests he's sort of gets starts and then doesn't quite convert them. But certainly no criticism on that score in this match. You'll pinch one more down to Matt Taylor. But it felt, driving to the ground today, Dan, that this was likely to be the pattern. On a good pitch, Durham take the last wicket and then bat themselves into a position where
They can't lose the game.
Yeah, they're tactically in control of where the game is going.
Yeah, completely.
Shaw past umpire Newell. On clip back down the pitch by Robinson, but stopped by Shaw. And if his own bowling, he does a notional throw that back of the stumps, but can't break them. Gentleman downstairs putting a jacket on. I'm not sure if it certainly isn't raining, but
the sun's gone in a little.
Yeah, well, there's just a little bit of a breeze out there as well.
Yeah,
but certainly at the far end of the ground, at the Ashley Down Road end, the spectators that end are definitely right in the sunshine, as is Shaw running in here towards us and steered by Robinson. He goes into the 20s for a single fielded by Dom Goodman, who's been on the field since lunch. And Jack Taylor just asking if there might be a need to remove one of the helmets from the outfield. In fact, Taylor might be having a bowl, I think, at this pavilion end. Only had the one over. In the first innings, he's bowled 3 so far. In this, 3 overs for 19. But Josh Shaw isn't finding things easy at that far end against these two. Last wicket fell at 178. So they've put on 45 already. Sorry. Should we try and do that again? 39 they put on.
Yes, 39. 39.
See, my abacus was out of my sight, you see. I couldn't use it.
Well, you've got fingers, Ian. Count on your fingers. Gloucestershire fans enjoying the sunshine, but possibly praying for rain. Praying for anything, really.
Yeah, there doesn't look likely to be a clatter of wickets here, does there? We had a little, a mini clatter after lunch with Lees and Borthwick going quite quickly, and then more
That's
of that.
In the air, and Jack Taylor's welcome to the attack by dropping one short, and Robinson plonking him for 6 into the stands. I saw a wonderful tweet a few weeks ago from when Spurs went 5-0 down at Newcastle, and it was from a Spurs fan who said, "Dear Just Stop Oil, I don't suppose you're in the Newcastle area at the moment, are you?" That's gone in the air, and that's going to be 6 more to Robinson. 12 off 2 balls.
They are racing towards a possible declaration here, Durham.
It's not got that bad yet for Gloucestershire fans, has it? That they're praying for Just Stop
No,
Oil protesters.
no. I mean, do you think there would be any thought here that they might want to get Gloucestershire in before tea for an awkward little 4 overs?
Potentially. Yeah, potentially.
We've still got 50 minutes to go to the break. I know
Jack
we
Taylor's
have seen
go over the wicket.
We have seen well above 100 runs per session scored.
It's normally about 130
in this match. So
yeah.
I think that just to bail out at 400 with so much time left might be a risk. Might. It's a very small one.
Taylor throws that one wide. That's a wide ball.
But still
Jack
50.
Taylor's not happy about that there. I wonder if we can get a replay of that. I thought it was quite harsh for 4-day cricket. Here's Taylor in, and that's outside the off stump, and that is crashed for 4 runs through the offside. So 17 off 3 legitimate balls so far.
Robinson 37 off 13 balls at the moment.
Wowzers.
Nice. It's almost T20-esque. Three men out on the offside.
one of which is Josh Shaw, who does the fielding there. And they'll be relieved that Robinson's only scored one off that.
So there are now 3 out on the leg side for Michael Jones, and there's 5 men out, basically. 3 saving single on the offside.
Taylor in, shorter and quicker, and that's well fielded by Ben Charlesworth. That's good commitment there. You know, when the chips are down, you've still got someone throwing themselves around in the field. That's what you want. Taylor in, and that's drilled again at Charlesworth. Ball's been following him around a little bit this afternoon after that nasty looking one that he had at short leg earlier. 2-3-5 for 3. Jones 1-1-5. Robinson, is that wide? It's borderline. Jack Taylor wasn't particularly happy. I mean, I think that's harsh in 4-day cricket. Yes, if you're chucking it down the leg side, you can see why, but that's on the offside there. And I mean, it's sort of it's within the crease. I mean, I think the law actually states that it should be out of the batsman's natural arc, shouldn't it? Natural width, natural swing.
So 57 these two have added pretty quickly. Jack Taylor's bowled 4 overs for 37. Last one was expensive. He and Josh Shaw both going at 9 and over at the moment. Indicates Durham's desire to really put the car into overdrive. Down the leg side, ball taken by James Bracey. And all the time, Durham know this pitch is wearing a little bit more, the bounce potentially a little bit more uneven. I think Dale Benkenstone said last night he thought it was a good toss to win because of the potential of it spinning on the final day. Sure. Gets on. Oh, he got that. He got that on the shin bone as it got to him on the follow through.
He's a tough Yorkshireman. He's all right. He'll just walk it off.
Yeah, he's just hobbling a bit as he goes back to his mark.
Big strong lad, Josh.
Nobody out for Shaw on the offside boundary as cover. 3 saving a single. Robinson's tried to go the other way, and it's gone past Zaman Akhtar and up to the boundary at mid-on. It was a bit of a swat that, but the bounce deceived the fielder, and once it beat him, it was always going to run away up towards the apartments. Good sprinkling of spectators at that end of the ground today. 1 or 2, brackets gentlemen, close brackets, don't have a shirt on. But it probably is warm enough, actually. I'm not sure whether that's allowed in a county. Yeah, most people actually keep shirts on, but you know, there are 1 or 2 without. Down the leg side again from Shaw. Good. It's a good one-handed take from James Bracey there.
Are you saying that it's impolite to take your shirt off in public, Ian?
I think I can see probably one gentleman on the extreme left-hand side of the seating at that end of the ground, and also one gentleman away on the right. There may be some in the grandstand as well, to be fair. But here is Short, passed on by Newell. And again, a little bit down the leg side, and Bracey doesn't take this one cleanly. South Africa has got to come across from fine leg, and it'll just be a bye. And a little bit leg side theory from Josh Shaw in this over. That's 3 balls that have gone down there. That's only that's the first bye though since that rather wild delivery from Ajit Singh Dale in the opening spell, which Bracey could do nothing about.
I think Gloucestershire is just trying to take time out of the game now, and you can't blame them.
Sure. I mean, that's a bit straighter, and still, he's got 115, but Michael Jones is capable of deciding which balls to defend and which not. So 44 overs gone of this Durham second innings, and they're racing along, as you can see, nearly at 5.5 and over. 240 for 3, lead is 393. 45 minutes until the tea interval. 50 overs left in the day, and not a time to be thrown the ball, but that's what James Brace is going to do to Matt Taylor here.
Yeah. We've got Steve Snell coming on as well. I'll let you do the interview with Steve. Yeah. I'm going to
head off for a Rumbaba, Dan. Is that right?
I'm going to go for a Rumbaba, yeah, as opposed to.
And if you weren't with us earlier on in the day, we have to explain what that joke is all about. A lady called Jacqueline Forsyth emailed us on Thursday and said she was coming to the ground today, and she would be honoured, if that's the right phrase, to bring us a box of cakes, which she dutifully has.
Very nice they are too.
And Jacqueline, with a group of about 6 or 7 friends here today, so hopefully they're having a good day. Certainly it's been fast cricket to watch, but not much to cheer from a Gloucestershire point of view.
Absolutely not. Matt Taylor has replaced his brother Jack as he comes into the attack. Robinson can't get that one away. Tries to force it through the offside, but can only find Miles Hammond at extra cover. Taylor in, and Robinson just guides it down to third. Pleasant afternoon here.
Well, very pleasant for watching.
BS7. A few wispy clouds come over, but
Hampshire have beaten Northants in the first division. They bowled them out for 176 second time round, so they've won by an innings and 135.
Matt Taylor in. Whipped away by Jones, moves on to 116.
And at Lords, Somerset have beaten Middlesex by an innings and 13. Middlesex all out in their second innings, 216. So they've been dismissed for 175 and 216 in reply to Somerset's 404. And 5 wickets there for Craig Overton, 5 for 46 in the second innings.
Defended there by Robinson. Oh, not that we'll hear much about it from Somerset.
Oh, I'm sure not. So the only game...
Social media won't be awash with them being the greatest side in the world. better than the Brazil 1970 football side. Better than the Harlem Globetrotters at basketball. That's a pleasant shot there by Robinson. That's going to be close, but Hammond's quick across the ground. And that's a lovely throw-in, flat throw-in to James Bracey. 244 for 3. Robinson on 245.
So those wins, first division, then wins for Hampshire, Somerset and Surrey today. So the only match in progress there is at Trent Bridge, where Essex are 62 without loss, still trailing Notts by 82. So 62 without loss second time round, obviously. Still quite a bit in arrears. Plenty to do for them.
That's crunched by Robinson through the offside. Lovely shot 4 more takes him on to 49. That completes the over. 248 for 3. There's 50 overs remaining today. That's 45 gone in this innings by Durham.
I'm not sure I remember the last time I saw a 25 ball red ball 50.
No.
And not against what I would call help yourself bowling either.
No.
Not against declaration bowling. Robinson's really come in and been, well, just as positive as Durham were throughout their first innings. He's come in when Beddingham had hit 29 off 26. Yes, Borthwick had gone cheaply, but Michael Jones now, he's been out there for just over 3 hours for his 116, but Robinson has only batted at the moment for 33 minutes. Savagahar switching ends. So in theory,
he goes over 400 with that.
Yeah, it's a big old lead, and Durham, if they want to get Gloucestershire in before tea, they've probably got about another 4 overs, I would think. But I suspect even they might feel that's just a bit too risky here. But they're probably well out of sight anyway, even at 4:01. Zafar to Jones. It's almost a shot a ball at the moment from these two. And that's just paddled round the corner to Matt Taylor. So deep mid-wicket, long on back, and a deep backward square. Robinson needing one for his 50, and he'll get it there with a paddle down to Miles Hammond. 25 balls for that 50 for Ollie Robinson, and just the energy that was needed by Durham in this situation.
Yeah, it's become processional, hasn't it?
Yeah, that was a word I feared I might use. I did say to someone at lunchtime, it felt as if it was going that way. Again, that's outside the leg stump from Zafar, and it's swept down to Hammond for a single by Michael Jones. So 48 overs to go tonight after this one. How many did Durham think they need? Swept by Robinson off the reverse sweep, and there's a gap on that offside. He's tried to bowl it outside the leg stump. Robinson's just second guessed him there and played the reverse. And Zafar looks pretty rueful as well, he might. His figure's taking a bit of a hit here in every sense. Robinson waits, that didn't turn too much. And he will go squeeze a single out on the offside. So is this pitch flattening out, Dan?
No. I think it's
or do you just think it's a dispiriting session for Gloucestershire because Durham is so much on top? Zafar in once again. That's again down the leg side. They're asking about a catch at the wicket, but umpire Neil not interested. And Zafar has now got 1 for 113 from his 18 overs.
I don't think it's flattening out. I think it's been pretty flat for the seamers right through the game. I think it's going to turn. I think it's going to rag. And as we spoke about earlier, you know, if you try and defend on here, I think you have to go positive at the spinners and try and put them off their lines, their lengths, etc. I think if you go defensive with men around the bat, you're going to die in the hole.
And Durham have got so many runs on the board that they can afford to attack when the point comes for the declaration. Could it be 300 in this second innings that might be the tipping point.
Taylor in. That's got very fine there by Robinson. Great bit of work down on the boundary. I think that's Akhtar down there. He's a good fielder. And races around and saves his side 2 runs. I'll tell you what would be interesting. Scenario. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen, Ian. But say Durham set Gloucestershire 450. End of play, Gloucestershire are 130 for naught. Taylor in. Punch to mid-off for no run. Marcus Harris there. Say they're 120, 130 for none. End of play. Leaves them 320 tomorrow. 10 wickets in hand. Could be an interesting day, couldn't it?
It still feels it's a long chase, though.
It's a hell of a long chase.
It's a very long chase.
But listen, it's my crumb of comfort. It's my glimmer of hope, and you've ruined it, Ian.
I'm sorry, Dan.
You've taken it away from me. Matt Taylor in. That's gone into the leg side. Splits deep square, deep backward square. And it's another boundary. I'm going to hand over. I'm going to let you do this interview with, we've got Gloucestershire's performance director here, Steve Snell. So Ian's going to conduct that with you. And I'm going to go for a walk around the ground. And I'm going to have a little bit of tea. I'm going to have a rum barber. And I'm just going to generally have a bit of time out from behind this microphone. So I'll do that after this ball. Matt Taylor in, and that's a thick inside edge. Robinson gets it out to deep backward square. Dominic Goodman there on his 12th man. He does the fielding. And I'll hand you over to Ian Randall.
Dan, thank you. He's going to go and sun himself for the next 50 minutes. Actually, the sun is very, very pleasant here at Bristol today. Lovely day for watching. I don't know how it's been for Mr. Snell. I'll just let him finish his cup of tea because he's walked up the steps to our commentary position, carefully balancing one. Steered away by Michael Jones down to Josh Shaw at 3rd man. One more to the Durham total. Afternoon, Steve.
Afternoon, Ian. It's been a long time since we've done this.
Yeah, I didn't use the word good necessarily because I just wondered how hard a watch this has been for you.
Yeah, I think always you can always look at this through different lenses. You know, it's great sometimes just to have a watch when we're in tough situations, to have a look at the character of the boys and see where they're at. But equally, obviously, you'd never choose to be in the position we are in the game at the moment. But that's cricket sometimes. It's a tough game, and Durham have played some good cricket so far in this match. We find ourselves where we are.
Do you see a confident Durham team having won 3 games? Do you sense that they've got a buoyancy about them, and that's how they're able to play at this tempo?
I mean, they've got some good players. I think that helps in the first instance. But no, absolutely, they've come off the back. I think 3 wins so far this season. So yeah, they're going to be confident, and they've got every right to be so. But yep, still plenty of cricket to go in this game, so always got to remain positive and optimistic.
Was it a good toss to win?
I think you've got to say that at the end of the game. I think it's an early, still a bit too early to say that. I think, had we won the toss ourselves, I'm sure we would have done the same thing. So in that sense, but as I know that the coach kind of reminds the players that the toss just starts the game. Don't always have the choice to do what you may want to do.
South Africa half from the Ashley Down Road, and he'll pinch a single. Michael Jones out on the offside. And obviously you're not helped in this game by no Van Buren, no De Lange, no Tom Price available. I mean, how tight were those calls in terms of selection? How close were they to being picked? Was that being picked, being available would be a better phrase.
Yeah, no Ollie Price and no David Payne either, which
yeah, true.
So I think it's certainly frustrating to not have the full squad to pick from. I think sometimes you've got to be reasonably pragmatic, that there's little point in terms of putting some of your senior and I guess, more prominent players out, and you know, when they're not fully fit and risking further injury to put them out for even longer. So I think, you know, we have to be kind of quite smart about that. But there's no doubt it kind of it does have an impact on the experience of the team you put out. And Graham's been in really good form with the bat for us this season as well. So certainly, I'm sure, frustrating for him and the team for him to miss out. But it does create, you know, opportunity for other players as well. And I think then there's the chance to come in and kind of make the most of that opportunity and forge a place in the side. And, you know, to be fair to somebody like Ben Charlesworth, he's done that really well over the last couple of games. He's played some really strong 4-day cricket, played some excellent innings against a couple of decent attacks, and just, you know, showed why he's a really promising young player.
And we kind of knew this. He's very patient, isn't he? He's prepared to really bed himself in, not necessarily score very much at the start of his innings, and then judge how to increase the pace of it later on.
Yeah, I just think he's got a very, very clear game plan in 4-day cricket, and one which, you know, he's got a very good technical game as well for 4-day cricket. Presents a lot of the bat face. He plays well off both feet. So I think he's pretty set up to be quite successful in red ball cricket, and we've seen him be, you know, expansive against the left arm spinner in this game as well. He's got the shot range to be aggressive, so it's great to see him start so positively, and I'm sure, you know, he'll want to go on and get those really big scores, those daddy hundreds, as Graham Gooch used to call them.
Zafar to continue. Attempted reverse sweep from Robinson, and he's stumped by James Bracey. So that rapid cameo, they're coming in. That looks like that's the declaration. Robinson has been stumped by James Bracey, and with 28 minutes to go until tea, and with Michael Jones 121 not out, the lead is 425. Durham have called the declaration, and they are going to set Gloucestershire 426 to win. There will be 44 overs today and 96 potentially available tomorrow. So 140 overs to get 426. That's a dangling a carrot, Steve, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think so. Obviously 426 is a lot of runs, but equally in terms of any match that you're involved in, you've got to believe that you can be successful, and got to believe that you can play well enough to win. I mean, I see the players aren't racing off, which one may suggest that could be tea. Within tea's supposed to be at 4 o'clock, so
yeah, I suppose they could take. Yes, in fact, there's the signal. The umpires just said that tea will be taken, so that potential little tactical move by Durham has been sort of sidestepped by the umpires. So tea will be taken now. It'll always give them an extra couple of overs. So 272 for 4 declared. Durham, Michael Jones 121 not out, and as you can see there, Ollie Robinson 67 before he was stumped by James Bracey off Zafar Gahar. Wickets then, 1 to Zaman Akhtar, 2 to Zafar, and 1 to Josh Shaw in that second innings. Steve, let's give us a chance to have a look at one or two other things, I suppose, ahead of the resumption of play. You are the performance director. How would you sum up the performance so far this season in the cricket that you've been able to play outside the large amount of rain you've had to sit through?
Yeah, firstly, before I answer that, I have to say that kind of a declaration like that is a caterer's nightmare. That the umpires was there this morning when the umpires went in to speak to Ewan, who works in the players' dining room, and assured him that tea was at 4 o'clock. It was a fixed tea. So I'm sure we'll be scrambling in there at 3:32 when all the players arrive there in 2 minutes, looking for some chicken wraps or whatever they have. But I digress. How would I describe the performance? I think it's really kind of tough assessment in some ways, because this cricket is a statistical game. So you look at the kind of numbers, the table, and you could some quarters say that the table doesn't lie. You kind of are where you are. But equally, I think in some aspects we haven't able to have a full 4-day game in any of the matches we've played. I think
this would be the first one.
This potentially would be the first one. So it's been really difficult to try and I used the word deliberately, force a result in the games that we've been playing. We've been on the right side of, I think, 3 of the matches we played decently in, and wrong side of 1 against Sussex potentially, and obviously that complete abandonment against Yorkshire, and then we find ourselves playing against a very confident side who are top of the table. Yeah, still, we go into the, with 4 sessions remaining in the game, with all results are still possible. But I say that with Durham very much on top. So I think we've played some good cricket. I think one of the things that we haven't managed to do is be consistent as a side in terms of our batting in our first innings. It's again statistically there that we haven't managed to put those kind of batting points on the board, but equally there's been some mitigating circumstances in terms of conditions, and bowlers are allowed to bowl well as well. But we have shown there's a huge amount of resilience and been very difficult to beat. And I think our unbeaten run stretches across a number of matches now. I think it was against Northants at Cheltenham last year was the last time we lost a 4-day game, if memory serves me right. You may trip me up on that one, but that was an awful long time ago, and that's because the guys have got an awful lot of character, an awful lot of pride, and I'm sure similarly in this game, that kind of backs against the wall mentality will serve them well. But I've seen some really bright spots across the 5 games that we've played. I think in particular Ajit Singh Dale has been fantastic. The growth in his not just his level, but his consistency of his level. His bowl with real pace, great control, wicket taking threat in all of the games that he's played in, and that's a big improvement last year where he was showing promise. This year he's performing like a seasoned professional, but bowling at a pace which not many people are able to generate in the county game. So that's been particularly pleasing to see.
Having not bowled since lunch here, was there any reason for that? Because he hasn't been on the field since lunchtime.
Yeah, I think there's got to look after our younger bowlers as well. In terms of his workload has been pretty significant. So we're just making sure that as much as he's been our go-to man in some ways with the ball, there we want to make sure that he's available and raring to go for the rest of the season as well. So I'm sure a bit of precaution more than anything. But he's been excellent, and I've been really pleased to see the development in not just the output in terms of wickets, but the general level of threat and consistency. I think as a group, some of the additions we've made in terms of Marchand Delango's, shame he's not available obviously for this game, but you sign somebody like him who can bowl with rock star pace. You're never going to be able to on the field for all 14 championship games, but his enthusiasm and character around the squad, and also I thought he's been really good with the ball as well on a number of occasions, still kind of finding his way. But we didn't sign him to bowl 75 miles an hour on a length. Signed him to bowl quick and as a wicket taking threat. So there's a couple of examples there of some players that we've picked out, but in general I'm seeing some real improvement across the squad. We've given guys like Zaman Akhtar some opportunity, and he created 4 chances in his first innings in red ball cricket and first class cricket, and that's not insignificant. There's no doubt obviously Zaman, as his time progresses, he'll bowl with more control, but equally we've signed him for his wicket taking threat and the pace he bowls at. So I think there's some bright spots, but there's no doubt that the boys are absolutely gagging for a win in the column, and I guess the circumstances have conspired against us through the kind of weather conditions, but also through probably our own lack of consistency at times. But the endeavour, the effort and the character of the players was without fault, and I'm sure the guys are be really keen to kind of right a few wrongs so far in this game, and there's no doubt that the quality and the temperament is there to do that.
Are you any closer to solving that first innings runs conundrum?
Yeah, again, I think that there's no doubt the ability there. It's just putting it all together as a team. I don't think it's a conundrum. Again, I think it's important to say in early season it's not just give me that you go out there and you whack 400 on the board. That the ball moves around, and there's some good bowlers that have been exploiting some reasonably favourable conditions as has been quite wet. So I just think as a unit it's just a case of the boys actually being able to do that together, as opposed to what we've had as 1 or 2 performances, rather than that kind of collective performance in first innings cricket.
But it's not. It did go back into last season, that problem, didn't it?
Yeah, again, it's one of those things. Obviously, there's been a little bit of discussion about in terms of with the coaching staff and the players, but equally in terms there's been some difference in personnel in that batting lineup, and also different overseas players, and over the course of a number of years. I don't think it's just a 2-year, 2-season discussion, but ultimately it's the players have got to kind of take that on and take that responsibility.
T20 around the corner. Grant Rolofsson's here. What do you? Is he somebody who can do that Glenn Phillips role for you? Is that what you're hoping for?
I think Grant, is a cricketer in his own right. I think he'll play slightly differently to Glenn. I think the way that Glenn played for Gloucestershire was outstanding. He was an exciting cricketer to watch. Whatever he was doing with bat, ball, field, and sometimes gloves, he's very, very dynamic. And Grant will bring his own strengths to our side in terms of seems very calm, good temperament, pretty relaxed character. And we're looking forward to kind of the strengths that he will bring, rather than looking to compare him to players of past eras. But I've no doubt that he's going to fit in well, and he's going to be an excellent acquisition for us.
And the balance of the side obviously is a bit different this year, because you don't have Cobain, Higgins, Howell. Those are the three of the stalwarts of recent times. So is it a year of transition a bit in T20?
Yeah, I'd never like to look at it and trying to over-egg what we might do, but equally I don't think we want to use a lack of experience as any kind of excuse. I think one of the exciting aspects for me is we've got a number of young guys in our squad that haven't had too much opportunity in first team T20 cricket, but some of them have performed outstandingly well in second team cricket and have been pushing so hard for an opportunity, and to a certain extent we're being blocked by more senior players. So yeah, in terms of for them, they'll be looking at a huge opportunity. I think for Dale and myself and Jack, obviously we'll be looking at who's potentially fit as well to play next week against Kent, because we've been pretty unlucky with some of the injuries that we've had. So it's pretty difficult to strategise about what the team may or may not be without actually still knowing, even a few days out, who's likely to be fit.
Well, Graham said he might be 2 weeks, he thought, with his hamstring, so that might make him touch and go for the start of the T20.
Yeah, we're still not in a position to confirm or rule him out. So again, it's some of the conversations and treatment that's got to happen over the next kind of 3 days ahead of the Kent game, which isn't too far away at all. Then that's ongoing, but we're really optimistic and excited about some of the players we've got. All of the players we've got in our squad, and I've no doubt that the boys will be looking forward to a change of format as well. Obviously in T20 cricket the crowds are excellent and there's good exposure in terms of the games, or some of the games being televised, so everyone will be looking forward to that competition.
Obviously you signed Zuman a little while ago, but Ed Middleton ahead of this game, I think you started the season with what I would call sort of 21 senior pros. To use a phrase you used last year, have you got the right people on the bus now?
Well, I think the people wouldn't be on the bus if you didn't think they were the right people. I think that's in the first instance, but it's professional sport. There's always going to be people who are flying, there's always going to be people who are transitioning, there's going to be people who are developing, people who suffer from loss of form. So again, coming back to what I said in terms of the lack of consistency in terms of the weather and what we've been able to see in second team cricket and first team cricket, it's been pretty difficult in terms of to either provide people opportunity or actually to see where some of the more transitional players might be, just due to the complete lack of cricket we've been able to have. So I think, in answer to that question, I think everybody in the squad is capable of match-winning performances, and I think as the season progresses and obviously our form and output in the county championship and then T20 cricket, that will probably maybe answer some more of those questions.
I think the rolling has taken place for the 7 minutes that's allowed. We're in the tea interval, not the scheduled tea interval, it must be said, here in Bristol, with Durham having declared at 272 for 4 in their second innings. Michael Jones 121 not out when Ollie Robinson was stumped by James Bracey for 67. Scott Baltic called the players in. Joe Millard from Bedminster CC says, can you ask Mr Stephen Snell for a few words of wisdom? We're in a bit of a sticky spot and we're in need of a miracle.
Yeah, I did see that Bedminster were playing Bristol today, and my club Bedminster, and they went from I think 140 for 3 to about 159 all out. So yeah, Joe, every game is salvageable, but why didn't you get more runs would probably be the question himself. I saw he was run out for naught actually.
Okay, and actually here's just a mental thing about this big target, which is 426 in 140 overs. I was listening to the radio going home from the ground last night, and somebody was talking about the Sheffield Wednesday against Peterborough football playoff, and the line they used was, if you can climb that mountain, you can just about climb any mountain in sport. Does that say something about belief, if you like, that psychology is a very important part of playing this game or any game professionally?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've always got to believe that you can win from any position. I think that's the bedrock of any top teams, and certainly, I'd expect our players to be going out to bat, just recognising there's always an opportunity. But equally, like, you've got to win the next ball. That's a long way off. You can't ever rule anything out or in. Right at the very start, just assume it may or may not happen. You've got to win the next ball. But yeah, I'm sure the players will be optimistic in terms of actually what they can achieve. But I think what Sheffield Wednesday did in that game, I watched that, was a great piece of theatre as well. And credit to Darren Moore and his team. But you've got to go out and play well.
You wouldn't have had many situations possibly in your career where you've had facing a target of 426 and 140 overs. It's a very long target, and to go back to your point about you win the next ball, is that literally how you have to compartmentalise it from this position when it's not 115 to win in 12 overs, but a much bigger format than that?
Yeah, again, every player will have their own way of breaking that down in terms of their own routine. So I certainly wouldn't be kind of looking to make any statements about how we should go about it. Personally, I like the mantra of winning the next ball, but equally, you've got to kind of whatever the players think that works for them. But I certainly think, just coming back, you have to be optimistic, have to believe that you're still in the game, and I'm sure the boys will be thinking exactly that.
And it will need contributions from everybody if you're to either bat this game out for a draw or get into a position somewhere late on tomorrow where you're turning the pressure onto Durham.
Well, I'd like to think we could knock it off and I'm down, Ian. That would be nice, wouldn't it? 427 for naught, but the likelihood that we're going to need a few people to play well, absolutely. So, but yeah, it's one of those. I'm not going to hypothesise about what might happen. Cricket's a strange old game, so yes, we'll see what happens.
And what's been the feedback from those who've been out in the middle about how much the pitch is doing now, or how the bounce is now compared to how it was at the outset?
Yeah, I've been really pleased actually in terms of the wicket. From probably left it a little bit drier this match, and with the hope of bringing the spin into the game, and there's no doubt that's happened. I think typically the pitches here, we've never been massively quick in terms of 4-day cricket, but there's been enough in the pitch, I think, for the seamers, but also for the spinners. So, just from my own observations, I've been really happy with the work that Sean and Paul and the grounds team have done. So I think again, coming into the 4th day with the ball spinning, and but the wicket's still pretty good to bat on. As I said, all the results are still possible.
Yeah, and it's all about the start here, and Ben Charles has proved, as you said, both at Derby and in this game, that he's prepared to leave a lot if necessary, and only play when he has to, until he feels that he's comfortable in his own geography of the innings and how he wants to push it forward.
Yeah, again, Ben seems to have a very solid game plan in 4-day cricket, and as I mentioned earlier, he plays well off both feet and he's got a really broad bat phase. So I think he's showing that he's got extremely good competency in 4-day cricket, and he's facing a lot of balls in the last couple of innings as well for his runs. So he would love to see him go and do that again.
Dale said during the winter that if you were to lose Marcus for the Ashes, and obviously we now know that he's going to be away for the World Test Championship game and at least in the squad for the Ashes, that Ben would be the likely replacement at the top of the order. So to have him in at 3 for 2 games before Marcus goes, if that strand of thinking is continuing, that's a great warm-up for him, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm sure he's opened most of his professional career, but all his youth cricket, and I've watched him play, he's been an opening batter, so he'll be very comfortable in that position. I'm sure relishing that opportunity if that's the way we decide to go, and I'm sure we will. But yeah, I think from Ben's perspective, having a couple of games at 3, and obviously having the experience of either Chris Dent or Marcus Harris to bat with, I think that's probably been a really good thing for him, and likewise for the team. I think he's again absorbed a lot of pressure up the top there early, and kind of got that ball older as well. I thought exceptionally well at Derby. It's sometimes harder to pick up the rhythm of and the intensity of first team cricket if he'd been out of it for a while. And when he came in against Derby, he assumed that responsibility like he'd been doing it for the rest of the season, and that was really pleasing to see. And I'm sure not only gave himself a lot of confidence, but gave the team a lot of confidence and some breathing space underneath him.
Was that a batter playing themselves back into some sort of first team form, do you think? Had he got to go through that long innings to actually pick up the threads again almost?
I think it's always helpful to spend some time in the middle. I think from Ben's perspective, he's always been somebody who enjoys occupying the crease. So, I think over the course of the last 3 weeks, Ben's probably hit about 60,000 balls in the nets. It's been, every time I see him, he's either in the indoor school or outside. I know up at Derby, I think the first day it rained, he had a good 2 hours in the indoor nets and just absolutely loves batting, and that's evident when he's out there in the middle.
Players will not be long because the umpires are on their way, and you probably want to get back downstairs. In the bigger picture, how are you and Dale driving the standards to keep these boys almost at full tilt all the time if you can, and trying to and from where you are, as you say, you may not look at the actual results, you want to look at how they're getting to those results at the minute, not the fact that it's been a series of draws, but what are the bits that you can push the performance levels up to turn those draws into wins. How are you keeping those standards up?
Well, in the first instance, we can't stop it raining, so no. That's probably been, over the course of the 4 of the games, that's probably been the kind of the key kind of performance driver for not getting a win, that it's been absolutely smashing it down for 2 months. I think to answer your question more sensibly, I think it's not necessarily about driving the performance. I think what we've done in terms of with the staff we've put in place, the change of backroom staff and the people we've brought in, and the general kind of culture and expectation, I think it's almost trying to take the pressure off players and supporting them, as opposed to really kind of this hard driver. The players have all performed well in their careers at some point. Equally, from our perspective, we want more from everybody in terms of whether that's wickets, runs, process, in terms of consistency of where we're bowling. So of course we're trying to improve that, but I think it's about being really balanced and really fair with the guys. I think communication aspect from Dale about who's doing what role and why. I think the communication has been excellent with the squad, but likewise, it's having a bit of patience as well with the players. I think it's easy to kind of make wholesale changes every time you don't play as well as you'd like to be, and I think we've been really consistent and fair in that aspect. And equally, I think what would be really nice is to have some consistency in terms of our own ability to put our best team out on the park. Over the course of the last 2 seasons, we haven't managed to do that all too often due to circumstances probably beyond our control. So I think there's a balance between ensuring that we're having our best team out on the field whenever we can, but also a squad that are capable of sustaining a couple of key players missing.
Yeah. Thanks for your time. We have a lovely lady called Jacqueline Forsyth, who has got the hospitality box downstairs today, has made some cakes. So your gift for coming up to us at tea time will be a rum baba to take downstairs. I know you're an athlete, but we'll provide a spoon as well. Thank you, Steve, for your time.
Cheers, Ian.
Thank you. Steve Snell, the Performance Director at Gloucestershire Cricket, here with us during the tea interval, unscheduled tea interval, with Durham having declared 272 for 4 in their second innings. They raced to that situation off only 48 overs. Michael Jones 121 not out in 3 hours and 18 minutes with 11 fours and 5 sixes, and all that has left Gloucestershire with 426 to win, and they've got 140 overs, 142 overs in fact, in which to get them. So we will work out what that run rate might be. It's going to be somewhere upwards to about 3.7, but the big picture is they've got a long way to go and they've got a lot of time to get those runs, but equally they've got to do it on a pitch in the 4th innings And this is going to be a 46 over session, and Ben Rain to bowl the first ball, which is nudged out into the offside by Chris Dent, and Durham are going to be on the attack, aren't they, Dan?
They certainly are, Ian.
3 slips.
You'll be pleased to know I haven't listened to any of that interview with Steve Snelling. I've been out there
Sunning yourself.
We're sunning myself with Dan Porter from the marketing team here. Here's Rain. Bowling to Dent. Oh, and that's gone between second and third slip. Takes the edge.
Don't think Beddingham and Alex Lees read that between them. Dent very nearly perishing in the first over.
Rain. Here past umpire Shamnugan. Dent defends.
Steve would not be drawn on the fitness of the various injured players for the T20. That I can tell you.
Okay.
Worcestershire need 77 to beat Leicestershire. They are 5 down at New Road.
Do you think Durham have just opened the door slightly to Gloucestershire here?
Well then, that's the teasing thing, isn't it?
Rain. Oh, that's got to be close. That's got to be close. I think that might have pitched outside. Leg stump. Umpire Shamnugan unmoved. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, I think it has pitched outside.
Yeah. In that game at Worcester, Gareth Roderick now out for 59. 59 made in 5 hours and 10 minutes. And Adam Hose made 84, so it's Brett D'Oliveira and Matthew Waite are the not-out batsmen. Could be a tense finish there.
Rain, and Dent plays that beautifully through the covers. Lovely shot there. Here's Rain. Dent defends. How long before we're going to see Ajaz Patel into the attack?
I would think Matthew Potts is taking his cap off, so he will open from the Ashley Down Road end. I don't think it'll be long, but there'll be a confidence in Rain and Potts as a pair from Durham to, at least while the ball is hard, try and cause some stresses and strains for the Gloucestershire openers, and Chris Dent had a couple of worrying moments in that over already. Remember, elsewhere today, 3 wins already. Hampshire, Surrey and Somerset all winning in the First Division. And Glamorgan making a good fist of recovering their position against Sussex. They've gone to tea there, 18 runs ahead, 3 wickets down, and 4 sessions left in the game. So, yeah, anything possible there too. One or two of the Sussex bowlers, Finn Hudson-Prentice and James Cole's getting a bit of tap, as they say.
Yeah.
In that reply, 376 for 3 in the second innings. They are. Labuschagne 115 not out, Kieran Carlson 136 not out, and not much happening. Even Ollie Robinson's only taken 1 for 46 in 17 overs. And that I felt was a bit of the Sussex problem when I saw them earlier in the season. Without Robinson, what else have they got? Potts into Harris, who defends. Well, as you know, Dan, Durham have never won here in Bristol.
They've never won here in Bristol.
So I suppose they have opened the door in a sense, but 142 overs to get 426 on a wearing pitch. If you can't defend that, then something quite remarkable has happened. Dent lets that go. That didn't bounce an awful lot from Potts, taken by Robinson.
But this is still a good wicket, and the outfield is lightning. I think the outfield might be worth 70 or 80 runs. If that takes it down to 350, then that's a sporting declaration.
So I'm trying to think now about the Leicestershire match here in 2021, which I think was Gloucestershire's biggest fourth innings chase to win, which was I'm getting my head here, 379 I think it was. So let me just try and pull up the card for that game. Potts past umpire Newell, and Dent lets that go outside the off stump. No, that was 348. In fact, it wasn't quite as much as I thought, but still, it was a big old chase. 348 for 6. The fourth innings chase there. Ian Cobain 117. Tom Lace made 97. Potts coming over the wicket to Harris, who lets that go outside the off stump. That was a real run feast. Leicester were a bowler short in effect in that fourth innings. But even then, even at tea, I remember thinking that Gloucestershire still needed something like, it might even have been as many as over 200 in about 40 overs, and you thought, okay, they might just have an outside chance of this because they had wickets in hand and 2 men well set.
Yeah.
Well, that's a long, long way away. But Gloucestershire, I suppose, must take runs that are on offer.
Here's Ben Rain. Dent defends.
It isn't just about defend, is it?
No, I think you take the runs.
Not just about occupation.
No, I think you take the runs when they're on offer, and I think, as I said, if these two can make it through, what have we got? This is a long session actually. It's 44 overs, 46 over session, isn't it? But if these two can make it through to the end of those 44 overs, that could well run away as well down there over those practice wickets. No. I think there's Deleda in pursuit. He's quite quick, just 2 to Dent. If Gloucestershire can be only 1 down, or even none down at the close of play, off those 44 overs, we've seen that the general scoring rate in this game has been 3 to 4 and over. So you're looking at 150. Maybe, something like that. Suddenly, you take that out, and Gloucestershire have got 275 to win tomorrow with 9 wickets in hand. I think it could be game on. That's defended there by Dent. I wonder if Durham have... I know they've been aggressive, and they've gone looking for it, and they're top of the table. But I'm wondering if they've just opened the door a little for Gloucestershire when it was firmly shut.
Well, they have bags of confidence about themselves.
Yeah, without doubt.
And there's going to be, obviously, if they bat anywhere near 142 overs, there'll be a second new ball due as well, part way through.
Yeah, and with a world-class spinner in his side like Ajaz Patel as well. I think, you know, I don't think we can tell until he comes into the attack.
And you would feel that he's very, very likely to bowl once again from this pavilion end.
Yeah. Rain past umpire Shem Nugan. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge of Chris Dent's bat. Dent defends, no run.
Yes, the run rate is exactly 3 and over for the target.
You're right. Yeah.
Which, as I say, is modest compared to the run rate in the game. But we have to bear in mind this is, you know, late in the third afternoon. Pitch has a lot of wear on it, and Durham do have a man who's taken 5 wickets in the first innings.
What would be nice for the game would be if Gloucestershire can come into this evening, you know, with no collateral damage.
Potts into Harris, who's off the mark, away for it with a single out through mid-wicket.
If they can come in
Clark
tonight,
does the fielding.
They can come in tonight, as I said, with 0 or 1 wickets down and 300-ish roughly to win tomorrow. There could be a decent crowd. The weather's set fair. Get yourselves down to Bristol, ladies and gents, friends, Romans, countrymen. We could be on for a cracker.
And if you can get down tonight, it's free admission. And there's a good 2.5 hours cricket available for the rest of today. Even with Ajaz Patel bowling an over in a minute and a half.
Yes, yeah.
I'll tell you what, something did occur to me as we were watching Dale Blankenstein wandering around the ground on a phone call earlier on today. Something I saw on a news clip. Dent forward, and I think it might have been a very well-known German footballer, I can't think of his name, walking through an airport seemingly on a phone, but the mock phone was actually his passport up against his ear as if it was a phone. So don't interrupt me because I'm on a call. Edged and caught. Dent didn't survive long. He had a slip chance go between second and third in Rain's first over, and now Matthew Potts has got him in his second, and Dent drags himself away, and Dan's wish of a wicket-free evening session has, I'm afraid, perished.
Yeah.
11 for 1.
Yeah. It's a shame.
And that brings Ben Charlesworth, who Steve Sun and I spoke about a bit during that tea time chat.
What did he say about? I didn't, you know, I wasn't privy to the chat.
There is confidence in Ben Charlesworth, and here is a second look at Dent's dismissal. Well, it would be if he had hit the rod. Well, that's suddenly disappeared. We'll try and bring that back to you.
Here we go.
The second time. Fairly routine catch for Oliver Robinson. You wouldn't expect him to drop those. Wicket falling the score on 11, and here is Ben Charlesworth.
He's confident in Charlesworth?
He says he has got all the shots. They're all there. It's just so far in his career he has not had a real run in the team, and Marcus Harris's involvement at international level may well give him that. But bearing in mind the situation that Gloucestershire face here, I think he'll be leaving quite a few deliveries early on. That tends to be his way. He's pots the ball to him, it's Edshaw, and that's caught! Well, blow me, Alex Lees has taken that. That's a sharp chance, and Charlesworth has to go as well. And Potts has taken 2 in 2, and he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, that was a really sharp chance. And Gloucestershire are in trouble again. Let's see if we can have another look at that one.
Lees didn't get his communication right with his second slip colleague David Bedingham in that first over when that ball from Dent went between the two of them. But there, very, very sharp chance taken, and in for Gloucestershire comes Miles Hammond, rather early than he would have expected. We might have another look maybe at the end of the over at that dismissal of Charlesworth, but Miles Hammond coming out on the hat-trick ball.
That was a very sharp chance.
Well, Durham with their tails absolutely up. We're going to have a 5-slip cordon for Matty Potts here. Jones, Bedingham, Lees.
I'd have a short leg in as well.
Zavagahar and Paul Coughlin in the gully. There is a man in at short mid-wicket, and Scott Borthwick asking Ben Rain to come into leg gully as well now. So the hat-trick ball, Potts to Hammond. Oh, and he nearly gets through. Hammond just about gets bat and pad together, and it's an explosive over from Matthew Potts. 11 for 2, and the target is 426. Here is the dismissal of Charlesworth. Potts coming round the wicket, and it's gone really quickly. It's a little bit of a prod with the bat, a little bit tentative.
Yeah,
but still,
Potts'
reaction time is minimal.
Charlesworth and Dents, though. I mean, when a guy's coming around the wicket at you at the left-hander, he works on angles, and Potts is a great sort of worker of those. You know, he's a geometrist, isn't he? He's a great worker of those angles. And Dent in the first innings left one that went alone, and probably him and probably Charlesworth had to play at those deliveries. You know, they weren't sort of fending away from the body. Here's Rain to Harris, who defends that. I think it's Harris's first ball that he's faced off Ben Rain.
When you say here's Rain, brackets, everybody's saying yes, please, please.
Well, not those from the northeast tuning in.
No, if you're with us from the northeast, your team are in a great position at the moment. Potts has got 2 for 1 from his 2 overs.
Here's Ben Rain. Harris defends. A lot relies on Marcus Harris now.
Now Hammond may have had a bad reaction from that one delivery from Potts. He wants to change his bat already. So whether it was right on the bottom and he's got a little split in it, I don't know. Scott Borthwick's got some running repairs to do, but to a spike or something. He's just borrowed the spike tightener from the umpire. He goes back to his position at mid-off.
Clipped beautifully by Harris. It's not going to go all the way. There's a man out there.
That's Clark. Clark's been patrolling that boundary a lot in this match. And fair play to him yesterday for, on the schools day, signing some 4 and 6 boards in between deliveries out there.
Durham have handled themselves very well here. Not sure about their leisure wear, though, that the players wear. They're decked out in chinos and polo shirts. Defended there by Harris.
What would you expect?
Oh, I thought sort of maybe more of a tracksuit, but it's like a sort of a chinois. It's like a sort of a yachting type look. It's like they're on a sailing holiday.
It's like they're on the Roca Riviera, Dan, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say, you know. Sort of the pseudo-Californian look. Maybe Washington State more than Washington Tyne and Weir, perhaps, you know?
Rain's quite a skiddy bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
You talk about the bounce of Potts, and that's fine, but Rain's as we know, he's a real competitor. Gets close to the stumps.
Here he comes in, past Shamnugan. Just tickled round the corner there by Marcus Harris.
Do you think in 10 years' time Ben Rain will be Darren Stevens?
Well, as a cricketer or as a bloke?
as a cricketer.
Yeah, I mean they're both sort of competitive cricketers, aren't they? I think there's only one Darren Stevens, though, isn't there? I think, you know, his longevity and his sort of will to keep going. Has he got a T20 deal somewhere?
I don't think so.
Has he not?
So Marcus Harris to face.
I think he'd still do a job somewhere.
Yeah, Matthew Potts. Pushes out on the offside. It's quite windy.
Yeah.
Down there at ground level. There are a couple of umbrellas over some benches in front of the main pavilion, and they're being held down with quite weighty concrete blocks, which is just as well, those umbrellas, because they would be toppling over otherwise. And one or two spectators with rather longer hair than me having it blown about a bit downstairs. Potts in, Harris forward, defends. If you've been out and about today, 4:15, if you've been in the garden or just doing usual Saturday things with the family, joined us a bit late. This is the third innings of the day, technically. Gloucestershire started 255 for 9. Last wicket stand of 65 in all between Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale. Harris clips that away through mid-wicket. Graham Clark's going to give up on the chase. It's going to go all the way into the gates on the far side of the ground by the scoreboard for 4. 18 for 2. So Gloucestershire in the end all out in their first innings for 292, just short of the follow-on target. So Durham could then decide what they wanted to do. They didn't enforce the follow-on. They batted again, and they scored 272 for 4 in 48 overs. Michael Jones making 121 not out, and Ollie Robinson 67 off 36 balls, and when he was stumped the declaration arrived. Harris goes back. That may not be the wisest move given the bounce of this pitch, which just now and again is proving a little inconsistent, but he got back well onto it, defended back up the pitch. So 272 for 4, that left Gloucestershire to score 426 in 142 overs. And Potts into Harris, who drives into the gap. There'll be a sliding stop once again from Durham in the field, past Delada, I think that is, and they just picked up 1. And already Potts has removed Dent and Charlesworth. Dent caught behind by Robinson for 10, and Charlesworth caught at the second slip, third slip rather, by Lee's first ball. Still 3 slips for Potts, staying around the wicket, and Hammond lets that go. Last ball of the over, I think probably half a dozen for him and Rain, and before we see Ajaz Patel potentially.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think he'll come on maybe 12 overs into this innings.
Rain also has a typically attacking field too, doesn't he?
Yeah, why not? Here he comes.
So they're going
Defended
to be, sorry, they're going to be gaps for boundaries potentially, aren't there?
Yeah, there will be. He's got 3 slips, and then he's got a sort of floating slip there. Ajaz Patel is at like a 5th slip. It's not a gully, it's like a 5th slip. And then he's got quite a deep gully or a backward point. He's got the covers open. Scott Borthwick's round at mid-off. Potts is at mid-on. In fact, Ajaz Patel has come out of that area and gone into cover point. That's a lovely shot, Marcus Harris. Very pleasant shot. And Potts has to fetch it. Just lent on that. Use the angle.
I don't think Rain has looked as dangerous around the wicket. He may just think that in this striving for a real grip on this Gloucestershire chase in inverted commas, he's really trying to get involved in himself in the game, Ben Rain.
Yeah, long way to go though, long way to go. Here's Rain around the wicket. Harris defends that,
but he has looked, for me anyway, more dangerous over the wicket.
Yes, I agree. Marcus North, we had him on day 1 as a guest on the stream. I thought he was very complimentary about Marcus Harris. He thought he should be in the Australian side opening, but probably won't be. But in his mind, he should be. That's just worked around the corner there by Harris. Graham Clark doing the fielding down there for a single.
So I'm sure the instruction from Dale Bengenstein would be along the lines of, right, Marcus, treat this as a net for the World Championship Test Series, the Test match and the Ashes. Just go out there and treat it as if it's net practice, a long net.
Like a 140 over net.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you do with. Well, I will bring up the board of the famous Ian Cobain innings here.
Rain to Hammond, who drives that beautifully through the covers. That's going to go all the way for 4, despite the efforts of Scott Borthwick sprinting after the ball. Hammond gets off the mark delightfully.
2014 that was, where Gloucestershire were facing a massive Surrey total. 626 for 6 declared. They made 112 first time round and then made 506 for 6 to draw the game. Ian Cobain made 151.
Rain in down the leg side.
Tom Smith made 80 and they shared in a 6th wicket stand of 177, and on the last day only 1 wicket fell.
Wow. There's the email address. Drop us a line. Drop Ian Randall a line. Drop me a line. The nice questions for me. Ian can take all the difficult ones.
I'll read you.
I'm 3 days into a game.
Our good friend Bob Hunt, who did Gloucestershire commentary from the point where the BBC introduced ball by ball, which was 2012, right through until the end of 2019. His reaction to that match: an extraordinary rearguard action and losing only 1 wicket in an absorbing final day. Ian Cobain batted for 421 balls. Potts in, and that's edged past third slip for 4. Not a chance, but off the outside edge of Harris's bat and down to the boundary in front of the Thatchers for 4.
Tom from Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3. Excellent blog. Have a read of it. Well, after this game he'll get another copy out, another piece out, and it's a wonderful, wonderful blog. Re the Durham off-pitch clothing. They had heard the talk of the south of France end here.
Potts in again from the Ashley Down Road end. That's let go by Marcus Harris.
And consequently, they have gone for the Saint-Tropez yachting and Chablis look. It's a little bit more suave than that. There's a sort of a Sancerre, Tom, perhaps. A bold choice, apparently backed by a Yacht Rock mixtape on the coach, filled with the likes of Christopher Cross.
Potts in again to Harris. That didn't get up very much, but he just about coped, defended it back out on the offside. You can see the ball just trickling out off the cut strip.
So their tape on the coach is a Yacht Rock mixtape filled with the likes of Christopher Cross, the Doobie Brothers, Journey, and mid-period Fleetwood Mac. Well, Ian, you're a Fleetwood Mac fan. You've heard of method acting. Durham have gone for method cricket by immersing themselves in the environment.
Potts in again. And let go once more by Harris. I must confess too, by the way, I would have at least 3 Journey albums at home.
Do you sort of partake in the sort of chinois and polo shirt look at all? Are you round Gloucester docks?
No. That wouldn't be me, would it? Potts with 2 wickets already. That's cut and cut. I say it's cut hard. It is cut hard past Ajaz Patel.
Wasn't a million miles away from Ajaz Patel.
I think he may even have got the merest finger on it, but it's raced away down to the boundary at third man.
And that's his bowling hand as well. I think he's okay.
But
it's his left hand, Patel.
It's with the merest touch. That's twice in this over that Potts might feel he's got a moral victory.
Patel's ringing that left hand.
Yes, he certainly felt that. Would have been a real stinger of a catch to take if he managed to hold it.
Lee's one was sharp, I tell you. It was going like a train. What about Christopher Cross, Ian? Got any of his albums at home?
Potts around the wicket and partially stops an attempted drive down the ground by Harris. There's something happening all the time here at the moment. We've had 36 runs in only 8 overs, 2 wickets gone. Christopher Cross? No.
No?
No.
Nothing from him?
No.
Not like Theme from Arthur on your playlist at all, or?
No, Steve Perry, Journey's lead singer, I must confess, there are, I think, so what have I got at home? We've got Escape, which are the other albums, I'm trying to think. That was a particularly good one, though. That's going back a long way, though, Dan. It's going back nearly 40 years.
Wow. Yeah. But Durham have gone for that look.
I was alive then, you know.
Sort of Mr. Byright look, perhaps. Do you remember Mr. Byright in? It was like a sort of a 80s clothes shop with suits and sort of linen wear. Linen wear, I'd say. You know?
Haven't had to wait long for Ajaz Patel.
For that discerning gentleman. Here's Ajaz Patel. Here he is. Over the wicket, and Hammond goes down the wicket. First ball to him.
Rain 4 overs for 22.
Hammond defends.
Doesn't quite tell the whole story of his opening spell, does it?
No, it doesn't. No.
Lees is back at long on for Patel. He's the only man on the boundary, though.
There's Patel. Hammond drives. Potts does the fielding at mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. Miles Hammond dances down the pitch, goes inside out and gets that through extra cover. Lovely cricket shot.
Well, they're leaving the gap there to tempt Hammond on the offside, which is absolutely fine when you've got as many runs to play with as Durham have.
Yeah. What Scott Borthwick's doing here to the left-hander is he's inviting him to drive through the covers. Patel is spinning the ball back into him and trying to get one through the gate. There's one just round the corner from Miles Hammond. But he's trying to go back through his gate and try and spin the ball back through. And Scott Borthwick has left him extra cover and that area, inviting him to drive. And if he can get one to go back through the gate, then Hammond will perish. Here's Patel as Harris goes down the pitch. 41 for 2. Miles Hammond on 9. Marcus Harris 22. The men out so far. Chris Dent, who feathered one behind into the gloves of Ollie Robinson, and then next ball Ben Charlesworth got an edge to Alex Lees at second slip, which absolutely flew, and it was a really good catch.
There's the target, bottom line of your screen, 426, and still a long way to go tonight.
Yeah, 37 overs.
So if you are in the area, it is free admission for the rest of today. Potts in this impressive opening spell, a couple of wickets already. He has been driven there through the offside, but they'll pick up a couple. Hammond finding the gap once more.
Do you think this will be the longest session that you've ever done? 44 overs? It was 46 overs, wasn't it?
Well, if you do an RLC game, it will be more than that, obviously.
It will be, yeah, it will be, I suppose. Yes.
We did a few 50 over sessions that
we did
last year.
Yeah, we did.
Potts around the wicket once more to Hammond, clips it up to mid-on, tries a sharp single. Rain throws at the bowler's end, but misses, and Borthwick does the backing up.
Yeah, he's quick, Hammond.
We haven't had a really bad call which hasn't been seen through as a run out. A real bad run out chance missed in this game, have we? So far, it's been
not yet.
Potts to Harris, who defends. I mean, this will be a good workout for him ahead of potential international duty this summer, won't it, Potts? We had, I think, 19 overs in the first innings.
Well, we could see these two going head-to-head in the Ashes in a few weeks. Potts and Harris.
Three slips in, staying around the wicket, and Harris gets inside the line, steers it to Ajaz Patel, mid-wicket.
I spoke to people the other day and they're saying, well, Potts is a long way down the pecking order. I mean, you've got Anderson, Broad, Robinson. They're going to play, aren't they? They're your front three, aren't they? And then you've got Mark Wood. But behind that, Oddie Stone, perhaps. Saqib Mahmood, perhaps. But Matt Potts has got to be in the reckoning, hasn't he?
Potts and Wokes.
And Wokes, Chris Wokes, yeah.
Staying around the wicket. Potts steered away. Good stop on the dive by Coghlan.
And England will need a pool of bowlers because
undoubtedly
the Ashes have been crammed into such a short period, and 5 Test matches in, is it 6 weeks, 7 weeks, basically?
Well, the last Ashes Test, I think, finishes on the Sunday at the end of July.
Yeah. So, and when do we start the Ireland Test? Is it the
June the 1st?
June the 1st.
Potts in again. Oh, that's down the leg side. Very fine, very, very fine. And Harris has just got a little feather on that and picked up 4 more.
Yeah, so, there's a lot of cricket to be played, international cricket, in a short period of time. And England will need...
Oh, yes, that is fired down the leg side by Potts. He was angry with that.
England will need quite a few bowlers.
So 2 for 21. Matthew Potts. Possibly 1 more over from him.
Yeah. I can't see Jimmy playing all 5. I can't see Stuart Broad playing all 5.
I can't see either of them playing against Ireland. I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah. Patel from the pavilion end, and that stayed low. And Hammond digs it out.
Would your first movement here always be forward, do you
think? Well, that's why short leg's in there, because you go forward, one spins back, takes the bat pad, and Clark is in there for that. So you can't just lunge forward blindly. You have to actually play the ball on its merits, and that's why you see a lot of players using their feet, sometimes going back, sometimes lunging forward, and always sort of second guessing. That's driven. Can only find Scott Borthwick at mid-off.
Still the gap through extra cover, so point and mid-off on the offside. That's it, apart from the slip for Ajaz Patel.
Hammond, watchful. Again, watchful off the front foot this time. Oh, Hammond uses his feet and defends. That completes the 11th over.
Interesting that Scott Borthwick just doing a little bit of limbering up, because he and Patel both turn the ball the same way, don't they? So
yeah, they do.
Arguably, he would be more effective against a right-hander, do you think?
Well, yeah. Yes, but I think there's so much rough outside that left-hander's off stump. And I think this is also, Gloucestershire have got 5 left-handers in the top 6. And you do sort of, if you do get a dry summer, you do wonder whether, or a dry spell like this, you do wonder whether that rough stuff outside the off stump is a hindrance.
Well, Potts, I'm sure, will come back later, but here's Paul Coghlan into the attack for the first time in this second innings, and steered away by Harris out to point. Deleda is the fielder. So in a session we've got 35 overs to go. There's going to be at least one other burst from Potts here, easily. But Durham have got 2 early wickets in the first 11 overs. Coghlan, a little bit of a slightly rocky run in, and that's outside the off stump and not judged as a wide by umpire Newell.
No, that would be harsh in 4-day cricket.
Worcestershire now need 58 in their game to beat Leicestershire on the 3rd evening.
5 down.
Still 5 down. Matthew Waite and Brett D'Oliveira, the not-out batsman. And still Joe Leach to come there as well. He's not the worst bat in the world. Coghlan in, and again outside the off stump, and let go by Harris, who's can have the patience of a Ben Charlesworth, or I can put him in that bracket, somebody who's played the tests that he has, and Charlesworth hasn't even made a championship 100 yet, but Harris he's done it at the top level, so he's what's happening here? Oh, Coghlan's got a problem, has he? Looks like he's pulled up and he's going off. Well, that's a blow for Durham.
Miles Hammond gives him his own jumper to take off for him.
But Coghlan is leaving the field. He's just come into the attack in the middle of his first over.
Yeah, no one likes to see that.
So he's obviously felt something, and Ben Rain is going to have to come in and complete the over from the far end.
Yeah, no one likes to see that. And Paul Coghlan's had back injuries in his career, and I do hope he's okay.
So that may bring Baz Deleda into the attack at that far end, I would think. Coghlan trudges off, and Rain will have 3 balls to complete the over with. Harris defends out on the offside, so that will just change the thinking a bit of Scott Borthwick. He's got to cope without one of his supporting seam bowlers, as Durham chase this 4th win of the season.
Just seeing on the screen there, Coghlan going straight in the dressing room, followed by the physio, or the lady who's a member of the medical staff at Durham.
Rain in once more, and Harris again defends. They've just gone to 2 slips for Rain. The sun's just gone in very temporarily. It's been almost a day when we haven't had any time since play began when the sun hasn't been out. But just at the moment, just tucked behind one of the very light clouds above us. Rain then to complete the over that Coghlan started, sees Harris push it up to mid-on. George Dressel is out on the field as a sub-fielder, and he may be there for the rest of tonight, the last 34 overs of the day, and also for tomorrow, depending on how Coghlan is. But Gloucestershire chasing 426, as you can see, 48 for 2. Dent and Charlesworth, the men back in the pavilion, both to Matty Potts. Bit of a brains trust meeting here now between keeper, captain and Can I call him a star spinner, Ajas Patel?
You certainly can, Ian. You can do whatever you want. So, who's on his 12thers for Durham, is it?
George Dressel.
George Dressel. Well, he'll be going down to Lola's with Bedminster Cricket Club later, as per our emails yesterday.
Well, so he may.
Patel in, and Hammond defends. I am not aware of this venue, Lola's, but it sounds horrendous.
I think you ought to ask just Jack Longstaff.
Lola Lowe's, it's called. So I've been reliably informed. Oh, thought that bowled him. Robinson whips off the bails. That's well bowled by Patel. Yeah, Lola Lowe's. George Dressel's going to be down there. Bedminster Cricket Club will be down there. Hammond uses his feet like the Bedminster Cricket Club boys on the dance floor later on. Durham might be down there in their chinois. Defended there. Hi, you're talking about bowlers for England. Can you explain why Chris Rushworth's never been picked? That's from Mike Ventress. That's a really good question, Mike. And, I mean, he's always up there in the wickets every season. That's pleasantly played by Miles Hammond. 4 from the moment it left the bat. Going back to Rushworth, I think that he was probably perceived as never being quite quick enough. You know, and there seems to be this train of thought that you've got to be at least in the early 80s to be able to make it international level. And, I mean, I'm surprised Rushworth, his weight of wickets over the years, I thought he might have been included, but sadly he never was. Patel, Hammond defends. That brings up the 50, that 4 as well. Comes up in the 13th over, 13 gone. Hammond moves on to 16. Marcus Harris, 26. The run rate's at 4 and over.
Which is well above what it needs to be.
Is that relevant, Ian?
I don't think it is at the moment, to be honest. Jack Longstaff's tucking into about his 4th bag of crisps today. Well, he's had 2 since tea.
That's slanderous, Ian. Jack Longstaff saying second. I mean, this is...
It's what?
Slanderous, I think.
Well, he's certainly opened 2 since tea, I know that much. Jack's on the camera duty today. Ben Raines continuing from that Ashley Down Road end. I wondered whether he might just complete the over that Coughlan bowled, but to be fair, his stint at this pavilion end at the start of the innings was quite short, so he's keeping going now from the end that Matthew Potts took his 2 wickets from. Five saving the single, as well as 2 slips and a gully for Rain. And Harris works him into the one gap on the leg side that's really available for a ball in that position. Out to Graham Clark at deep square. There's 1 run. Hammond's going to take a fresh guard. And Rain goes to have a chat with skipper Borthwick. Durham scored really quickly today to set up a declaration which came at a slightly adjusted tea interval. Raining into Hammond, who lets that go through to Robinson, doesn't play a shot outside the off stump. Yeah. Declaration came at 3:33, which was within the half an hour flexibility that the umpires have over the tea interval. And as the players walked off, the signal to the ground staff came with the fact that they would not just have the 10 minutes in between innings, and then for give Durham an awkward little spell to bowl at Gloucestershire before tea, but they absorbed the break. So that we had one longer session, and Hammond again lets that go. Not tempted. Dan's phone's going to be full of messages tonight about how the club cricket's gone today in his part of the world.
Yeah, I think my son's got a few runs, actually. He's not a batsman. In fact, he can't bat for toffee, if I'm honest with you. But they seem to have put on 40 for the last wicket, which means I think he might have got a few. I think he bats about 9 or 10 in.
Rain to Hammond again. Good shape on that, but Hammond's judged the line of that pretty well, and it's gone straight through to Robinson once more. Not been tempted yet to stand up, has he, other than to the spinner? Probably Rain might be just a little bit too brisk for that, to be fair. Durham looking for a third breakthrough here, and that's come off Hammond, and he has to go caught in the slips, off the glove.
Tried to leave that alone.
He tried to, but he didn't get his bat out of the way enough, and it's taken by Michael Jones at first slip, and by coming off the glove he took a lot of pace off it as well, so it was relatively a gentle lob as slip catches go at first slip, and it's 53 for 3.
Yeah, Gloucestershire staring down the barrel here now.
I asked this, I don't think it'll happen. Is there any chance this could be over tonight?
The thought had crossed my mind.
Is
a chance.
I mean, isn't that what Jack Leach did in the Somerset game last year on the third evening, when it didn't look likely as if the game would be over in 3 days, but bearing in mind Gloucestershire's inexperience down the order.
Yeah, there is a chance.
Still 32 overs to go tonight. Could they ask for another 8? When the night may not be a problem.
Yeah, they could do. They might miss out on a night at Lola Lowe's though. That's the issue.
Jack Taylor in at number 5 to split up the left-handers, but this is not his kind of position ordinarily. Unless he fancies a counter-attacking double 100.
Well, you never know. You never know.
But it looks as though it is heading inexorably one way at the moment, this match, with Hammond's departure, and now Ajaz Patel sorting out what field he wants for Marcus Harris. Start with a new over from this pavilion end.
My mate Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle. He's booked on the 8:15 flight tomorrow night from Bristol Airport up to Newcastle. He might have a few hours to kill, perhaps. But he's not over yet. Patel, Harris, where's that gone? I don't think anyone's got anything on that at all. No, it's gone byes. It's gone for byes. That's just spat out of the rough over Harris's shoulder and past Robinson and past David Beddingham at leg slip.
Look at Robinson's gesture there. What was that? Appeared to be the body language.
Patel. And then that one gets up shin height from more or less the same place. Very difficult to bat on now.
That's exactly why Durham batted third, wasn't it?
Yeah. Harris just tucks that one into the onside for a single. There seems to be a consensus around the ground that it's like a really good batting track. But when you're downstairs, you can't see what we can here from the third floor of the pavilion. And there are real footmarks there in the wicket. And you can see it on our TV screens, but you can't see it from, around the ground. And those footmarks are starting to cause real problems. That's well bowled. Taylor's been stumped first ball. That's a sharp bit of work there by Robinson. Taylor's got to go. And Patel has struck a second golden duck of this Gloucestershire innings. And Taylor...
They were convinced, the Durham fielders were convinced. Jack is looking very ruefully at where his back foot was. But generally, I don't think cricketers are disingenuous with multiple appeals like that around the batsman if they don't think there's a big chance of that being given. That's difficult for us to see because it's the head on camera, and I don't know whether Jack can do a long distance view for the camera looking across from the scoreboard side of the ground to see whether that was a clear stumping or not. It was just as difficult to tell with the stumping that bounced off Robinson's pads yesterday. But you might want to do a slow motion of this delivery. Well, it was...
They were convinced. Durham were convinced.
Yeah. The question is whether his foot was up, perhaps. Was it off the ground?
His heel was up. I think his toe was still on the ground, but, your heel needs to be behind the line, doesn't it? Or part of your foot needs to be behind the line.
58 for 4.
Bizarre dismissal.
And James Bracey in at number 6. So Gloucester have been batting for less than an hour and Bracey's already in. The skipper would not have expected this.
No. Patel's going to go over the wicket to him. And Bracey defends.
Well, Zafar Gahar, and then you're into the tail.
Yeah,
really.
Still 32 overs this evening. Oh, that's got to be close. Maybe a little high. All happening here at the Sea Unique. He's got outside the line just.
It is the peril of playing back, Dan, isn't it?
It's the bounce. I mean, Patel is really exploiting those footmarks.
And Gloucestershire's last two frontline batsmen are in here at the moment. Yes, Zafar Gahar is a more than handy bat, but beyond him you're into the bowlers. I wonder if Durham have checked out of their hotel. Well, they have an option of checking out. To be fair, they will probably stay tonight anyway. But how much will they need to play tomorrow? Rain in. Harris bounces it into the ground.
They've got a night in Lola Lows. I mean, come on. They're not going to check out their hotel with a night lined up in Lola Lows. Bristol's premier night spot.
We did joke earlier on with Ollie Price. Tottenham 1, Brentford 3. Bournemouth 0, Manchester United 1 is a full time, as is Crystal Palace 2, Fulham 2. That was at Craven Cottage. Here's. Oh, that's a lovely delivery from Rain. Again, from the bounce being low at the other end, this is one that's just climbed a bit on Marcus Harris. Had to play at it.
Wolves 1, Everton 0 with almost full time there. Josh Shaw will be pleased with that. Big Leeds fan.
Ben Rain in bright sunshine, running away from the Ashley Down Road end into Harris, who defends. Gloucestershire card looks a bit of a sorry tale at the moment. Dent caught Robinson bowled Potts 10. Charlesworth caught Lees bowled Potts first ball for naught. Hammond caught by Michael Jones at first slip off Rain for 16, trying to get his bat out of the way. It went off the glove, and then Jack Taylor stumped by Robinson off Patel. First ball, and that's again from the one that climbed earlier. That one he's pushed across Marcus Harris, and it's barely got to Robinson on the second bounce.
Yeah, Ben Rain normally has an influence on a game, either with bat or ball, and you know he's only batted once. He was unlucky, got one that shot along the deck from Zafar Gahar, and in the first innings he took one for 42. But he normally has an impact with bat or ball. He got 50 against Yorkshire last week and won Durham the game.
Here he is again, and Harris again defends.
And it wouldn't surprise me to see him in the wickets here to guide his side to victory.
Well, they will be mentally thinking that they can have the first away win of the season here, Durham. They haven't got to get ahead of themselves, but everything would appear to be going for them at the moment, and it's a mental test for the Gloucestershire batters. Harris doesn't need to play at that, and doesn't. End of Rain's over, so he has one wicket since switching ends and taken over from Paul Coghlan, who left the field after bowling only 3 balls of his spell, and that will almost certainly leave Durham a bowler down tonight. It may leave them a bowler down for the rest of the game, but they may not need him.
With this win would see Durham 30 clear, and that's 2 wins, because you're going to pick up 10 points from those games. Even if you lose them, you should pick up 10 points. And as Patel comes in here, quicker one down the leg side, Robinson misses. That's going to be more to his buys column. I mean, he's let through now about 25 buys in this game, 26 I think it is. It's difficult, but you know. But as I was saying about Durham, you know, when you're 30 points clear, there's 8 games to go. If they blow it, it will be the biggest crumble in sport since Devon Lock in the Grand National, Ian. Won't it?
Do you include Crisp as a crumble, so to speak? That's a terrible.
That was Richard
metaphor.
Pittman, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caught by Red Rum, of course. I tried to link that in with the cake earlier on today, and I can't do it.
With the what?
With the cake earlier on today, and I can't do it.
Defended.
In Richard Osman's house of games, you could have a Grand National winner and a sickly cake. What would you have? Red Rum Baba.
Oh, Ian, right, go home. Go on, off you go. Off you go.
My work is done here for the day.
Bye-bye.
You must have seen that round that they do where they link to.
No.
Ask Ruth Charville about Richard Osman's House of Games.
Okay.
She is a massive fan.
Is she?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ruth is the lady who does a lot of the Gloucestershire photography on social media.
Patel in. Bracey plays him through the offside. No run.
Michael Jones out of the slip cordon at the moment. Matty Potts is in at first slip, I think, isn't he?
No, Potts is in at short mid-wicket, isn't he? No, he's not. That's the later. I think you might be right. Oh, that's gone past short leg. Bracey gets off the mark, 63 for 4. That completes the 17th over. Bracey on 1, Harris on 28.
And all this after Durham declared just after 3:30 today on 272 for 4 in their second innings, scoring at more than 5.5 and over. Michael Jones with a fine unbeaten 121. Alex Lees made 40 at the top of the order. They shared a century first wicket partnership, and then Ollie Robinson stumped by Bracey for 67, at which point the declaration came. Tea was taken at that stage, and that gave us a long evening session. And Durham have already taken 4 wickets in just over an hour. Rain to Bracey for the first time, and that nudges him into the leg side. A sharp chance of a single, and Patel very nearly throws down the stumps at the striker's end. Robinson can't believe that with one stump to aim at, he's got it that close. Harris, I think, would have been really struggling. That's the last thing Gloucestershire would need at this point, is a run out. Rain to Harris. Just gets the front foot right across and defends. Just 362 more needed to win. So it's still 28 overs to go tonight after this one, so that's going to take us till certainly well beyond 6:30, and then you've got the debate if Durham keep chipping away at this Gloucestershire order, whether they think about taking an extra 8 overs. Tennis ball bouncer from Ben Rain. Harris ducks underneath it. Up at Worcester, they've lost another wicket. They are now 6 down, and Matthew Waite is the man out. LBW to Vian Mulder for 22. So they need 43 to win with 4 wickets in hand.
Game on.
That's going to be quite tense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Rain outside the off stump again and let go by Marcus Harris. Reminder today, First Division, Hampshire beat Northants by an innings and 135. Middlesex lost to Somerset by an innings and 13. And Surrey beat Kent by 10 wickets. So 3 pretty convincing results. And Essex are creeping their way towards safety against Notts. They're 137 for 1 in the second innings, but they now only trail by 7 runs, and they've got 9 wickets in hand.
Just a little hold up here while Scott Borthwick tinkers with his field.
Elsewhere in the second division, apart from that game at Worcester, the only game in progress is at Hove. Glamorgan have lost a wicket. 441 for 4 they are against Sussex. That's a lead of 83. 4 wickets down. Marnus Labuschagne, LBW to James Coles for 138. And Kieran Carlson is still there on 172 from 226 balls. He's scoring quickly.
He's a good player, Kieran Carlson. He'll be here on Friday night, won't he?
Rain around the wicket?
Yeah, he'll be here on Friday night, where you can get your Gloucestershire one-day membership, which is just 133 quid for all the T20, all the one-day games.
And the New Zealand tour game.
And the New Zealand tour game, not forgetting that. Remember, also, it's just a month to go between the England versus Australia Women's Ashes match here in Bristol, which should be a really good game of cricket. I'm looking forward to that. Ticket link is in the description. And if you're between 16 and 24, which neither I am nor Ian Randall, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Funky field here now for Rain. He's got 3 men on close in on the leg side in front of square. And Harris.
Harris nearly finds the it was in the air a while.
It was a bit. He had 3 men on the leg side in front of square, all for that sort of little clip or a leading edge, and it almost went to hand. 64 for 4. I think Rain will keep going for a little while yet. Do you?
I think so. So the young adult membership, if you're between the ages of 16 and 24, you're eligible. And all matches, including the T20s, 62 quid. What value that is. Amazing value. Some really good deals from the marketing department here at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club.
Full-time Wolves 1, Everton 1.
Ooh.
100th minute goal for Everton. And Liverpool 1, Aston Villa 1, also a full-time. Earlier today, Bristol Rovers might still have to put Stockport on their fixture list next season. Stockport into the League 2 playoff final, where they will play either Carlisle or Bradford. But that game is now in extra time. Carlisle 1 up after 90 minutes, 1 all on aggregate.
Maybe Salford need to spend a few more quid, perhaps, get up. Patel in. That's too high. That's begging.
Beddingham's very close there, isn't he? At short, silly mid-off.
Silly point,
Silly point, yeah.
Oh, that's gone backwards. Dribbled behind James Bracey and Ollie Robinson.
Now, it's difficult to tell off the screen you're watching from, and we're a long way away from the naked eye. Do you think Patel gives it a real rip?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think he's... Oh, that's well played by Bracey. His weapon, though, is his variation. He varies his pace. He varies his flight. He doesn't rip every ball. I think he varies how much he rips it. Well played by Bracey, smothering that one. Yeah, he varies how much he rips it. And he's got a decent arm ball as well. And I think he is a really, really good bowler. I think he... Swept by Bracey, that's hit the umpire. That would be 4 runs. And it's hit Mark Newell and not gone for 4. I mean, when your luck's out, your luck is out. And James Bracey should have had a boundary there. He's absolutely nailed that. Mark Newell hasn't even moved. And it's hit him on the leg. Newell's held his hand up to apologise. Bracey needs to just put that out of his mind and focus here. As he goes back and defends.
Every time a batsman goes back, I am wary of the bounce.
Yeah.
Because the one that Rain was dismissed by Zavagahar in Durham's first innings was a real pea shooter, wasn't it? It hit him just above his boot, and you always wary going back whether one of those might happen again.
Yeah, certainly.
Mr. Newell might have a bruise on that leg tomorrow.
I think James Bracey hopes he does.
64 for 4. Emails remain open.
Yeah, drop us a line.
Do drop us a note if you can, or if you want to. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There we are. Thoughts about this game, perhaps? This is kind of a junction point in the championship season, because we don't have a championship game again until the middle of June, which is at home to Leicestershire. recap this funky field again for Rain into Harris, who's clipped that past the finest of those three fielders out to Patel at deep square. But Rain's got effectively a short leg, a very short mid-wicket, and Potts at silly mid-on. Very straight. And he's going to keep all three there for James Bracey.
Yeah, it's a trinity there waiting to pounce. Like the opening scene of Macbeth, isn't it?
And the two slips as well. He's got 6 very close catches. Rain into Bracey, who he pushes at that. Robinson.
Bracey's furious with himself there.
Takes reasonable height for that one.
Doesn't need to play at that. He's fuming with himself here.
As a result, on the offside, there's just a point and a mid-off. Gaps everywhere. But Rain is trying to force Bracey to only clip it into the leg side by the line he's bowling. Again, that's straight enough that Bracey can take those three fielders out of the equation and push it up on the offside.
Yeah. He's certainly raining on Gloucestershire's parade, isn't he, here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, his overall numbers of his career, you know, nearly 400 wickets at 26, less than 26.
Decent numbers.
That's very good.
Yeah.
And he averages 23 with the bat, which is handy. That's a very good number 8, isn't it? That sort of numbers.
Yeah, certainly is.
Down the leg side again from
That's nearly gone
Rain.
for 5. That's nearly hit the helmet and gone for 5.
But it's just stopped by Michael Jones.
Oh,
No, it's not.
Jones misses it.
He stopped it initially, and then with a sliding stop, by the time he got up, the ball had spun out of his control and just run into the rope. Gloucestershire are grateful for any boundary, however they come at the moment.
I think Michael Jones needs to work on his first touch there. He booted the ball into the rope, didn't he?
I think we'll let him off that because he had 121 earlier today. Rain. Again, round the wicket past umpire Newell, and again, Bracey defends. A lot more of that needed.
He's laughing,
by
Jones.
Gloucestershire. Yeah.
I think he's turning around to the dressing room and laughing.
He tried to stop it with his hand, I thought, and then when he didn't get up quickly enough, the ball just spun towards the rope and ran into it.
And he can laugh as well. His side are over 350 ahead.
One of those three fielders is being moved now, so
Beddingham coming
back into second slip. So kind of two slips at first, second and fourth almost. Rain in, and Bracey just runs it past Matty Potts at silly mid-on. There's no run though. Pastor does the fielding, and Durham are not going to be concerned about conceding runs here. Gloucestershire got so many to get. There's so much time left in the game, and it just feels as if
they'll just go for the jugular.
Bracey and Harris they're kind of withdrawing a bit into their shells, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, but it's good bowling. I like Scott Borthwick's captaincy. I think he's innovative. I think he tries things. He's got set some funky fields, and they haven't always worked, but he's tried things. And, you know, when you're captain, side top of the league, you're away from home, you need to winkle a side out. There's Patel bowls to Harris, who moves his feet. But you need to try different things, and Scott Borthwick hasn't been afraid to do that. Harris goes big. That's gone. A few bounces, gone for 4.
Yeah, Patel won't mind that, I don't think.
No, he won't mind that, and Harris
That was actually almost above the eye line, wasn't he? He judged the flight of that really well, Harris.
It's one way to get out the shell, isn't it?
Lees was down here at long on, but no chance of reaching it. He's a good 20 yards in from the rope, actually.
Just guided there. Harris opening the face. Yeah, the reason why Lees isn't all the way back is they want to tempt Gloucestershire here to take that man on. And if they don't get all of it, it's going to go spoon straight up in the air. Patel. Bracey sweeps. This time it doesn't hit the umpire. He gets that one a little bit finer. And that's a good shot. Goes for 4.
Yes. Got right outside the line, more to the point, so it was a very safe shot to play.
The only thing about sweeping when the bounce is inconsistent is you can maybe get a top edge, but James Bracey executed that beautifully.
Still only in the 21st over of this inning, so there'll still be a bit of hardness to that ball for Patel.
Yeah, still 26 to go tonight. 25 and a bit, 25.2. Oh, that's come off the edge. Bracey might well get 4 runs here, which I think he will. Yes, he has. But moral victory there to Ajaz Patel.
So 3 boundaries conceded in this over, but what was your dream score tonight? Something like 150 for 2, something like that.
I'll be happy if we come back to work tomorrow, Ian, at this stage. Bracey defends that. That completes the over. 82 for 4.
Given the number of overs there are left, 150 looks a very cautious total, doesn't it?
Well, they're cracking on at 4 and over. It's just that wickets column with also number 4 in it. That's the problem.
That is the challenge, I will admit.
If they were 82 for none at this stage, thoughts might turn.
Yes,
but they're not. And the thoughts aren't turning.
Yeah. Chat between Rain, bowler Rain, and skipper Borthwick. So Rain had only 4 overs, I think, in his spell at the start of the match, but he's had to come back because of Paul Coughlin's injury. And I would think maybe a couple more overs. They might see Potts back, I would have thought, from that end of the ground. See if they can dislodge one of these two. But Rain for the moment. And pushed down the ground by Harris, straight to Matthew Potts, who's in that short one on. They've gone back to the 3 close catches on the leg side, of which you can only see
1.5.
1.5.
There's the third one, just poked into your screen.
So Potts is the number 35. You can see Beddingham is to his left, and there's also a man Clark at short leg. Rain around the wicket. Oh, and steered again by Harris, who's just very comfortable playing that shot outside the line, just trying to squeeze it behind square, pick up the single, rotate the strike.
There's
Stanley McAlinnan's on the field at the moment temporarily.
Don Goodman, and
that may, I don't know where is Dressel. It may be that they're just sharing the 12th man duties.
Yeah, there's Don Goodman. Is that Tom Price there having a cup of coffee with him?
Rain to Bracey, who tries to punch that through the offside but can't do it, and fielded by has delayed her. Yes, I don't see Dressel out on the field at the moment, so I think McAlinden is the sub. Rain to Bracey, works it into that one gap on the offside, and the that's interesting. Now the throw at the stumps has come off the pad and it's gone all the way to the boundary, and I think that's the umpire signalling 5, isn't it?
It was very close to a 6, because if that had hit the 2 helmets there, it's just dribbled over the 2 helmets. That would have been 6.
It's a kind of World Cup final situation where they've run one and the ball's ricocheted away, and the signal is 5. Brings Harris on to strike.
Stanley McAlinden in. You don't get many cricketers called Stan, do you?
Stan Mortensen?
Did he play cricket as well?
He was old Mortensen, known as Stan.
Okay. Yeah. Stan McCabe, the Australian. Very good player back in the 30s.
Rain towards our commentary position in the pavilion and defended out by Marcus Harris. Last week it fell at 58, so these two have added 30.
Stan Worrell? Sorry, that's terrible. I'm going home. I'm out of here.
Stan Laurel.
Stan Laurel? Stan Worrell?
Rain in, all that didn't. No ball, I think. Called by umpire Newell. Rain overstepping. But Gloucestershire 4 wickets down in 15 overs of this potential 142 over vigil. Sun's just gone in. Rain over pitches and Bracey clips him away for 4. Even in a situation like this, Bracey's able to pick an errant delivery and dispatch it. In fact, that was Harris, apologies. Harris to 39.
So 94 for 4. Gloucestershire's trailing by 332.
Yeah, Potts just scraping a mark there at the on the crease at the far end, perhaps making a mark for himself, which might indicate a return to the attack. Rain's bowled 9 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 37.
Patel to Bracey, who goes down the wicket. They put a deep backward square in now to stop Bracey from sweeping, which I wondered whether they should encourage him to sweep, perhaps. Bracey goes back, defence.
Borthwick still doing some limbering of the shoulders. He's tempted to have a bowl himself.
Patel, short, Bracey pumps that through mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way to the boundary, and that's 4 runs.
So polite applause from the crowd downstairs, I think.
Still a decent crowd in, still.
I mean, there is no, in terms of the afternoon, there is no, it's not getting particularly chilly out there, I don't think. Although there were 1 or 2 with coats on, just indicates that when the breeze is there, you can just still feel it.
Bracey again puts that in exactly the same place. Exactly the same result, and that brings up the 100 for Gloucestershire in the 23rd over. Well, you've got your coat on, Ian. I mean, it's it's a little bit of a chill coming from the air conditioning.
Yeah,
isn't
the
there?
air conditioning has been quite cool today. I did mention to the Gloucestershire scorer earlier on, though, it's easier to put a jumper on to warm up than to
Very true.
to feel as if it's 120.
Indeed.
Fahrenheit, that is.
Not centigrade.
Gee, we wouldn't be here if it was.
Patel throws on. What's Kelvin? Kelvin's a form, isn't it? It's,
Gee, I don't know. Weather temperatures are only ever dealt with in centigrade now, aren't they?
Patel, that's gone. Past the leg stump of Bracey. You crack on, Ian. I'm going to look up what Kelvin is in temperature. Here we go. Here's Kelvin.
It is going to be Matthew Potts from the Ashley Down Road end. So Ben Rain's stats always look a bit curious. 9 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 37. That's because Paul Coghlan had to leave the field having bowled only 3 balls of his first over. Clearly felt some injury of some sort. As Dan said, he's had a lot of back trouble sporadically through his career. Maybe he felt something he wasn't comfortable with, but he took his sweater and walked straight off and went straight up to the physio room. So hard to see him being involved again today, or indeed possibly in this match. So it's going to probably be Rain, Potts and Patel potentially to try and bowl Durham to victory. 23 overs to go tonight, and Potts coming back.
I can't explain Kelvin. It's too complicated. Google it, guys.
Potts in, and that beats Harris, and it doesn't bounce very much, and Robinson takes it on the second bounce. He's a willing worker, Potts, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a
And he's more than that.
very good bowler. Very good bowler. Durham have been really impressive. You know, Gloucestershire haven't been at their best, but take nothing away from Durham here.
Potts springs in again and clipped away by Harris into that familiar area on the leg side. They'll pick up 1. George Drissell is still out on the field, so have you got Drissell and McAlinden out there, or have they just swapped again? Drissell and Patel are at deep square and at fine leg respectively, and I don't see McAlinden's crop of curly hair anywhere, so I think he and Drissell may be just sharing their duties at the moment.
I watched him bowl the other day on the warm-up strips in a lunch period. I thought he had a little bit about him, Stanley McAlinden. I thought he gets it through at a decent lick, gets bounce, and Durham, who've unearthed so many good pacemen in recent years, look like they've got another one on their hands.
Pot sting around the wicket, and Bracey clips that straight to mid-on. No chance of a single.
Carlisle lad, McAlinden, he'll be hoping his football team have beaten Bradford in the playoffs.
Well, that's it. That was going into extra time, that game, because Carlisle won Bradford after 90 minutes, so 1-1 on aggregate. And it's now Carlisle 3, Bradford 1 on the day.
Stanley's going to Wembley.
3-2 on aggregate with about 8 minutes to go.
Stan McAlinden is going to Wembley.
Potts into Bracey, drives into the gap on the offside. There's only a single there. Delader will do the fielding, and just to keep you in touch with that run chase at Worcester. 7 down now, 244 for 7. They need 27 to win. 3 wickets in hand.
Ooh.
Brett D'Oliveira is still there, He's been joined by Adam Finch, and the two remaining men are Ben Gibbon and Jack Brooks.
Oh, Brooksy, on loan for one game only.
Potts into Harris, pleasantly driven up again to mid-on. Rain does the fielding. Went down a bit in instalments, but he got there. No run.
Ian.
Yes, Dan?
Graham Clark from Whitehaven in Cumbria.
Yeah.
Think he's a Carlisle fan, or do you think he's Barrow?
I think he's a rugby league fan, probably.
Yeah.
If he's from Whitehaven, he's probably a rugby league fan.
Well, Durham have got links because Ben Stokes, rugby league family from that neck of the woods, weren't they?
Potts in again to Brace, who pushes up the bat straight away to say no to Harris, I should say. Says no over the single.
Didn't Ben Stokes' dad come over here and work as a rugby league coach for, was it Workington or Whitehaven, or I can't remember, it was one of them, and that's why the Stokes family settled in Cockermouth.
Right, rain is going off here, and McAlinden is coming on, so there will be, I think, 2 sub-fielders on for Durham. Both he and George Dressel. Dressel is he's going to be at short fine leg for the spin of Ajas Patel. Long evening session here for these Durham bowlers, but they've got the encouragement of a bank full of runs on the board and 4 wickets already taken. 22 overs remaining tonight. Possibly more, but Gloucestershire have just checked that mini collapse.
Patel, Bracey, almost Yorks himself there, goes dancing down the wicket, almost turns it into a Yorker. Patel's he's the master, isn't he? Just tinkering with his field. Here he comes over the wicket. Bracey drives pleasantly through the covers. There's going to be at least 2. As Michael Jones does the fielding.
Interesting there, he looked round before he went to pick the ball up just to see if there was any obvious chance of a run. It looked to be a very comfortable 2, so he lolloped the ball in. It was a very gentle throw.
Patel, he's a jovial chap, isn't he? Here he comes. Bracey wants a 1 there. Harris doesn't. He's always there smiling, laughing, but behind those sunglasses there's a silent, smiling assassin, isn't there, who's looking to winkle out Gloucestershire. As Bracey defends that one. Quicker ball from Patel. Bracey comes down the pitch to meet it.
Picks the length of whether to go back or forward very quickly, James Bracey, which you have to do.
Yes, he does, yeah. Patel here. Into short leg, who throws it back to Robinson, who whips the bails off. That completes another over. James Bracey will be an integral part of the T20 side on Friday night here against Glamorgan. I always like it when the crowd shouts brace. That is unless I'm on an EasyJet flight out of Bristol Airport, Ian.
Where are they heading, Dan?
I don't know, but I don't like being on planes when people shout brace.
Right. Potts is going to persist with this round the wicket approach. They've gone from 3 catches in close on the leg side down to 1. Orthodox field. Harris now Just plays that into Graham Clark, who's the one remaining catcher.
But with Coughlin out, Deleda only bowled 3 overs in the first innings, so I don't know if Borthwick doesn't, you know, maybe he's just sort of an occasional bowler perhaps. And with Coughlin out, this will add a little bit more pressure, especially tomorrow, onto Potts and to Rain, because Patel will hold up one end, but there'll be a lot of work for those two to do tomorrow.
Potentially, yes.
Potentially.
And that's what happened in that Leicestershire game I spoke about earlier on, where Gloucestershire won chasing 348. They were a bowler short.
Yeah.
In that game. It's not as if Deleda didn't do his job in the first innings. He broke an important partnership. Potts in, and comfortably played by Harris.
Yeah, Lees has now come out of the slip cordon and gone into a short mid-wicket, so he's got 2 mid-wickets. There's a lot of tinkering with fields here, isn't there?
Yeah, Graham wouldn't call Graham Clark a bowler. He does have a couple of first-class wickets, but he's not really a bowler. It is Deleda you would have thought they would have to turn to. Clipped away by Harris, but straight to those 2 men. Probably about 10 yards from the bat.
Well, they've missed Bryden Cass in this fixture, haven't they? Bryden Cass got injured last week against Yorkshire.
If he would have played, Coughlin probably wouldn't, I would have thought.
Yeah. Drop us an email. Keep the emails coming through. Let us know where in the world you're watching. There we go, there's our email address.
Potts to Harris again, a little bit shuffly across his stumps, but he got enough on it just to winkle it away on the leg side. Last wicket went down in the 15th over. So these two have survived nearly another 11. Potts bowls a bouncer. Rare for him to dig one in short. Harris ducks. End of the over. The men out in this Gloucestershire pursuit of 426 after the Durham declaration just after 3:30 this afternoon on the 3rd day. Dent for 10. Charlesworth first ball. Hammond for 16. And Jack Taylor also first ball.
That was a real effort ball there from Potts, wasn't it? There's a real grunt behind it, like a Roscoe Tanner serve back in the.
So he's only bowled 2 overs in this spell so far. So I think there might be 3 more perhaps, and then we might see Deleda potentially. Just seeing whether Rain is back on the field yet. The answer is I don't think he is.
Patel to Bracey, who plays that off the back foot to the Durham skipper.
Would be to bowl Borthwick to bowl himself.
Yeah, he can do that. I'm surprised. I thought he might have. We might see him just before the end, perhaps have maybe 2 or 3 overs just to give his boys a rest and to keep them fresh for the morning. It might not even go that far. 20 overs remaining in the day. Patel to Bracey, defends that.
These two have got a start though, haven't they?
Yeah,
so that may not be.
I don't think you're ever in on this pitch. I really don't. I don't think it's one of those wickets that you're properly in on. Patel to Bracey, who plays that out, can only find Alex Lees. That sort of mid-on, which is halfway back to the boundaries, quite deep there. Oh, Bracey goes pulling, and that one stays a little low. And luckily it's missed everything, but you can easily get a bottom edge on that and drag that on. Nicely played by Bracey into the covers. Just the one, Michael Jones with a dive and stop. That completes the 27th over. 19 remaining tonight. Bracey is on 27. Marcus Harris is on 40. 107 for 4. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and my partner in crime, Mr. Ian Randall.
Durham batsman just having a drink. Sorry, the Gloucestershire batsman just having a drink. Bracey and Harris trying to steady a ship that was taking on a lot of water earlier on.
Big Gloucestershire fan downstairs there on the left hand side, Michelle Garland.
Potts continuing, and Bracey gets cut in half by that. It's gone all the way past keeper Robinson down the leg side. It's 4 byes.
Nearly 5 again. It's come perilously close to that helmet.
And Potts just has a bit of expletive, I think, at the umpire, almost in frustration as much as anything else. That's the 50 partnership between these two. Extras totting up again. That's 16 byes in this innings already. Bracey forward.
So is it 18 in the first innings?
Yes. 18 in the first innings.
We've had some good keepers. Phil Mustard was a good keeper up at Durham, wasn't he?
He was a good bat too.
Yeah.
Knew how to put bat to ball. As he played down here as well. The Potts might think about coming over the wicket, unless he feels that if he does, there's more chance of the batsman just actually leaving more deliveries, whereas coming round the wicket, he's forcing them to play more.
Yeah.
As he does there. He's stretching a long way forward. Carlisle are at Wembley. So it will be Carlisle against Stockport in the League Two playoff final. That's next weekend. Never sure which order those matches are played in. The playoffs. It's Bank Holiday weekend. There's obviously League Two, League One and Championship. Cumbria will be empty. Potts does come over the wicket this time, and Bracey nudges him out into the offside.
They'll all be going to watch Graham Clark bat, mate, I tell you.
Gloucestershire need 24. They're going they've scored 247 in 100 overs there in their second innings against Leicestershire. So it's a D'Oliveira. I'll come back to that in a moment as Harris chops that away into the offside, picks up a single. D'Oliveira's batted for nearly 3 hours for 27.
Oh, grind.
And Gareth Roderick batted for 5 hours and 10 minutes for 59, and he only hit 2 boundaries. So it's a real effort there. Josh Davey on loan from Somerset, 3 wickets, and Vian Mulder has 4 wickets. But that's going to be a tense old finish. you know as well as I do, Dan, that Jack Brooks can hold a bat.
Yeah, he can hold a bat. He's decent enough with a bat.
He's the one of the 2 remaining men in the pavilion which Worcestershire could call on. Patel, well, he bowled 29, I think it was 29 overs in the first innings, unchanged. So he's only getting warmed up. He's only bowled 10 so far.
Yep, here he comes over the wicket to Marcus Harris. And Harris plays that one back to him. I was talking earlier about Durham, and they produced a hell of a lot of good bowlers. You know, back in the old days, it was always Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire, wasn't it? If England wanted a quick bowler, they'd whistle down the pit for the next one. Nicely played by Harris. Can't beat Jones at backward point. But Durham have produced a number of decent ones for England. People like Graham Onions, Steve Harmison, Liam Plunkett. Defended there by Harris. Simon Brown, Mark Wood, Ben Stokes. And now Matt Potts looks like the next one off the production line.
I thought Onions was underrated as a bowler.
Great bowler, wasn't he? Great bowler. Tossed up a little by Patel. There's always links between Northamptonshire back in the day as well, wasn't there? I think Simon Brown played for... He might have played at Northants for a little bit. Jeff Cook was definitely a man from the northeast.
Well, that was the link, wasn't it?
Just defended there. Peter Willey was another from the northeast who went to Northants.
Well, Jeff Cook went to Durham when they turned professional, did he not?
Yeah, and it was only due to illness, I believe, that he gave up the role which Marcus North has now taken a few years back, about 5 years ago, wasn't it, I think?
Pushed Michael Jones out onto the point boundary.
Harris moves his feet, that completes another over. Yes, there's always links between the northeast and Northamptonshire. I don't know why. Maybe someone can tell us why.
Colin Milburn.
Here's another one, yes. Yeah, without a doubt.
Although obviously Durham weren't first class county in those days. We're going to see Buster later. 17 overs to go in the day. Gloucestershire a long way from any sort of challenge, but at least a little bit better off than they were an hour ago.
Tom Price just having a stroll around the boundary with Dominic Goodman. Got a cup of coffee in his hand. There he is.
Please, he's got a lid on it.
Health and safety and all that, Ian, hey?
So here is Deleda for his first bowl of the second innings. And Priest is able to let that go outside the off stump. He was troubled a bit by the no balls in the first inning. He only bowled 3 overs. I think he overstepped at least twice in that time. How many overs did he bowl? In fact, he bowled 3 no balls in 3 overs. Can't be doing that. That's what I would call poor discipline.
You're a hard taskmaster.
Yeah, I know I am.
You are.
Deleda with 2 slips and cut away by Bracey. Was wide enough to play the shot. And the chase is from Potts out on the boundary. I'm surprised he wouldn't be doing that.
You've gone really harsh, Ian. You know that. In your old age, you've gone really harsh. And the better a side is here, the harder you are on them.
The better a side is, the harder I am.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, the simple principles are the same, aren't they?
Yeah, no, they are. I agree with you. I agree with you.
Deleda to Harris. Doesn't look as threatening as Rain or Potts. The Dutchman. And I'm still not convinced this rain is on the field at the moment. Dressel is at mid-on. That might be McAlinden at mid-wicket. The rain sun hat is not visible. That's squeezed away out to Potts once again. In fact, there might be rain at mid-off. He may have dispensed with the hat and gone with his cap. Or is that that's Borthwick there, isn't it? Sorry, that's my mistake.
I think a classic example of Gloucestershire's inconsistency is they've come. Warwickshire came here tail end of last season, and Gloucestershire thumped them, didn't they? Tom Price 8 for 27. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Last home red ball game of the season. Delayed it in. Bracey again past the man at short cover. Another chase for Potts. They should get a comfortable 2. Throw's already on its way to the keeper's end, but Harris is well back.
So, Warwickshire have come here. Warwickshire are now right on Surrey's tails at the top of Division 1. You know, and okay, they've recruited a little bit over the winter. I mean, they brought in Ed Bernard, didn't they? And they brought in Chris Rushworth from Durham. So they've recruited a couple of players who are decent. But Gloucestershire on their day can live with any side in the country.
Delayed it in. Bracey goes back. Just plays it dead weight out on the offside. Worcestershire closing in. They need 13 with 3 wickets in hand. To beat Leicestershire at New Road.
Sounds a cracking game.
And Glamorgan now 5 down, but they've matched, in fact more than matched, Sussex's first innings total. So they lead by 126 with 5 wickets in hand.
And is Carlson still there?
Ooh, let's just check. He is 183 not out. Billy Root out for 26, but I mean Chris Cook is no mug with the bat.
He's a good player.
That will leave Nisa van der Hoogten, James Harris and Jamie McElroy to come. Could be a good finish there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Say a chase of, well, a chase of 200, say 200 plus would be interesting. 4th day. Chat here between skipper Borthwick and Ajas Patel. 16 overs to go on the day. We're going to be almost at 7 o'clock finish, I would think. Borthwick just stretching his own calves there. I wonder if he might think about having just a couple of overs himself. I think we might see Potts again before the end of the day. Rain is back on the field.
Patel coming around the wicket. Harris.
Yeah, Rain in the hat is now away at, well, it's a sort of a straightish mid-wicket, 3 parts of the way to the boundary.
Harris goes for it. That's up in the air. He hasn't got all of it, but it's going to just creep over the boundary. He wasn't quite there though, Harris, was he? It wasn't quite in the slot, and I don't think he timed that particularly well. And Ajas Patel won't mind that. Harris on to 46 now.
Wind you can still hear in our effects microphone.
Harris again moving his feet.
I tell you, it's quite strong. It's billowing Leesy's shirt if he stands fairly still.
Yeah.
Up here on the long on boundary.
That's nicely played. Patel tries to give a little tap back onto the stumps. Flicks it back, and Harris picks up a single. Nottingham Forest 1-0 up against the Arsenal. Bracey cuts back with a square, but can only find Michael Jones down there, I think, isn't it? Deep backward square. Deep backward point, sorry. It's a strange field, this. Got a long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, deep backward point, and a big gap there, which Harris just pushes the couple into. And takes him just one run shy of his 50.
Just over 2 hours he's been out there for, well, potentially one more single required, be a second 50 in the match.
Well, you'd want him to be out there for
a good part of tomorrow.
Yeah.
.301 needed.
Piece of cake in. Piece of cake, mate. On a wicket that's ragging and has got footholds in. But Durham are a bowler down. You do wonder if that's going to come into the equation.
Delada to continue from the Ashley Down Road end to Bracey. That's down the leg side, and not a great line of delivery taken by a tumbling Robinson.
Oh, I thought you got a little glove on that there.
Right, Borthwick is definitely limbering up now. George Dressel might be limbering up, but George, you can't bowl, you're only a sub-fielder.
Concussion subs, Ken, as Durham
Yes.
know.
Yeah, but he isn't out there as a concussion sub.
No.
Delada over the wicket to Bracey, who gets that off the just about the outside half of the bat. These two came together at 58 for 4, so they've added 67 for the 5th wicket. Dent, Charlesworth, Hammond and Jack Taylor all out in the first 15 overs. And Delada forces Bracey again to play into that gap on the leg side. Yeah, so Gloucestershire know that provided we can get through to the close tonight, there's no reason that we shouldn't. The light still looks fine. It looks a little bit better on the screen actually than it might be to the naked eye here. But they've got until lunch tomorrow, still before Durham can take a second new ball. Delayed it in on Bracey. Well, he's swished at that. Robinson didn't take it cleanly anyway. Dan put his hands over his eyes there when he saw that. Bracey saw it was well pitched up.
I've got a fly in my eye.
Oh, have you? Okay. Couldn't find the airport then.
Absolutely not.
Bracey on 32. That's a good carry from Delada.
Talking about the light here, Ian, we look out over North Bristol and Bristol Rovers ground there, the Memorial Stadium, and it's bathed in sunshine, and yet here where we are, it's been a bit cloudy, a bit grubby for the last sort of 10-15 minutes, isn't it? Yet all around us is bathed in glorious sunshine. When we look up the Gloucester Road up towards sort of top of Hallfield and Filton and that area.
Right, Delada's changing his field. He's going to come round the wicket and he's put a man back on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he's lost his run-up on the way in, so he'll have to return to the end of his mark. He's got a man at long leg and a man at deep square. Massive gap through mid-wicket for Bracey, and he can't quite turn it square enough into that gap. It goes straight to Ben Rain at mid-on. That was the last ball of the over, and He just gets a pat on the backside from his captain. I wonder if there's a thought
Taking him off then.
about somebody else having a go from that end.
The skipper himself, maybe?
Well, possibly. In fact, the skipper's going to bowl, I think, from this pavilion end. So perhaps they're going to try Patel from the other end. Interesting. Anyway, Borthwick's going to bowl his leg breaks to see if he can just move things along a bit from a Durham perspective. Worcestershire have won by 3 wickets against Leicestershire, chasing 274 to win.
Now, please, Durham fans. So, Scott Borthwick.
Key players for them. Adam Hose made 84. Gareth Roderick, formerly of Gloucestershire, of course, 59. And Brett D'Oliveira, 41 not out in just over 3 hours.
Borthwick, more than a occasional bowler. And there's 50 for Marcus Harris. Well batted. 8 fours in that. 89 balls. And he's been there for 2 hours and 7 minutes. Second 50 of the game. Yeah, Scott Borthwick's, you know, he started off as a leg spinner who could bat, and now he's become a batsman who bowls occasional leg spinner, isn't he? He bowls occasional leg spin, isn't he?
A bit like Jack Taylor, it looks quite a flat leg break, doesn't it?
Yeah. Still, it worked for people like Anil Kumble, didn't it? And Bracey just turns that one round the corner.
Bear in mind, as we mentioned earlier, that like Patel, he's turning the ball into the left-hander.
Yeah. Oh, there could be a run out here. Harris clips that one into the onside, and Stanley McAlinden on as a substitute fielder. Dives away to his left-hand side. Bracey sends Harris back. And there's a real mix-up. He had to scamper back home.
Grounds bathed in sunshine again now, Dan.
Glorious, isn't it? I love it. Oh, to be in Bristol in the summertime. Scott Borthwick. There. Harris defends.
He's only bowled 3 overs this season before today.
Short and
he's been a bit short in this over, to be honest.
yeah,
for me.
Harris bunts him into the onside but can't get it past Stanley McAlinden, the man whose father is a BBC journalist up in Carlisle. One of the regional programmes there. Played for England under 19 last year against Sri Lanka. Made his debut against Derbyshire last year when he was just 18 years old at Chester Street. Got 50 as well, he can bat. Got 50 in a Royal London One Day Cup. There's our email address, drop us a line.
Closer play at Trent Bridge in the First Division. Essex 199 for 1 against Notts in their second innings. They lead by 55. Alistair Cook not out 87.
Sir Alistair Cook,
Sir
please.
Alistair Cook, if you will. Yes. And Tom Wesley not out 70. Here is Delader in again to Bracey at the start of a new over. So, yeah, Essex 55 for 1 net effectively, with 1 day to go in that game. At least our good friend Dave Bracegirdle only has Patterson, White and Patterson to worry about, as opposed to Patterson, White, Patterson and Patterson. Bracey clips that nicely off his pads. There's a chase for McAlinden. He won't be able to haul that in. That will go all the way to the boundary for 4.
Lovely shot.
Big gap on the leg side. Russell Wortham has been in touch from the States. Thanks so much for your explanation of my questions yesterday. He said this has been quite a great game. Can you have quite a great game?
Yeah, you can. I think it's been a very good game of cricket. Could be plenty left to go as well, Russell.
Delayed it into Bracey, who can't beat the fielder George Dressel. Short cover. Was Dale Bankenstein's comment at the end of last night's play to Jack Longstaff? Effectively, we could have had a couple of players bat big, but they didn't quite convert the starts. That was the inference. And these are the two that have got to do it here. Delayed it in, that's a bouncer. And Bracey ducks underneath it. Yes, I mean the runs, in theory, on the last day here, if it was something like say 13 hours to go tonight, yeah, say 260, you wouldn't say that was a lot on the last day, would you? But it's just the fact that the pitch has got some uneven bounce about it. There would be a new ball due shortly after lunch, but Gloucestershire, in fact, the morning session might be really interesting tomorrow, because if Gloucestershire feel they've got an outside chance, it clearly would be a small chance because of the length of the tail in the side and the inexperience below Matt Taylor in particular, they may feel they've got to force the pace against the old ball in the morning. Delayed it in. Harris up on his toes.
I don't know. They're thinking about that. I think they'll just play.
Just bat.
Play every ball on its merits, and you know the runs come on this wicket, don't they? Or on this outfield, or on the ground. They just come naturally. So you know they've just got to bat and bat and bat.
12 overs to go tonight. Borthwick bowling at the moment. Borthwick and Deleda. I wonder if Durham are even thinking themselves about just going a bit defensive here, not to these two get too many at the end of a long session.
Durham are a bowler down. I don't know if that's going to come into play.
And Borthwick's going to go round the wicket between the umpire at this pavilion end, between the umpire and the stumps.
Here he comes, around the wicket, as Bracey just turns that one square the wicket on the onside and adds one more to his total.
Would you have another close catcher in here for the leg spinner, Dan?
Yeah, I would, but I wouldn't fancy going in there with Scott Borthwick dropping it short. Would you go in there yourself?
Well, you've got all the right protective gear on. That's the thing, isn't it?
Oh, that's jumped from nowhere. You nearly right there, Ian. Look at this. That's just shot. And it's actually very well played.
And then now they've moved the leg slip to short leg.
And then Borthwick drops one short. Harris late cuts him, but Ajaz Patel was quick across the ground there actually. He hurls it in to the gloves of Oliver George Robinson. Borthwick in, Bracey defends.
So Beddingham there has probably got those mini pads under his trousers, the head guard,
Leather box.
and all the usual other paraphernalia.
Oh, that's well bowled by Borthwick. He's finding his lengths right now.
Can he bowl the googly, I wonder? A good googly?
Yeah, I reckon he probably could. Oh, that stayed low. That's gone through everyone. I think that's runs actually that time. Yes, it is. Bracey moves into the 40s with that boundary. And the score moves on to 140.
Still a long way to go. But the time issue is an interesting one, isn't it?
Short, Bracey pulls. Can only find the man. A deep backward square, but he'll retain the strike.
I think Durham, I think Durham knew that they didn't want to have a position in the match where they regretted leaving themselves short on overs to bowl Gloucestershire out.
No.
And by declaring when they did, they absolutely didn't do that.
No, they didn't. They actually, the door came ajar slightly, didn't it? Because Gloucestershire...
I know it's a long chase, but it's 3 runs and over across 4 sessions.
Yeah.
Albeit you're not batting on a road. That's the thing.
No.
You're batting on a pitch that is wearing. Delayed is going to come round the wicket. Still think Potts might have another burst before the close. Patel obviously not in the attack at the moment, so maybe they'll bring those 2 back. But the final, say 8, delayed to Bracey, who defends. Bracey on 44. This is the only game currently in play, unsurprisingly, at 6:15. Pulled by Bracey, that was too short from Delader. And they'll pick up just 1 down to Graham Clark. Close at Hove, Glamorgan 499 for 5. They lead by 141 with 5 wickets in hand. Any number of results possible there. Two steps for the Dutchman Delader. And dabbed away through the big gap on the offside by Harris. There's a chase for Lees. And
just checking where the sun is, because it's directly behind him. It's clever cricket there from Lees, and he hurls it in low. And 1 bounce into Robinson, because that throw came straight out of the sun. Experienced campaigner there, Alex Lees.
We'll notice that when we do our T20 commentary next Friday.
Yeah.
From the other end of the ground. Delader almost through Harris again. That one didn't get up very much. So
bring your Ray-Bans in.
Few people out on the balcony at the Ashley Road end of the ground, particularly the top level and the first level down.
I think they're missing us.
We'll find out next week.
We will.
I suspect the answer to that is no.
No, I bet they're not either.
Delader, past umpire Mark Newell. And again, just steered away by Harris. Down straight to Lees this time, so there's no chance of any more than a single. .87 these two have added. would be, as we know, a record-breaking, a record-busting chase, actually, if Gloucestershire were to get 426 to win.
Yeah, I spoke to Paul van Meekeren earlier on during my little walk around the ground when you were talking to Steve Snell.
Deleda in and pulled a short ball by Bracey, but straight to the man at deep square. Graham Clark does the fielding.
Paul won't be going to Zimbabwe as part of the World Cup qualifiers. Bas Deleda will with the Netherlands. Brandon Glover, I don't think, will be in that as part of their side. And there are a number of different sides in that, so I didn't realise it's not just sort of Netherlands versus Zimbabwe. There's people like the UAE and I think Scotland. I think Sri Lanka might even be part of that as well.
Tom Goodman again doing drinks and towel duty for two warm batsmen out there. They want to keep their concentration through these last 10 overs of the day. Borthwick and Deleda at the moment, but do Durham have another burst from their main two bowlers?
Borthwick as Bracey tickles that one round the corner. That's going to be 50 for James Bracey. Very popular man in this neck of the woods. 77 balls, 81 minutes, 7 fours. And they love him here, the Winterbourne Warrior. And that also brings out the 150.
Well, that, your kind of spread bet was 150 at the close, wasn't it?
Let's not talk about my predictions. I've had a bad day on the predictions.
Have you? Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we won't go there.
Okay.
I was hoping for the sake of the game that Gloucestershire would be none or 1 wicket down at the end of play today.
They're still keeping an interest in it.
Oh, that spat. Where's that one gone? Bracey's gone. That one has spat out the rough, taken the glove, and there's absolutely nothing Bracey could do about that. Borthwick strikes. And Gloucestershire, 150 for 5.
Bracey will be annoyed, but not much he could do.
No, not much he could do about that at all.
Just shows on a wearing pitch when the ball's out of the footmarks, and Bracey's tucked his bat under his arm as he's walked over the rope. No real reaction to the applause from those around him in the stands. But Zafar Gahar coming out at number 7. I suppose Durham might think still an outside chance of finishing this tonight, but I think that's probably gone with the Harris Bracey stand.
Don't know, there's still 10 overs. Zafar goes quickly. The tail. You know, Matt Taylor's batted 11 in the past. These are 8.
I wonder whether, having broken that partnership, whether it might be a case of Patel coming back.
Quite possibly.
Deleda's only bowled 4 overs, but
it's a shame for the sake of the game, though, because you know if Bracey and Harris had sort of taken it through to maybe 190, 200, there's an outside chance that all 4 results were possible. Yeah. And I think that wicket there has really shut the door on that one.
Well, Zafar Gahar's a handy bat, but he'll have to excel himself here.
Oh, that spat. That's... That's a horrible delivery first up.
And this, I think, is the James Bracey dismissal. Yes, it
Here
is.
we go. Let's have a look at this. Oh, no. We'll try again with that one for you guys at home.
It's gone back to the live camera, I think. Perhaps try it at the end of the over, Jack.
Short, wide, Zafar pulls that for 6 and not far away from Ian Randall's car.
Yes, it's a bit straighter than where my car is parked in the car park, to be fair, but it's a long hit over there. Most of the sixes have been to the short boundary, but with Borthwick bowling from the pavilion end, you're playing it with the spin. Safa's natural inclination is to attack. They've got a man back now at deep mid-wicket.
That has also been dispatched. That's going to go for 4.
Well, it's not his way to just push and prod around, is it?
Well,
Zafa with the bat.
Well, I think after that first ball you got, I mean, you know, I think sort of the next one could have your name on it.
Perhaps he thinks that if it's doing a bit, there might always be one with my name on it, so I'm going to take my chance while I can.
Attack might be the best form of defence. Defended. Nine overs left in the day. 160 for 5. Zafar already into double figures. Harris on 54. Here's that dismissal of James Bracey. There's just nothing you can do when it just pops on you like that. Because as a batsman, you don't mind if it either shoots along the deck or it pops. But when it does both, like it is starting to now, you're really struggling because you can't, you know, you don't know what it's going to do. Whether that's going to go through past your bootlaces or whether that's going to spit out the rough like that Don did. And poor James Bracey.
Yeah, Durham, you would think now have got the game exactly where they want it. They're probably 1 wicket from contemplating asking for the extra overs tonight. They probably need to be at least 6 down. Delader into Harris, who clips it straight to Potts at short mid-wicket. I mean, Borthwick's overall career is he's got 200 first-class wickets at 40, which is far from shabby for somebody with his, with his batting record as well. He averages 35, got more than 10,000 first-class runs, so he is by no means a mug with the ball. Delader in once more to Harris, who again finds Potts. Let's look at what the aggregate number of runs we've seen today. 150 plus, so that's 422 plus whatever Gloucestershire added this morning. 422 plus 37. 460 runs we've seen today.
Wowzers.
That's a lot. That is a lot. No wonder the run rate's been as fast as it has.
So 462 for 10.
Correct.
Wow, what a day's play.
You don't get many of those at Bristol.
No.
That's far from that, far from average. Steered away by Harris for a single. Full ball from around the wicket from Delader. If Durham do go on to win this match, Sussex by no means certain to beat Glamorgan. If that game should peter out into a draw, then and Durham win, they will be a long way clear of the rest. Bottom two sides not playing in this round, so Gloucestershire would stay in 6th place. It's a pleasant stroke from Zafagahar out on the offside. First time he's faced a Leda. That middle's getting very bunched up, isn't it, potentially?
Yeah, the 3 sides at the bottom are starting to get a little bit marooned as well, aren't they?
Well, I mean, 40, amazing that this is round 6 out of 14, and the bottom 2 sides have a game in hand. Derbyshire and Yorkshire on those above them. Delayed it in, short, very short, but Zaffa ducks under the bouncer.
Then goes to shape as if to ramp it next time he does it. Love Zaffa. He's so popular here in Bristol, isn't he?
Well, and who wouldn't be after after the time he's had at the club, the fact that he was prepared to almost spend last year here kind of on a pay-as-you-play deal, and he actually played more than he probably expected to.
Well, there were a number of counties interested in him over the winter, you know. I know this from speaking to other guys around other clubs around the circuit, and I think there were good...
Dan's very well connected.
There were good 6 or 7 clubs after Zafagahar, including Borthwick, including one perhaps from the North London area, maybe. And he showed his loyalty to the club. He likes it here in Bristol. Lovely shot there from Marcus Harris. 4 runs. That's a pretty shot. His cover driving is a joy to watch. It really is. But yeah, Zaffa, he decided to stay in Bristol. I think he's enjoying his cricket here in the West Country. Harris has repeated the dose. Another 4 runs through the offside. Harris moves into the 60s.
I've had a note sent to me by Ciam Perlo. It says, to both you and I on social media, I know everyone says this, but the comment did make me chuckle. We always say the last thing they need is a run out. Without any logic, is every other wicket fine, but not a run out? It's my favourite cricket cliche, he says.
It's true. It's true. It's such a waste, isn't it? It's such a waste of a wicket run out. Harris defends this time. Ciam Perlo. Ciam's a nice little village, I believe, just south of Sunderland.
Come on, the Red Star.
Yeah, Harris has played this one as well. It's not quite going to go for 4. It's been dragged back by Michael Jones, just shy of the rope. That's 10 runs in 4 balls that Harris has punished Borthwick for.
He's kind of milked those runs in this over.
Round the wicket, Harris just tucks it around the corner. He'll retain the strike. There's 7 overs left in the day. 172 for 5. Zaffa's on 10. Marcus Harris on 66.
A final burst, I wonder, from one of the quicks for Durham before the close. Ben Rain doing a bit of furious polishing of the ball, and Matthew Potts is coming back. I thought we might see him. Can he do 4 more overs for his captain. A last burst of the day to try and remove one of these two. He's only bowled 8 overs in this innings, so he's been the lightest used of the two main bowlers. Rain has bowled only fractionally more, to be fair. Patel we've not seen for a little while, but he's going to have a role tomorrow. And Borthwick has, yes, he's conceded 36 runs in 4 overs, but he has taken a vital wicket. And here is Potts for a last burst of the day. Harris clips in behind square, but Durham won't mind that. They want to get Zafar Gahar on strike and test his patience. 173 for 5. If you've been at the ground today, or you know someone who has, they've certainly had full value for their money. Absolute glut of runs. Probably one of the highest aggregates of runs, I would think, that I can remember watching here at the Seat Unique Stadium in recent seasons. Zafar again gets well across. Potts bowling outside the off-stump delayed of Fields. There wouldn't be many championship days, I reckon, Dan, where you would have seen north of 450 runs in a day.
Absolutely not. It's got to be unique. Have you seen 500 in a day? It's like Bradman's Australians. I think Essex bowled them out. I think got 700,
didn't they?
Yeah, 1948 Australians.
That's a very good point. There might have been a day at Cheltenham. Zafar squeezes that out onto the onside. There might have been there was a game against Northants which Gloucestershire won in 2 days, where Northants were bowled out after tea on day 2.
Right.
And I think that might have been close to that.
Yeah, Cheltenham, the game moves along quite quickly.
Oh, it does. It does. Potts in, and Zafar pick a single here.
It's regularly 300 for 10 there, isn't it? On a day's play.
Yes, it can be more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, Lancashire have beaten Derbyshire. That game taking place at Edgbaston. It's Derbyshire's home game, but they played at Edgbaston, which hasn't gone down hugely well with their fans, but obviously the finances come into play.
That's in the blast.
Yeah.
Derbyshire 179 for 5, Lancashire 183 for 6. Harris defends as Deleda just steers, bowls from around the wicket, steered out to the leg side. Luke Wells made 66 in that Lancashire chase. They won with 4 balls to go. That was a half century for Wayne Madsen in the Derbyshire total of 179 for 5. There's another game there too tonight.
Yeah, it's a double header, isn't it?
Between the Bears and Yorkshire, and the Bears are batting. Second game started at 6:30. Nice night for it, actually, I should think. Up there.
Yeah.
Especially it's like it is here. Deleda, again, just played into that gap, but at no pace by Harris onto the leg side. So Harris has got 67 from 111 balls faced. You can see Zafar there has 11. The total target, 426 necessary. The run rate required, not unmanageable at all. You know, only 2.5 and over, but the problem...
It's a lot of runs.
It's a lot of runs, and it's the wickets column. And we're going to see Patel back for maybe 3 overs here. So Scott Borthwick, more boot trouble. And it's going to be Patel and Potts to bowl the day out for Durham here, you feel?
Yeah, without a doubt. They're 2 best bowlers.
Can they just nip one more? Actually, at the end of a long session, they may not think they want to try and push tonight. It's not as if they're going to go home tonight.
Here's Patel over the wicket to Zafar Gohar.
One thing I'm about to say, we mentioned this before, but the thing about tomorrow is that this ball will still be in use right through the morning session.
Yeah, that's short and wide and cut, but can't beat the man at point.
But Durham have got that up their sleeve, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. I mean, Durham are going to win this game. It's oh, especially with Patel chucking it into the rough like that.
Not literally.
No, not literally. No. No.
You want to be accused of saying he's a chucker.
Zafar moves his feet.
Some people down in the front row of the seating in front of the Thatchers, they've been there since 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah. Probably the gentleman who's asleep down there in front of us. Maybe he's not asleep. I thought he was asleep. Perhaps he's been drinking since 10 o'clock this morning. Oh, where's that one gone? That's gone through to slip off her under edge, and it bounces, and Potts takes it a slip.
Broad grin from Ajaz Patel.
Yeah, yelps of excitement. Oh, is that stumped? Zafar Gohar has been stumped for the second time in the game by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Ajaz Patel. Let's have a look. He moves his feet, try and smother the spin.
Again, it's not a routine one, is it? It's a kind of a... can you have a scruffy stumping? Is that unkind to Robinson? He's done enough to do what's necessary. But Zafar again looks distraught at being given out. And it is 174 for 6.
The end is nigh.
Matt Taylor coming out at number 8. If you can have a look, I wonder at the... Maybe that is the end of the over, but I wonder if Jack can have a just clip out that last dismissal.
There we go.
Here it is.
Robinson didn't take it cleanly.
Well, the bat's not down, that's for sure. The bat's still in the air for me when the stumps are broken.
Zafar doesn't look happy about it. Let's see if we can see this again. He didn't look happy about it. Robinson doesn't take it cleanly. Can't tell if the bat's in the air from that angle. His sort of body covers it, doesn't it? Anyway, the man who matters is umpire Mark Newell, who lifted the dreaded digit, and Zafar goes on his way. 174 for 6.
Potts around the wicket. That was the last ball of the over. So Potts now to Harris, and Harris might. Well, can he try and farm the bowling here to the close? Does he prefer Matt Taylor to take the spinner? Does it matter very much?
No, not really. It's inevitable what's going to happen.
I think it's only a question of when, not if.
I thought with Bracey and Harris there was just that outside chance.
Potts in. A slower ball, very much slower ball. Tennis ball, almost short ball, and Harris just dabs it behind square. Down to fine leg for a single. So this is probably what Durham wanted anyway. Chance to bowl at Matt Taylor. Michael Jones is trotting across down to the boundary. Fine leg. That's Graham Clark down there. Multiple field changes by Borthwick, but he's managed a more limited attack pretty well here, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Potts to Matt Taylor, forward defending. So Coghlan out of affairs. They only really bowled 4 bowlers in the first innings. So what's he done? He's given Bastilleja a little bit more of a role, and he's bowled himself, taken the responsibility of bowling himself.
Skippered it very well, I think.
You've got all the tactical calls right. It's been backed up by, almost everybody's done something good in the team.
Yeah. Everyone's chipped in with the bat.
They've caught their catches too. They haven't dropped much.
No.
We've been a bit critical of Robinson's keeping, which hasn't been the tidiest, but they've done enough. And they've got Lee's at leg slip now for Potts from the Ashley Down Road end. That's too straight for that kind of line, really.
But then Robinson scored 38 and 67 in the game. So, it goes back to the same old conundrum with England, isn't it? Do you pick a batsman who can keep a little bit, or dropping that sort of guy who goes on and gets 100? For me, I'd always go for a keeper, a natural gloveman first. But
so he's got 3 stumpings and a catch in the game, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Just the 1 stumping in the first innings. Oh, sorry, 3 and 2. So 3 stumpings and 2 catches. And the game isn't done yet, although it is all but, in terms of the result, you feel.
But he's let through 34 byes.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's it's been a graph of ups and downs in terms of his own performance, and he'd probably say the same himself.
Yeah.
With a short leg and a short mid wicket in for Matt Taylor, and that's back of a length again, and Taylor defends. It's the end of the over. In theory, 4 overs to go. That will probably be it, you would have thought. They get 1 more wicket, they might ask the question. They might have asked it anyway, but it's a long session, this. They've bowled 42 overs already. I suspect they may say that's enough. 46 is enough in the session.
So 484 runs today for the loss of 11 wickets. What a day's cricket here in Bristol at the Seat Unique. And Durham, with Ajaz Patel in their ranks, look like they are champions elect
of the 2nd division.
Of the 2nd division at the end of May. Harris plays that one pleasantly into the offside. It's good work out in the deep. Just 2 more onto the total. Michael Jones doing the fielding there.
Yes, you see, it's weird, isn't it? The runs needed down below 250.
Yeah.
Which you would say going into the last day of a game gives both sides a chance. The problem is the wickets column.
Yeah.
I suppose nothing is impossible. Whilst there are wickets in the hutch, nothing is impossible.
Yeah, and Harris won't be here for the next game against Leicestershire. Starts on the 11th of June. There's some really good cricket lined up here. Oh, he's just gone back to that. The West Country Derby in the T20 on the Friday night on the 9th of June, followed by a 4-dayer here against Leicestershire starting on the 11th. What a feast.
Borthwick's coming up to mid-off. He was away at long-off.
Quicker ball from Patel. Harris defends. Patel just tinkering with his field here. Bringing Michael Jones up, trying to keep Matt Taylor on strike, trying to stop the one at the end of the over. Harris defends. That is the end of the over. There's 3 left in the day. $177 for 6. Harris on to 70. And it's been a really good 70 as well. To do it on a wearing wicket. It's been a real good innings. Full of concentration and a masterclass in how to play spin bowling on a turning track. Potts in to Taylor, who flashes outside the off stump. 3 overs left in the day. Got 50 in the last game. Matt Taylor needs a 150 in this one. Jack Longstaff's there just shouting 250 out. Taylor defends. I'm getting heckled by our own marketing department here. It's great. I love Gloucestershire. Taylor defends that one. Scott Borthwick there, just standing at mid-off, marshalling his troops. Been a really good performance from what looks like a very good Durham side. Here's Potts. Taylor lets that one go perilously close to off stump. It's a good leave. They're always a good leave when they miss. Still a lovely evening here in Bristol. Oh, big shower. It's not going to be out. There's a bit of bat involved perhaps, or let's have a look at this on the screen. It's going down. A bit high. Possibly a bit of bat. Didn't have a lot going for it really. People downstairs enjoying the Bristol sunshine, having a few drinks.
Hope they're not driving.
Nah. Enjoying a Thatcher's. Enjoying any of the beers from the St Austell Brewery.
Perhaps we shouldn't ask this question. Are the inflatable apples back for the T20? They are.
Yeah. Apple racing. I think they should do me v you, Ian, out on the outfield in the interval.
You think longer than 15 minutes?
I think with my weight, I've probably got momentum. Whether I've got the balance needed is a moot point, but I think I'll have the momentum. 2 overs left in the day.
and we are assuming it's only 2. There hasn't been any indication that Durham are going to ask for the extra 8.
No, they want to get themselves down to Lola Lows, mate, in their chinos and their polo shirts.
But they'll be rested in the morning.
Yeah, having been boogieing till 3 a.m.
Well, okay. Borthwick's going back 3 parts of the way to the long off boundary.
Patel tosses that one up. Harris plays it into the offside. Borthwick running in quickly, thinking there's potential for a 2, but Harris just strolls through for a single.
A reminder of the results elsewhere today. Division 1, Hampshire beat Northants by an innings and 135. Middlesex lost to Somerset by an innings and 13, and Surrey beat Kent by 10 wickets. And in the second division, Worcestershire beat Leicestershire by 3 wickets, chasing 271 in fact to win.
Lola Low describes itself as the best nightclub in Bristol. Whether you're after a student night in Bristol or a hen do in Bristol, come to Lola Low Bristol for tiki-style cocktails and club classics on the dance floor. Taylor surrounded by close fielders. Beddingham, silly point. 2 slips, leg slip and a short leg. As Taylor gets that one away, and he might get just the 2. And the score moves on to 180.
Maybe kings of the dartboard, but not quite kings of this game, Dan.
Not quite. Not quite.
Taylor's got 4 fielders on the offside in his eye line, I would think, there. A half-moon arc.
Taylor leaves that one alone. Gloucestershire could do with Phil Taylor, not Matt Taylor. That's down the leg side. Matt Taylor just plays that into the square, in front of square, and will pick up a single and retain the strike. And Ajaz Patel's work for the day is done.
Yeah, 2 wickets he's taken to add to his 5 in the first innings. And Potts is going to have one last go at Matt Taylor tonight. Set 426, Gloucestershire were, in 142 overs. Still 96 available tomorrow. Potts to start the last over of the day, and Matt Taylor bounces that out on the offside into the ground straight away, straight to Borthwick.
It's good cricket, that, taking a single there, because
he's protecting Harris.
He's protecting Harris. He's doing basically a night watchman duty, but in his normal position, if that makes sense.
Yeah, tail of the day. Gloucestershire all out 292, so didn't quite get the second batting point and didn't quite save the follow-on. Short from Potts down the leg side. Matt Taylor sways out of the way. Josh Shaw finished with an unbeaten 37, close to his career best, but not quite a career best. Ajit Singh Dale last out, bowled by Matthew Potts, who finished with 3 for 43. Ajaz Patel 5 for 113. Durham then did not enforce the follow-on, but made 272 for 4, declared in 48 overs, including a century partnership for the opening wicket. Matt Taylor again defends. Lees made 40. Michael Jones batted throughout, making an unbeaten 121, and he was given very good support by Ollie Robinson, with whom he added 94 very quickly for the 4th wicket. In fact, he had 94 in 10 overs and 1 ball. Shows how aggressive they were. Taylor again drops that soft hands into the ground. 2 balls on to go on in the over. Robinson, when he was stumped, Scott Borthwick called the declaration. Tea interval was taken. The Gloucestershire wicket takers. Safagahar 2 for 121. Josh Shaw 1 for 32, and Zaman Akhtar also got a wicket, 1 for 27, and that left Gloucestershire 426 to win notionally in 142 overs. And out of that 181 for 6, there was a big partnership between James Bracey and Marcus Harris of 92. Matt Taylor thinks about a single. He doesn't want to take one. Gets Borthwick on the chase up to wide mid-off, but that is probably the penultimate ball of the day, so Taylor not interested. The Gloucestershire card includes Harris's unbeaten 71 and a 50 from James Bracey, but frankly not much else, and that has been part of the problem.
Yep, but
one good stand and a steady trickle of wickets since. Last ball of the day, Ben Rain's going to take the helmet, and they're going to have 2 close catches at silly mid-off and short leg, or silly mid-on now. I think they're going to go push David Bedingham across in front of Matt Taylor, and just to be creative, we're going to have 3, so a really attacking move here by Borthwick at the end of the day, with silly mid-off, silly mid-on and a short leg for Matt Taylor. Potts to bowl to him. Oh, and he's just done enough to squeeze it out on the offside. Fielded by Ajaz Patel, and the players will walk off, with Gloucestershire getting to the end of the day needing notionally 245 to win tomorrow. The problem though, Dan, is they've only got 4 wickets left.
Yeah, what a scintillating day's cricket it really has been. 490 runs in the day for 11 wickets, and Durham are giving themselves a high five because they know that they're nearly there, and they, as we said earlier, they are champions elect. They are almost up at the end of May, with results going their way in other games. They just look unstoppable, and what a unit. Gloucestershire have fought valiantly, but really they've been outclassed by what looks like a very good Durham side. We'll be back in the morning to see if Durham can finish the job. We'll be back on air at about 20 to 11, 25 to 11, something like that. In the meantime, go and enjoy your Saturday night. Be good. Go and hit the dance floor at Lola Lowe's, and we'll see you back here live on air in the morning. From Ian Randall and myself, good night.